juicy because of the flexibility that he showcases. His team fighting is incredibly good, so I do think it is a meta in which you play through your solo lanes really well, and you have a late game fighting team fight AD carry or a mage bot lane that Guma provides to be able to supplement that.
Well, I think that's kind of what we're going to find out, right? Because there are teams that are on different ends of the spectrum. T1 is very much on the other end of the spectrum. We have to see, what style looks better in this meta.
Yeah.
Coming in, this might not be their biggest challenge, but it's going to be interesting to see what kind of picks they want to go towards and what kind of style they're going to bring out.
It might start spelling out what we can expect of HLE here, because everyone is expecting them to be a finalist, probably. I mean, it's T1, HLE, and BLG. 3 of the teams gunning for that position as favorites, with the disadvantage that T1 has already gone through the play-in stage, which is usually their issue, right? But I really don't see where HLE is going to have any problems in this matchup.
I do think it's going to be another discipline test, because Histo is going to try and find an angle early on his first clear. If he goes for like a 3-camp gank topside or something to that nature to get pun ahead, you have to be aware of that. Zeus is somebody who's going to always press forward for a skirmish, so I think they're going to try and play to something and try and mess up the game a little bit early in terms of tempo for HLE. HLE needs to recognize that, because if Pun's not showing up in lane, it's probably because he's walking to the bot side of the map.
And this is where I also want to see how good is the prep from Secret Whales, because when I think about TL, they lost all their games to T1, but they were competitive in those games, I think, largely because they came with unexpected picks. We saw Yasuo mid, we saw Yasuo top, we saw the Olaf jungle, we saw all these different picks.
Yeah.
Their preparation, I think, was excellent, and to even have a chance, you have to have beautiful prep against a top-level team like this.
It's true. MSI is such a great tournament in that way, because teams usually do have a little bit more time to come up with everything. Team Secret Whales could also scrim a couple of teams from other regions.
True.
That could help them in that regard, but still, it's going to be a very tall order for Team Secret Whales and for HLE. They want to show that they should be a team to be reckoned with and in the conversations for maybe winning MSI 2026. Let's kick off the bracket stage.
미드 시즌 인비테이셔널. 누군가 정상에 오르기 위해서는 누군가는 쓰러져야 합니다.
작년에 5세트 끝에 젠지에게 무너졌었는데 그 패배는 오래 남아 있었습니다. 그 후로 많은 배움이 있었고 변화도 있었습니다. 저희의 목표는 단 하나입니다. 한국에서의 첫 MSI 우승.
맡겨둔 챔피언 자리 가져가려고 왔습니다.
MSI 대전. 2026년 새해 퍼스트 스탠드의 왕좌를 차지한 것은 BLG와 LPL이었습니다.
因为我们这次创造了队史，拿到了第1个国际赛冠军，这也为我们带来了更多的动力，去拿到更多的胜利。我们的目标就是拿到黄金之路。Our last international tournament showcased a lot of hope for our region.
Back-to-back 3-0 victories over the LCK.
What does it take this time to lift the trophy? I think we have to rely on the lessons we learned from first stand, the lessons we've learned from the last 5 MSIs we played together. And this is the one we'll take it.
Đây là kỳ MSI lần đầu tiên em được tham gia, nên là em thấy rất là vui. Khu vực của em là chuyên gia gạt giò những đội lớn, và tụi em có thể làm được điều đó.
언더독 역시 절대 무시할 수 없습니다.
We didn't come out this way for nothing.
We're not gonna miss our shot. We will make our friends proud.
At the beginning of the year, I was teamless, and by chance, I was able to join Lion. Now we're looking to make our mark here at MSI.
And what's your win rate at MSI?
I've never lost at MSI.
Never lost?
Never lost.
But have you ever been to MSI?
First time.
去年世界赛结束，也一直在思考后面的规划，然后当时身体也出了一些状况，所以就选择了暂时休息。跌倒了就再站起来，这就是晋级。
回归赛场的感觉怎么样？感觉都回来了，你呢？我觉得我们的过程很有意思啊。
그리고 기억하십시오. MSI는 본래 LPL의 대회였습니다. 정상에 오르기 위해서는 수백 개의 꿈이 산산조각 나야만 합니다.
긴 말은 필요 없을 것 같습니다. Good luck.
승부수를 던질 시간입니다. Call your shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. The play-ins have officially concluded, and it's time for the teams to now take to the main stage in their search for glory and victory here in League of Legends International Competition. My name is Captain Flowers. I am joined by Dagda here for this first best-of-5 in main stage competition between Hanwha Life Esports and Team Secret Whale.
And I'm so excited to get into the main stage today. The teams look prepped, they look ready, and I'm hoping that we finally get something that isn't a 3-0 series. For the love of God, give me something that's not a 3-0 series.
Everything in play-ins was so decisive. Everything in play-ins was a clean sweep.
Živ sam.
Now that we've made it to the main stage,
Jedva ruku na srce, ali ono, držimo se.
is hungry for some closer, bloodier competition.
Yeah, I'm so ready. I'm also curious to see.
Kaže ready za ne 3-0. Majko Bože.
Because we got a lot of like the mages bot lane, the Camille support was high priority, like even the shift that we got from the regular season seemed to be there. So now I'm curious if that still stands coming into the main stage, or if we start to see these teams bring their own flair to the competition.
And that's always what I want to see. When you come into
Šta oni pričaju? Pakao.
meta shakeup. And even if there's not a direct shakeup thanks to changes to the game itself, you're still going into a world where all these different regional metas are colliding. And to me, that's always so exciting to see which one's actually the best, what prevails, or do all of them fall to the wayside in the favor of something brand new.
Yeah, I do still expect to see a lot of unusual picks in that top lane for guys like Pun. I know he loves his counter picks, and even like Bay was bringing out things like the Skarner support over the course of the regular season. So if there is a team that's willing to shake that up, I think it's Team Secret Whales here today.
And I feel like you're going to have to shake things up. If you just try to play what you expect to be standard meta League of Legends against Korea's #1 seed, you're likely to be in for a bit of a bad time.
Yeah, that tends to not end particularly well unless you're some of our super top teams. But I'm excited to see what Team Secret Whales can do here today. A lot of this, I think, is going to be focused on, how much control can Team Secret Whales get in the early stages, because they are a team that likes to play very aggressive, especially with his toe. Going up against a team like Hanwha Life Esports, where Kanabi kind of dictates the pace of the whole game, it's a difficult task.
I mean, in League of Legends, we always talk about how the jungler has so much control. Jungle is the role that always gets flamed the most because jungle is the role that has the most different decisions to make at any given time. And I feel like for both of these teams specifically, they want to play fast, they want to play scary, and the junglers are the engine that drives that action. But let's waste no more time yapping about it. It's time to get into Champ Select, powered by HyperX, here for the first time at the MSI 2026 main stage. We've got HLE choosing the blue side here, and they're going to go ahead, ban out the Orianna, the Vi here in their first two bans. Other side, it's the Poppy banned away alongside that Camille support that you talked about that has skyrocketed in priority.
Yeah, still the mage is going to be open. You can try and look for a few of those funky picks, but definitely the Camille has been pairing so well alongside them, setting up things like the Ziggs, being incredibly active in the early stages, and especially coming into MSI, the fact that we're getting more of those engaged supports.
Baš. Idete horor bilo u 1 sinoć još ako dobijam 450 LP-a. To je bilo dobro vreme,
historic moments on things like the Rel, getting the massive AoE engages. I would love to see him on picks like that here in this one, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes down. We do have the Rumble and the Nautilus banned out here as our last bans of the first half of the draft, and Team Secret Whales is going to open things up with a Lee Sin for his toe. If I see Lee Sin in the game, Dagda, I have a rule. If I see Lee Sin in the game, and at level 7, he is 0-0, you should have picked a different champion. This champion makes things happen. It's skill expressive. It gets it done. But over on the other side, HLE is going to respond with some long-range power. It's Jace and Ziggs both locked in.
Yeah, which is less than ideal for a Lee Sin when you want to try and play up close and personal. If you can close the gap, fantastic. But I think his toe going to have his work cut out for him. At least adding the Rise could end up giving you some control over that mid-jungle. But trying to add a little bit of poke for themselves, going back towards the Ezreal, not the end of the world, and also something that can try and play away from some of these Zig bombs in the bottom lane.
All right, so we've got that Ezreal locked in. What's going to go there alongside it? Still a little bit of time to think here for Secret Whales. The Rise, that is going to be the pick here.
Yeah, I'm curious what the answer is going to be for Zeka, because we have seen the Anivia as an answer. That's not a thing. Don't look at that one.
Yeah, anybody out there watching, you're not actually allowed to pick him in this competition.
Yeah,
you can hover him because it's funny. But okay, all right. Somewhere out there, freak is happy.
But yeah, I do think.
Gde je stanje, Stefane? Hvala ti puno.
So they're going to go back towards the Cassie LB, which does make sense.
Čovjek igra Minecraft.
O
bože mili. O bože mili. Da dobro, nema se. Iskreno, Horva, ništa drugo nisam očekivao od tebe nego Minecraft igraš. Ziggs, Casio, Jace. Znaš šta je najcrnije od svega? Ja ne sam ništa kažem za draft Hanver, znam da će stompati odmah. Što se klipera tiče, Joe, šta je fora, brate? Nisam u uglu da plaćam klipere, a ne želim da niko radi za džabe. Tako da, to je takav ugao. I fora što general klipovati svoj sadržaj je relativno, mislim, lako. Tako da se držim toga.
Yeah, and banning away the Trundle from your opponent. Anytime you have a jungle champion like a Lee Sin or a Xin Zhao who has power budget invested in gap closing and diving, Trundle is going to stat check them. It's just the way the game works. So getting rid of that, I always respect it. Bard banned away. Interesting from HLE. This is a very popular pick for both supports. So HLE is saying that's fine. Delight doesn't need it here in this game. We'll just let it pass.
I think it's also good against a lot of these long-range champions, right? Like Jace doesn't really have the mobility, so Bard can hit him with...
Ja ne želim da niko radi za džabe, razumiješ? To nije lepo. To nije lepo.
We haven't seen it from Delight, but Bay has actually been playing it in that support role. But yeah, just going to be taking it, and we'll have to wait and see exactly where that one's going to land.
Okay, Skarner locked in. Is a flex pick, like you say, so we'll see if they can get any value out of that. But over on Secret Whale's side, I'm still going to need to see their support. I'm still going to need to see the other solo laner here. They know they're dealing with Jason Cassiopeia, obviously expecting the Rise to go mid. But what's the support going to be here with this? It's too...
Što način ne sviđa mi se draft Hanve, ali ubiće ih. Ali ne sviđa mi se. Ne, ovo je, znači, danas je Game 2 waiting room, sutra je Game 2 waiting room. Mislim, tako to ide, ljudi, nisam ja izmislio pravila. Jednostavno, oba dana je waiting room za Game 2. Sutra je fazon Lion Furia prvi game. A drugi game T1 BLG. Vidi.
We'll see if maybe Secret Whales and Pun can turn that one around. But now it's time for the grand reveal. Is it support Skarner? Is it jungle Skarner? Which Skarner will we see today?
Ne znam.
Oh, we've got the Shen locked in here for HLE.
So this is something that we've seen in LCK and a little bit in LPL as an answer into the Scion.
Kako mi se, znači, da je bilo koja druga ekipa, rekao bi da draft Hanve nema smisla. Kao, rekao bi, da ne vidim tim tagove, bio bi u fazonu TSW, hard vina, lagana priča.
in most likely for your solo lanes. I still feel like because jungle Shen can be played, there is still the question of does Shen go jungle?
But
does
even
Skarner
Chase
go jungle?
jungle has been seen as well, which I wasn't sure about.
There's so much flex potential between these three, so we'll wait for the bar to run down, guarantee that we know exactly what is going on here, and it does look like as that bar approaches the end, it is the Skarner in the jungle, it is the Shen in the support role here for Delight.
Yeah, so I still think you're going to have a decent time. Basically, you're going to be able to stop some of these extra auto attacks coming through, and the ability to roam around the Shen is very strong, especially as you crest over to that level 6. It's just going to make it very difficult for Team Secret Wales to punish Zeus on the Jace in the top lane, because anytime you try and play up there, oh, well, there's a Shen that's backing him up. So I think a lot of this game going to revolve around setting Zeus up for success, which has kind of been a little bit of the HLE way.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. They like to play around that. I already mentioned back earlier on in the draft, Gumayushi being on the Ziggs, it's a great pick because you kind of just weak side that bottom lane. You play around elsewhere. Having Delight on something like the Shen means, okay, at any point he can be laning with the Ziggs and then he just takes off somewhere else to help across the map. But let's go ahead and get into it. Onto the rift for game number 1 of main stage MSI.
Ne. Hanva ubija. Mislim, gledali smo mi nešto malo ovaj roster TSV-a, skoro svaki Worlds. Ne menjaju se puno. Nisu loši. Definitivno nisu loši. Ali Hanva je samo ono, Hanva je prva u LCK-u, Genji ne igra. I vidite na umu da Genji nije na MSI-u. I generalno samo ekipa TSV je baš je outmatched, iskreno. Baš je outmatched.
Has been a bit of a tough journey, but Vendetta is Riftbound's next set. You can see Jace popping up right there. Arriving July 31st, it brings together new champions, iconic rivalries, and beautiful art from across Runeterra. Whether you want to collect or play, Vendetta has something for you. So check that one out. That'll be after MSI is all said and done, so maybe some of those champs will pop off, give you a better reason to go after those rarest cards. But talking about Secret Wales, this is a team, remember, everybody kind of got inspired and hyped up around the LCP last year when we got to see the Flying Oysters. Showing that, hey, this region, when their players are really locked in, they can compete. And then, obviously, you know, losing a couple of those players as through the exodus of the region, it makes things a little bit more difficult. But now Secret Wales, they qualified to Worlds last year, and they ended up placing, they weren't eliminated first in 15th or 16th, but they did get eliminated in that 12th through 14th place. Obviously not what they were looking for. Then they qualified a first stand earlier this year, and they go out first in that 7th and 8th place. So for Secret Wales, it's really not been the international outcomes they've wanted so far.
Domestically, though, they've been insane as, oh, Dire.
Oh, Delight with a taunt flash right on top of Dire. The flash away, but it won't be enough. First blood over to Zeka.
Very early roam for Delight. Manages to find that flash taunt in the mid lane and sets up on the person we're saying we wanted to see have a bit of an easier time, but there is no time for him here.
No, that is rough, man. Let's take another look at it as Delight just goes in.
Yeah, I mean, taunt flash, perfectly executed. And I think you can kind of see the pings coming through from Team Secret Wales, question marking where he was, but just didn't expect.
Ovo je generalno inače fora sa sa Zigzom plus roaming supportom. Znači ti namjerno pikaš roaming supporta jer Ziggs može da igra 1 na 2 bot lane. I onda faktički Shen može da genka kad hoće šta hoće. Generalno Bard, Camille, Shen si igraju najviše s tim. Jer jednostavno Ziggs će uvek biti fine 1 na 2 dole. I onda Shen baš može da radi šta hoće i nikad nije panišovan.
As HLE picks up another one, Kanavi collecting the money on this one.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Dire wanted to try and help out his toe, but ends up having to give his life, because this is what we're saying. HLE just turn and burn onto Dire, because he has nothing left but his toe. Trying to see if he can make magic happen against Zeus.
Yeah, they got to get something back. They got to slow down this HLE war machine here a little bit. His toe coming in. Zeus using to the skies defensively to get a little bit of extra distance. Flashes away from the decimating smash. They'll at least get the summoner spell up here, but it also cost the flash from Pun, so really not a huge win for Secret Wales.
Yeah,
Ma da, Ezreal, što kažeš, on samo ne radi ništa ovdje, mislim.
Can burn that for Zeus, maybe especially as Pun starts to hit level 6, you get that opportunity to try and chase down the Jace, but we'll have to see how that one starts to pan out, because already HLE 2 kills in this early stages, and Delight is now topside to make sure that Zeus can crash this wave alongside Kanavi. Like, it is difficult to crack HLE.
And we talked a little bit about it in draft, but the whole idea of the previous criticisms of Zeka being a player with like a limited champion pool, now that he's on HLE, playing with Kanavi as his jungler, who is very aggressive, it unlocks him to be able to more comfortably play these traditional mages in lane. And 1-0-1 start with a 900 individual gold lead before 5 minutes. You can't ask for much better here in the early game.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy with this. As Delight, skirmishing against VA here. You have both junglers on this side of the map, but more interest in the wards than anything else. And this is kind of what we expected for HLE, right? You talked about it coming through from the draft. The Ziggs in the bottom lane opens up for Delight to start to move. Delight will be slow on getting to that level 6 though, because he's been so active in the early stages on the map. But I think the results are happy enough for the HLE support.
Yeah, getting the first blood.
Aj, ne znam da li oni dobiju 2 na 2, to je fora.
Sure, I'll take my slow Shen level 6 and trade for that. Back down here in bottom lane, though, the farm between the carries is pretty much dead even, so Eddie making sure that he's keeping up with Gumayushi there, and that's very important, considering, you know, mid lane is already kind of a hemorrhage in terms of gold. Jungle and top also both slightly ahead for HLE, but this is kind of what you expect. If you're going into round 1 of an international tournament, you're playing against the Korean first seed, they are going to be a really tough opponent.
Yeah, and I think it's only going to continue, because his toe is now clearing out his Raptor camp, but you can see the Scuttle Crab is spawned on this top side. Kanavi already has push mid, so should be able to take this, although both junglers have smite. So curious to see if there will be a contest here.
Okay. See here, his toe's just backing away for now. Kanavi very close to level 6, his toe the same. The fight over this crab is going to determine who has ulti, and with Kanavi landing the smite, that means Skarner with Impale is something that his toe has to respect. Immediately backs up as Kanavi claims a little bit more space, places that ward down in the tri-brush, just to try to help keep Zeus a little bit more safe.
Yeah, Histo isn't entirely sure, though, where Kanavi is right now. And I was going to say he would love to try and play off of Zeus in this top side, but is playing very safe. You can see he actually put a ward into his own jungle there, just on the top. That's a big circle. Hang on, the small word. Just there, onto his own top side. A bit afraid that Kanavi, with the push in mid and push in top, might invade on towards the red buff. But because he's unsure, doesn't actually commit for the topside play. They even move Bay up into that top end as well to try and help out. But Zeus is able to crash the wave, play it safe, and isn't punished on the overextension when he doesn't have the flash.
All right, Delight and BA both still not level 6, of course. Going to be a little while before we get there. BA does take over to level 5 first, however. Zeka and D-Ray over here in mid lane just about have the flashes off of cooldown, particularly when we're in international competition watching the top level teams. I always try to pay extra close attention to those last 20 seconds or so of a summoner spell cooldown.
2000 goldu 7 minuta. Ja mislim da ova serija ni u jednom trenutku ne sme da bude ni blizu.
But it looks like we are not going to see that here this time, as the summoner spell cooldowns are back and available. But Dagda, it's just about 8 minutes on the clock. The grubs are about to spawn, and it's over a 2,000 gold lead for HLE.
Yeah, it's also his toe's about to hit level 7, and your famous 000 is still on the clock there for him. So it's unfortunate, because honestly, Team Secret Wales, like, domestically, have been incredible. Like 10-0, the only series they've lost all year long has been to DCG. Like, they have been more than dominant in the LCP, but unfortunately haven't quite been able to get success yet as Delight's top lane.
Yeah, Delight making another move towards a solo lane. This time it's Pun who's in trouble. Zeus just needs a little bit more damage to take him down. One last auto attack seals the deal, and HLE make it a 3-0 game.
Yeah, Pun at least should be able to collect the wave, which is a little bit of a silver lining, but already you can see HLE very much want to pick up the pace of this game. And Delight has been everywhere, and this is kind of what we were talking about coming in, is Delight now having access to Engage is a weird one maybe for Shen, but like
we'll still call it Engage.
Yeah,
sure.
Having these playmaking champions more so than the enchanters are perfect for him, and already getting active on the map. Like, I think this is my favorite part of watching the way metas develop for MSI, like seeing all these roaming timers from the supports and like really playing on the edge of where they can be on the map has been so sick to see.
Ooh, Eddie down to 300 HP. Gumayushi flashing forward aggressively on the Ziggs, forcing the return flash. Now Kanavi could be in a little bit of danger. Flashes away from decimating smash, but Team Secret Wales is making a 4-man play after the Skarner.
Okay, TSW.
From Zeka, but it's not enough. Kanavi falls, and Team Secret Whales finally make their way onto the board.
Isto respekt, uzeli su kill. Što je način čak i Team Liquid imao neki ugao T1, ali ovaj film mislim da samo nećemo gledati.
Yeah, they get the money from the kill, but turret plates being mined top, being mined bottom, it's a problem. Team Secret Whales at least also did get themselves the first Drake of the game, but this 2,500 gold lead is the scariest thing in the scoreboard right now, my friend.
Yeah. And you can see here, so Bay just finding that roam timer to move towards mid, but Kanavi very tanky at this stage, so they move Pun down in the hopes that he can help out. But Kanavi, oh, hang on.
Right back to live. Zeus under pressure. Delight makes his way into the fight, trying to protect his top laner, as now both of them try to get out. Focus onto Zeus here for the Jays, but Kanavi has arrived. Histo's already got the first kill as Zeus dies. Now Kanavi's got to be a little bit careful. There's not a lot of damage here on the HLE side, so they won't be able to get anything back. Nice moves from Team Secret Whales.
Very nice move by Team Secret Whales, managing to move that play from mid into the top side and catching out Zeus, who had stepped forward, had just got his flashback, so thought he was going to be safe, especially having Delight hit that level 6. But there's just more members of Team Secret Whales there.
I was talking about making plays right before the cooldown timer of the flash.
Sam spavao. Slabo.
Insidious overconfidence of getting the cooldown back.
Yeah, that's where they get you.
And that's
Baš slabo.
Secret Whales just did. The gold lead
2,5 sata. Što je najjače, kažem, a napravili su namjerno tako da je prva serija waiting room za drugu. Tako da ona je za se ovu seriju razbuđujemo polako i onda...
Really the engine, I mentioned it earlier about him, how he works in this game. The heir to Levi is the question, right? You think back to part of the biggest demonstrations from the LCP historically, you know, like the PCS, the LMS, and their international performances. You think of Levi, you think of the Gigabyte Marines, you think of this crazy aggressive style, and that's exactly kind of what you need to see from his toe if they're going to have a chance against a team like HLE.
Yeah, still, HLE chasing Team Secret Whales down into this bottom side. Secret Whales kind of just, need to back away here, but with the reset coming through on Eddie, I think they're just going to look for the turret plates or a little bit of a push on this bottom side. But you can see HLE like trying to get aggressive, get vision down onto his toe to spot out exactly where this Lee Sin's moving.
And right there you can see Gumayushi, this is his first international series without Keria, Faker, or Owner. That roster that was together for so very long, that core lineup now broken up. It's Gumayushi's turn to prove his strength outside of that Goliath that was a symbol.
Yeah, still has a little bit of comfort there with Zeus in the top lane, right? But it does feel weird to not have them as a group, especially in an international competition. And especially for Gumayushi, like this is his 5th time in a row at MSI. Like it's got to feel different with a different jersey on, but we'll have to see if he can maybe find that first win for himself at this tournament.
Down here in the bottom lane, Eddie under pressure yet again from Gumayushi, who continues chasing him down here in the 1v1. Guma, he doesn't care about being weak-sided. He's still stronger than the other weak-sided carries, so he's going to play aggressively. Kanavi invading the enemy red buff here at the same time, trying to scare his toe away. Delight right behind Kanavi. His toe goes in, secures his own red, and gets over the wall as BA is waiting. But now Kanavi coming in, trying to get something back. Pun comes in here, but he's not going to get a whole lot for the unstoppable onslaught. Just makes his way towards the turret. That's all he wants. He just needs to clear away the wave. Meanwhile, down here on the bottom side, Gumayushi about to use the satchel charge, blow up that first turret, but they're going to make a play. On the other side, it's D-Ray moving down to the bottom lane, but a TP also about to arrive from HLE. Gumayushi just sat D-Ray down. In a 1v2, he didn't even need Zeka's help. He sends the Rise back to the fountain and tells Ezreal, you're next. Gumayushi, man.
That Luden's echo damage is doing work. D-Ray, I'm so sorry.
Što način od svega i dalje mislim će čokati kada dođu na T1.
And with the tower going down as well in that bottom side, Zeus getting plates in the top side. Look at the gold lead that's opening up across all the carries on HLE right now.
This is scary, man. You mentioned earlier the question posed to Secret Whales and specifically to D-Ray is you've been at international stages a couple of times. You are domestically dominant, but international performances have not been where he wants them to be. And this first game, unfortunately for Team Secret Whales, is going the exact same way. D-Ray targeted 2 times very early on, gets off to a bad start. Then when he finally goes to make the play to try to get a punish and get back into the game, instead, he gets exploded by Gumayushi's Ziggs as Zeka goes over the wall. Sonic Wave connects, but I am telling you, right now, his toe, you do not want to press that Q again.
I don't think his toe wants to be where he is right now. trying to be a secret agent to see if he can sneak his way out of this one, but Gumayushi spotted him.
Yeah, Gumayushi just hunting him down. Immediate Dragon's Rage into the Sonic Wave. Gumayushi bouncing back away as the Stand United is ready to protect the carry. TP's coming in. Mega Inferno Bomb collides onto his toe. He's down to 200 HP. Everybody trying to block the Shock Blast. Zeus wants the angle, seeing if maybe he can find it. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, it just ends up being a leash in the end, but that was a risky one. As Kanavi, knowing that his toe is run for the hills, is going to be able to secure this dragon. But we see here, like, Gumi, this play, like, Dire thought he's helping out because he's relatively healthy, but the lead on levels for Gumayushi and Dire not really having the support of Eddie. Immediately, Guma's able to turn that one around.
Yeah, normally you don't expect, as the mid laner going into the bottom lane, that the enemy bot lane carry will out-level you.
Yeah.
But that's just the...
Gdje si Koma jutro? Jel igraš Koma Power na release-u?
Look at the items for Dire. He's kind of holding on with it.
Ja sam te pitan kad te vidim na streamu. Da vidim da li će biti neki ono Patreon Palworld server. Mislim ja ću raditi projektu s Klarom, ali pošto likovi mogu se mrdiju po serveru, da znam da li će biti još neki server na kome će se igrati.
D-Ray's got a lot of catching up to do to try to be relevant in this game, but 15 minutes in, a 5,000 gold lead, HLE has already built something that now relies on one of their own blunders for Team Secret Wales to come back.
And they're just not going to give them that moment, right? They've dropped bot wave, they're like, cool, look, you can get some turret plates, we're going to push on mid, get full vision control on this top side, and look for more.
Yeah, Pun tries to jump in there and scare them away, loses half of his HP for his efforts. Zeka tried to go for the Petrifying Gaze, but doesn't land the stun, so Pun stays alive. But the pressure continues from the HLE solo laners. Kanavi supporting them here on the side, summons up the Rift Herald, hops right on in. Kaboom! Knocks down the tier 2 turret. Dagda, I don't think they're stopping.
No.
I think it's a full base push. At 16 minutes into the game, the Herald collides into the tier 3 turret. Team Secret Wales trying to defend. The True Shot Barrage flies through, but it will not matter. Pun caught up immediately with the taunt into the...
Znači oni završe 15 minuta. Bože mili.
And HLE is marching on the Nexus.
That is not what I expected to be saying at 69.
A čekaj, šta ti s kompom, jel...
But they will back away. Now, traditionally, you're not supposed to take the
A dobro, ako imaš garanciju boletu, ali kao šta se dogodilo, jel... Samo nešto random prestalo da radi ili...
Massively accelerated poke comp that can siege anywhere, anytime on the map and kind of ruin Team Secret Wales' day. This one might be a quick one, Flowers.
Gumayushi just bought his Shadow Flame. We now have 2 fully completed items on both the Ziggs and the Cassiopeia. Zeka is about to evolve his Archangel Staff into the Seraph's Embrace in one more spell cast, right? Just hit a random minion with Twin Fang. Okay, that thing's fully completed. Top lane, Zeus already has his second item done now with the Serpent's Fang. I'm not seeing the way back into the game for Team Secret Wales, barring just a massive error from HLE, and they're not playing like they're going to commit one of those.
Yeah. I mean, this is clinical, right? And I do think this is why people are looking at HLE as one of the top teams coming into this tournament. Yeah. Like, it's this sort of precision. It's, we got a small lead, and now we're ruining Pun's day again.
Yeah, Pun is, he's barely hanging on to life. Meanwhile, Kanavi and Zeus just putting the pressure on 2 points at once. These are the plays that you normally see when a team has Baron. Baron will not be on the Rift for another 2 minutes, as HLE just continues mounting the pressure. Delight bouncing back and forth between the 2 sides. Still only level 7 on the Shen, doesn't matter. He got level 6, he has the R button, that's all he needs.
Yeah, I mean, he got the locket off with all the assists as well, so the shields on shields. Mid lane terror, can they save it here?
Ooh, Delight trying to make the taunt there, but will not be able to connect on that one as Team Secret Wales disengages and finds the punish. TSW looking for a little bit more now. Decimating smash over the wall, not going to get a whole lot. Eddie down to 20% HP. Mega Inferno Bomb! It might just burn him away, but no, not quite enough damage. His toe about to die, but the Impale misses. Zeka goes forward, his toe still running. Zeka needs one more Noxious Blast and the Twin Fang. Last one hits him. Zeka makes it a 1-for-1 trade overall as Delight is back alive now. Zay is still looking for a little bit more. D-Ray, run! Okay, for a second I thought that might have been another Rise death.
Eddie not dying might be the only reason that Team
Baš čudno, tuko je nov komp, ne bi trebalo da... No dobro, ko će ga znati više? Ja pričam, ja kad sam nov komp isto uzeo, imao sam toliko problema.
30 seconds until
A koji je RAM, šta je DDR5?
I just don't care. I think they just siege the base. Like, how do you do anything else? Because look at the damage.
Ma da nema veze, ako neće nijednom stiku, onda nije do toga. Ako je RAM, obično što je 2 stika, ako je DDR5. To je ne ni 2, što bi trebalo da je na 4 samo da baguje.
And then the only fact that you don't have any burn in the kit for Ziggs right now is the reason that Ezra is still standing.
Yeah, he hit him with one landmine, the Luden's proc, and then one bouncing bomb, and that was 70% of his HP.
Yeah.
Like, it's very difficult to play the game from that angle at that point. And here's a stat we've got for you. Fastest game at MSI so far in the play-in stage.
Ma s jednim stikom bi trebalo bude fajn svejedno, ja mislim.
It is very possible for this game to beat that record. Because I feel like if HLE just wants to rush Baron and then rush the enemy base, that's probably game.
Yeah, I would like that statistic to stand though, because at least then we've got something over NA this tournament as an EU man.
G2 has yet to play.
That is fair.
Later on today.
That is fair.
Maybe they'll give you all something impressive as Delight avoids the shattering strike, gets himself away for now. Rest of HLE not quite in position to back him up. As you can see, Kanavi and Zeka working together to just burn down this Drake. I do not see a world where this goes to be a Dragon Soul game. I just don't think it'll go long enough, but HLE are making sure to just play the game right, take what you need to take, secure all the objectives, and now you can see them starting to head up towards this top side of the map, towards this red buff quadrant of Team Secret Whales. Zeka, the only one apart from the rest of the team, is pushing down the bottom lane. Teleport coming in now. Zeka ready to join the rest of the team. Kanavi goes in with the Ishtal impact. D-Ray's going to be your target here. Kanavi continues the chase. Mega Inferno Bomb goes through. Flash forward from Kanavi, but it doesn't get stopped from Decimating Smash. No way out for BA. That's one pick over to HLE. And another one sent on the run as D-Ray barely survives. And you can see now HLE, it's a conga line towards Baron.
Yeah, going to be happy to pick up the big purple worm, and I think that might just seal the deal here. With only 2 inhibitor turrets left remaining. HLE just kind of have control. Guma on his own, though. Histo, maybe?
Oh,
the realm warp.
Okay, takes the satchel charge, gets himself away. Stand united preemptively, just making sure that he stays safe. D-Ray is now caught on the wrong side of the rift. Zeus should just be able to catch him up here with a nice accelerated shock blast as soon as the cooldown's ready to go. The chase continues. A little bit more. Ooh, D-Ray's actually...
Honestly?
Okay, D-Ray juked him. Okay.
Well, he got away.
Ne znam su mogli završiti pre 20 minuta, ali bude 8k gol da... Mislim, ovaj roster Hanve je baš turbo agresivan. Pogotovo sa Kanavijem, ti kad dovedeš kineskog junglera, kao šta ćeš da radiš nego da igraš oko toga.
After they send the third guy, it's pretty over.
Yeah, look, he got deep on his first run in the roguelike, but unfortunately, you know, you have to go down eventually, and then they give you the upgrade.
Yeah, it's just, you can get through the first 2 phases. That's pretty good on your first run. 8,500 gold lead for HLE. Every single individual roll ahead, with top lane ahead almost 3,000 gold, bottom lane ahead almost 3,000 gold, mid lane ahead 2,000 gold. It's just, you're seeing why HLE is one of the teams that many people have predicted as a tournament favorite.
Yeah, and I think this is, oh, hang on.
Oh, no. All right, goodbye, BA. He tried to get out, but Delight CC plus Zeus' damage way too much. His toe escapes most of the way, but I mean, man, just the edge of the Mega Inferno Bomb still hurts. And look at Gumayushi's inventory, Dagda. 2 needlessly large rods. He's this close to having a hat. And once he does, it's just going to be whoever gets hit by the ultimate loses half their health instantly.
Yeah, it's a party hat in this one. They're going to feel very, very comfortable from... I do, like, as I was going to say for HLE, I think it's incredibly impressive to see how this team's come together, because obviously it was a little ropey at the start of their split. There was the whole 10th place meme, but I do think like this team looks exceptional now. They have their identity. Kanavi looks absolutely insane. Gumayushi being able to bring out a ton of these mages, which really fits the meta and also opens up the light then to start playing around, I think is really putting them into a super interesting spot, especially going up against a team like BLG that plays a somewhat similar style. It's just going to be such a sick tournament to watch these two and a couple like teams like T1 and Top Esports and G2 and yada yada all battle it out.
And I just love how fast HLE likes to play as well. As you can see, I think we've got our final Hail Mary coming out here from Team Secret Whales. BA approaching on the flank, but as soon as they try to make a move, his toe nearly dies the very start.
Dobro, Zeus pozicija je malo bila off ovdje.
Secret Whales, they managed to get one, but now they got to make sure they don't lose too much on the exit. Zeka still moving forward, mid lane inhibitor about to fall. Yes, Zeus is down, but HLE will still successfully use the Baron to break into the base and crush the mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Team Secret Whales. They're already making HLE work for these last couple of minutes. And it's just unfortunate that there is a 3,000 gold lead on Gumayushi. There's that Ramadan's death cap you were talking about. Yep. It's just, there's not enough in the tank. So even when you get some of these good engages, it's the follow-up that you have to be careful about, the punch back.
And you can see Zeus with the Voltaic Cyclo sorted inventory now. He's 3 fully completed items. Zeka bought his arm guard a long time ago. He has not been under enough pressure to ever have to use it. So now he's just building other stuff. Yeah. He's like, you know what? As long as I have this, I'm fine. As Kanavi, he shells impact through the wall, gets the slow onto BA, and nice use of the Impale to buffer through the defensive CC. Makes it easy for HLE to pick up another one. That is BA dead for 25 seconds. That is the main engage tool of Team Secret Whales. And HLE still have their Red Bull Baron power play for the next
G2 TES će biti jako fun, ali iskreno mislim realno gledano, gledajte, TES je opet veliki favorit. Mislim da Kina i Koreja će uvek biti favorit kad igraju protiv Evrope, ali mislim da postoji ugo gde G2 iznenađuje. Ovde mislim da ne postoji svet gde TSW dobija.
Delight goes in, tries to find his toe, isn't going to get him. His toe evading that for now. First Nexus turret already down. HLE
Kao, mislim da samo nema tog univerzuma.
Pun tries to jump in, not going to find the angle he's looking for. Kanavi on the chase. True shot barrage goes through, only hits Kanavi. That's not good enough. Secret Whales still scrambling. Second Nexus turret going to be your target now. They want to defend it.
Šta god se dogodi u draftu, šta god se dogodi, mislim da samo ne postoji taj ugao.
And even then, they may not survive. The bouncing bombs just terrorizing the health bars here as HLE dominates game 1.
A very confident performance from HLE in game number 1. Insane. I don't really know how you're supposed to kind of come back from that, if I'm honest. But let's toss it over to the AD to break that one down.
Thank you so much. I'm also not exactly sure how we're going to talk about that one. It almost looked like at some points that they were...
Doran je juče igrao dobro. Doran me juče baš iznenadio, iskreno.
Or they could chase you all the way over your map. Maybe that?
Yeah, I mean, like, how's Dagda going to drop us with that responsibility?
It's true, it's true, it's true.
That was extreme heat. I'm sorry. They were on fire in the game, and they needed a fire extinguisher.
And it started in the draft. Actually, I really liked some of the creativity in the draft. We talked about, hey, what are they going to be bringing in the tournament? What is the meta going to be? Yeah. And it was cool to actually see Shen support, Skarner. We haven't seen either of these at MSI. I think their comp actually made a lot of sense, too. They're not just throwing out some random picks here. You're putting Zion in the matchup where he has to build armor. You're bringing in Cassio and Ziggs, who are going to be that big threat to him in the team fights that are going to be magic damage. Yeah. And then you have this Shen that can play...
Zadivno čud igrao je juče. Zadivno čud igrao je juče.
So I thought it was a really intelligent draft and
što mi jako drago, jer kaj konačno da vidimo zašto zašto igra u Tivanu.
I wanted to actually support the point, but like when you see the first pick Lee Sin locked in, you're like, that is his toes pick. Like that's exactly what you want to see from him. And then immediately it's like, well, how does he find a way in? Like the petrifying gaze, the miasma, the Shen ulti.
He doesn't, buddy.
Oh no! I just felt like the entirety of HLE's composition really countered both what Rise wanted to be able to get done and also what Lee Sin wanted to do. So like as playmakers, you can't really find a way into the fight. You can't play through sides necessarily.
Što znači, imam blame na pauzi ovdje. Chillam dok ne krene sljedeći game.
Because we said before, been to internationals before, couldn't really play up to his level despite having a good level domestically. What did HLE do to him early?
They bullied him!
Unspeakable things.
Unspeakable things.
He was already getting clapped in the 1v1 straight from level 1. Zeka was trading so heavily on him. And then Delight hits level 2 and he's just not expecting a roam this early. And honestly, I was expecting...
Iskreno za Gumu nisam siguran. Mislim, znam za Zevsa, iz komunikacija i sve to, ali za...
He heals for the Mousepad onto Zeka, they chase him down, they kill him, and then Kanavi, rinse and repeat coming on in. They know...
Za Gumayushija legitimno, nemam pojma, ne znam šta se izdogađalo. Genji ne igra MSI, Genji će igrati EVC, EVC kreće... za 10 dana. Tako nešto otprilike. Tako da gledat ćemo Genji za 10 dana.
He had like a 30 CS deficit, nearly a 2K deficit by the 20-minute mark. He just couldn't play the game.
You know what? He's probably happy they ganked him. Because he was like, this is going so badly. These trades, please gank me so that it at least looks as if...
Now I can play my support. Yeah.
Wasn't a 1v1. I had him right where I wanted him. I swear.
Did you call the roam timer, BA? I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who called the next one? Because Delight went top as well. Delight was really actually very active. I mean, Guma has been playing a weak side style. Delight, we know, yes, he can play the enchanters, he can play everything, but when this guy's on Gate Champs, he is just kind of different, and he is making the roams look really strong on the Shen.
Yeah, that's one of my questions for HLE going deeper into this tournament, right? Because they have that self-sufficient style for Guma in the bot lane, so Delight can do things like that, but maybe that won't work if you go up against different types of teams. In this one, though, it definitely worked, and I feel like it's going to be repeated.
1630 inhib?
Yeah.
It was the 5th fastest all-time in international.
Wow.
So, for an...
Ta ne znam, mislim, znam da Tivan generalno voli da menja roster.
But the funny thing is, we talk about Guma as weak side, but it just felt like every side was strong side for HLE this game, because he was winning the 1v1 against the Ezreal.
Ne znam nužno što, ali znam da Tivan voli malo da menja igrače.
And he solo kills the Rise in a 1v2. And made it look ridiculously easy, so D-Ray can't lane mid.
Tako da vidim neki sve da je Tivan bio u fazonu, ok, moramo da menjamo. Dorana su sajnovali malo duže. Fakera, Carry očigledno neće da diraju. Onera isto giga gotiven su bili u fazonu, ok, šta menjamo, menjamo Gumu.
I like that. And I do think from Delight to see him find those angles really early on, I think just the thought process of a level 2 Shen gank mid meant that he was really confident in what he was being heard from like what was going on mid lane from Zeka, and also knowing that the wave was pushing in.
Dobro, vidi, Faker je dijelom ja ne znam sad da li u stvari dozvoljeno Faker ikad igra protiv Tivana. To sam spomenuo neki stream ranije. Problem je što je Faker dijelom vlasnik Tivana. Što znači da ako Faker igra protiv Tivana u bilo kom trenutku, to je konflikt interesa. A to mislim da nije dozvoljeno. Mislim kao, ne... Kako igraš protiv ekipe čiji si ti vlasnik?
This is a meta that is almost always decided by those 5v5s, but you've got to give yourself a chance to get there. We need to see TSW hold on in those lanes. It is going to be so hard against a team like HLE because they are ridiculously strong across the board.
They are. It's saying something when you can't even get to those 5v5s, right? So it's going to have to be a new game plan for Team Secret Whales when we come back.
Da, on ne može da igra protiv Tivana. Kao ali mislim da koliko ne smiju Fakera, mislim da ni Carry ne smiju da menjaju. Mislim da je Carry, kažem, najbolji igrač na svetu trenutno. Iskreno je samo najbolji igrač na svetu. Tako da mislim da realno... Ali iskreno, do duše, juče je Oner. Oner je mnogo lepo igrao juče. Mada juče je bio raspoložen i Doran i Oner. Juče su baš svi bili ono... na nivou.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on-stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Sutra će bude banger meč isto, vrati. Sutra će bude baš lepo za gledanje. T1 protiv BLG-a. Mislim, dobro, danas i sutra u 10 provaljujemo da li je Kina raspoložena.
Where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
26. 9. novembar NC. A i to je unlucky što ne znam ćemo to prenositi, mislim da nećemo. A to je šta 2 dana pred Signaton. Unlucky timing, iskreno. Kad kreće? Pa već je gotov prvi game. Tako da kreće za 7-8 minuta sljedeći. Nego ne treba mi da odem AFK pa onda blame za kompam na pauzi svejedno. Kao chillam, ako sam tu onda nema razloga se mutam, sedim za kompom pa sedim za kompom. Iskreno neću ni kafu još da pijem. Jer ne trebam da budem puno budan za ovu seriju. Da, i to je istina ako se odim od kompanije najpametnije. Mnoštvo razloga zašto trebamo ostati za kompom. Vidi, super stvar, jučer sam se naterao u teretanu, danas mogu da odmorim, tako da realno kad se završi MSI stvari mogu da spavam. Što je super. Da, nije, pointless je bilo igrati generalno, kao... Prvi game je apsolutno kako smo očekivali.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. It's day one of main stage competition here. After a one-day break with the conclusion of the play-ins, this first series pits the first seed from Korea, Hanwha Life Esports, against the first seed of the LCT.
Ja, znaš da ja nisam igrao novu mapu uopšte. Mislim, od kad je krenuo MSI ne stižem igram ništa. Odigram solokija malo pred spavanje, da ispuštujem, odstreamujem. Klajmujem se za neko divno čudo jako dobro, ali mimo toga ništa. Čekam Palvril da izađe da igra malo s Klarom preko dana. Taman sam mislio kao da ću posle MSI imati malo vremena da iskuliram, da odmorim. Međutim, čim se završi MSI kreće EVC, tako da...
Zeka just so far ahead of D-Ray. D-Ray never got back into the game. right? That rise was irrelevant from level 2. So they've got to find a way to try to deal with this a little bit better. And let's go ahead and hop into our second champ select here. Secret Whales have elected to take second pick for their choice, so HLE has opted to choose the blue side.
And I do think that's to try and get counterpick for Pun in that top lane. Like, that has kind of been their bread and butter. Like, he's been known for bringing out things like the Volley Bear and the Olafs and all these kind of weird, wacky, and wonderful picks up there. So I'm hoping we do get to see a little bit of that, because that was what was their bread and butter domestically. But the problem is I'm not seeing the Camille ban, which I don't know if Team Secret Wales are going to go for. Because after the impact that Delight had in the early game, I don't know if I want to get that one.
Izlazi koma 10. Zato sam ti pitao. To je za, šta, 7 dana sad.
Over on the other side, Team Secret Wales getting rid of Rumble, Gnar, and Oriana, and hey, you called it, man. The Camille locked in for HLE and Delight.
Yeah, very, very strong. And you can still go towards like the mages in the bottom lane. We haven't seen Gumayushi bring out the Mel, but already having used the Ziggs, I imagine he's still going to be more than happy to go towards that Mel and bring out some of these picks. But either way, Team Secret Wales is going to have to find some way to shut down this early aggression from HLE. Jarvan, a decent start. Very strong when he hits that level 3.
Yep, we've got the Jarvan in there. Remember that Histo played the Lee Sin in the previous game, was not able to find the early action that he would like to, but all right, alongside the Jarvan, we get Elise locked in.
I mean, fire with fire here. I'm excited because, like, Elise Caitlyn, definitely something you can try and answer for, with the Caitlyn being able to avoid some of the long-range engages from the Camille. Also set up for that kind of combo if the Camille ever overextends. But we'll have to see is Kanavi go back towards the Kiana. He is insanely good on this pick.
He is very good on it. You can see right there, 0-3 in the play-ins, so our teams trying to qualify for main stage did not have the success with it they would have liked. But now, there's the Mel that you were talking about. Gumayushi showing us his zigs.
I pikovi su im baš ludi, brate. Izgledaju kao kineski tim, a ne kao korejski tim s pikovima.
Next to the Camille here in game number 2.
Yeah, the Kiana isn't something we've seen from Kanavi in the LCK, or at least this year in the LCK, but was very well known for it in the LPL. Very, very strong on the pick and was able to get a ton of control. And fits into what was his like playmaking style. It was kind of this and the Bel'Veth, where he kind of his 2 picks that he'd have in the back pocket he would bring out. But there on the upside, Team Secret Wales not going towards the Caitlyn as we expected. Instead, going towards the Elite. Still like that follow up on the Cocoon, the ability to play from long range against Kiana, Camille, and Mel. Probably a good call to stay away from them.
Yeah, but I'm curious if he'll be able to do it because Jhin doesn't have that range that you were talking about with the Caitlyn, right?
Elise, Jhin, botlane, igraju Mel i opet ista priča. Imaš Mel da ti stoji bot i da AFK farmuje i onda imaš imaš Camille koji će samo da roama po mapi i da pravi plejeve.
Eddie has played, he's 2 games, 2 wins, 15 KDA on the champion, so definitely something that's in his wheelhouse, but instead, opts towards his Jhin. Now we're getting the top lane bans going over towards Zeus. The Cassandra I'm surprised at, because I expected Zeus more to go towards, like, these, the carry top laners from this position, like, so already kind of opting more towards the tanks is a surprise to me.
All right, Cassante, Renekton, Kennen, all banned away. It is the top lane hunting grounds here in the second half of the draft, as Jax will be the final ban here for HLE.
It says to me that HLE are leaning towards an invested pick with the Renekton and the Jax gone, even the Cassante. It's definitely something you could try and go towards. I've only seen it once from Zeus over the course of the LCK, but I mean, we've seen what Doran has been able to do on it over the course of this tournament thus far and domestically. What we'll have to see is, I imagine this is just going to be your mid lane pick here again. Like Team Secret Wales, the way they draft is oftentimes leaving that counter pick for fun.
All right, Aurora locked in for Secret Wales. Remember, this is a champion that can flex between mid or top, so still making it kind of harder for HLE to make their 2 choices here, make it easier to try to get that counter pick like you were talking about in one of the solo lanes. So let's see, HLE, where are we going to go with these picks? The Akali, I mentioned it earlier in game number 1. You remember this is one of those iconic Zeka champions back with his Worlds 2022 win with DRX, but instead they're going to go ahead and lock the Ambessa for Zeus.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were expecting with the drafting going the way it was, banning the Renekton and the Jax. The Ahri to try and set up for the Kiana as well, so a loss of mobility on the members of HLE right now. Like, it is going to be very difficult for Team Secret Wales if this game starts to fall apart to try and keep things in check. But Hun, I was about to say his volley bear will be very good in this position, and he is going to go towards us.
All right.
Fan draftovi, jako fan draftovi ako ništa.
But I'm right there with you. The mobility on HLE here in this game. The only champion on this team that is not hyper-mobile is the Mel, who can also snare you at point-blank range and then use the reflector as soon as you try to make a move on Gumayushi. So very, very difficult, I think, for Team Secret Wales to find those angles. They're going to have to be coordinated. They're going to have to be ferocious. We know them as a team that domestically can play that way, particularly through his toe, like we were talking earlier. But in game number 1, it was Delight and it was Kanavi making moves early that Team Secret Wales couldn't answer.
And I think Team Secret Wales became aware of how active Delight was being in the early stages, and Bay did a decent job afterwards of actually getting involved in some of those early skirmishes, right? Like getting the kill onto Kanavi, trying to play for some of those picks in the top lane. So I think if Bay can try and get out early to match some of these roams from Delight, maybe Team Secret Wales...
Znači serveri za 10, to moramo da vidimo onda baš. Da li uzeti kupiti server ili šta god uraditi s tim.
That leaves Mel versus Jin down the bottom lane, and I feel like Gumayushi on the Mel, Radiant Volley is going to trade pretty heavily into a Jin who only can attack fast enough to shoot her with one bullet.
Yeah, also kind of short range on the attack as well, which is like, obviously you got the Deadly Flourish and the ults, which is where that long range comes from, but his auto attack range does not match Mel, so I think that's really where it is going to be a little bit of a difficulty, and reflected forward shots, less than ideal.
That's not going to feel very good, and you can tell from his big dramatic animation that he's going to do it. It's pretty easy to time the rebuttal. If I can do it, I'm pretty sure Gumayushi can do it.
Yeah, he's pretty good at the video game.
Yeah, he's pretty skilled at this game. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Team Secret Wales really want to bounce back after a tough game 1 against HLE, but you know that's so far easier said than done against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what his toe wants to do in the early game, because usually what we see from junglers, and we've seen it from Kanavi in the past when they're playing Kiana, you free camp, reset, and it looks like he's actually going to do this as well. Pick up Longsword and then go and clear your topside jungle. So there is a window here where his toe, if he knows that this is going to be the case, could end up going for some sort of play towards that top side of the map and try and set up already early.
Nisam ispratio što je najjače, nisam ispratio.
Try and play off the volley bear early. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Instead, it looks like he is just going to try and clear down towards his bottom side of the map.
Vidio sam nešto, sad su bacili konekciju sa Riotom i sve to, ali nisam ispratio tačno što se događa. Obično kliknem novi, samo nastavim s danom, najiskrenije.
Whether you want to collect or play, go ahead and check it out. Plenty of new champs, including the popular ones that we're seeing in the metagame right now. So checking in on mid lane. Remember, this was where the disaster started in game number 1. Nice buffer there through the cocoon. Delight making sure that the hook shot gets him away from imminent danger, but still gets tagged with a deadly flourish. Delight does land the Hex Tech sweep. Just a little bit of even trading down here in the bottom lane. I like the fact that BA and Eddie are playing aggressively early on like this. And you can see here on the left side of the map, it's the experience gap. This is for the next series, but there is one that we also have for HLE. That is just, this is a team that is very experienced. There's a lot of international appearances for all these players, and it's something that for Team Secret Wales, you've got to really step up to try to meet that, because international stages are a totally different monster from domestic competition. And going up against somebody who's really experienced with that, someone who's comfortable with that when you're brand new, that is a mental challenge in its own.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of that focus is going to be here for Team Secret Wales, is just trying to see if he can try and beat someone, because you've got like Gumayushi, this is his 5th MSI in a row, hasn't been able to put that trophy in, the MSI trophy specifically in his trophy case. Same you look across his A's. Kanavi coming over from the LPL now, joining the LCK, has kind of been the, hey, I really want to try and find success on HLE and like bring some of the learnings from the LPL to the LCK, and that's kind of what we've seen is this team now adjusting to Kanavi and his aggressive play pattern. And it's been a massive success for them. And I think this is where, as you can see, the international appearances now on your screen.
There we go.
That it really is kind of the focal point of just how much experience there is on this team.
Well, we've already crossed the 3-minute mark, and there's no deaths on Team Secret Wales. So a cleaner early game from them. They're not getting caught off guard by any early roams from Delight, especially on a champion like Camille. You said at the start of the draft before we even saw it locked, this is a type of champion that can really enable that sort of play style.
And I think they've been doing a decent job, because with the range now on the Elise, you can continue to push, but Kanavi spotted on this bottom side. So Team Secret Whale is going to have to disappear quickly.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a slow move there from BA. Solar Snare flies out. BA trying to get away from this one. Kanavi finds a lot of damage, but BA staying alive and even has the confidence to hold his flash.
Yeah, Kanavi not actually taking the water rune there so you could actually get the lock up as...
Oh, Pun! He goes in for the solo kill against Zeus, gets him low, down to 100 HP. Zeus, though, again, cool and collected, does not spin the flash, does not blow a summoner spell, but this is the power of the Volley Bear in the 1v1.
And the power of Pun, right? Like, this was a guy that they wanted to give so many of these counter picks to. Because in the past, he was much more about those tanks playing in the top side, but he has really found his niche domestically in the LCP by having these crazy counter picks, by being able to pull you in lane.
Dej solti, dobro jutro.
That pressure around the map, but now Zeus low, Histo here.
Okay, no level 6 for the Volley Bear here just yet as Delight has made his way up with a hook shot flash, and it's first blood over to Delight. It does end up getting traded 1-for-1 here. Histo trying to get away from Delight now. Zeka and BA both making their way up. Histo still looking for a way out. There's no flash here with the Jarvan. Zeka's ready to go with the follow. Needs a little bit more damage. One more auto attack in the air. Gets it done. BA on the run. Teleport coming in now from Team Secret Whales, but Kanavi's also...
I ovo je mislim da je samo fight koji završava game. Jako rano, ali da. Au, jel to brat moj Blazna, pa desi Blazna legendo. Pričao sam, brate, sa jednim čovekom pre... Koliko je bilo solti? Nedelju, dve. I baš sam te baš sam te spominjao, brate.
And the extended bloodbath in the top side of the map is a 5-for-2.
What the hell just happened? This game just blew up out of nowhere, and it's HLE with the numbers advantage that are able to make the play stick in the top lane. 5-2, a near 2,000 gold lead, and a ton of that going to Delight in the bottom lane.
The fight was so long that Pun died twice. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, because you get the roam from Delight to cover the topside play, and it works so well. Pun obviously just burned the flash, had no way to escape, so tries to set up here. Zay is flashing away, thinking he can get away from his toe, but ends up going down. Bay is level 3. He tries his best to keep Zeka out of this engagement, but the
Čekaj, jesi ti u Srbiji, jesi?
Tries to keep himself here.
Jesi u Srbiji ili ti u stvari odgovara ova vremenska zona MSI? Mi se nismo nešto prostravili sa tajmingom MSI, nažalost.
Zeka does not have the Spirit Rush, and that's a good punish from Team Secret Whales.
No flash, no Spirit Rush used in the last one. So Team Secret Whales at least get something back in that mid lane.
But yeah, I'm not surprised. Sometimes we have to jump out of a replay, and I'm surprised the action starts that soon. That replay was like 2 minutes long because of how long the fight was. So I'm not surprised that we had more action before it concluded. Yeah. But yeah, that top lane battle was just so bloody. But again, going 5-for-2, favoring HLE, considering how long of a fight that was, really good result for them.
Yeah, at least for Pun, Zeus wasn't really involved, right?
Au, da, ti si lagan, ti si lagan. Taman posle iskoristio sam te kao primjer za najboljeg TFT streamera.
Takes a bite out of Zeus, Pun with no flash anymore, but he could still try to catch up to him here with the Q. Zeus getting away with the mobility on that Ambessa, staying alive at about 100 HP. Pun is winning all of the trades, but in doing so, he's putting himself...
I guess da je Volibear decent u... Da je Volibear decent u Ambessu, nemam pojma.
Delight is 3-1-3. This Camille is probably going to get the first item in the game. It is absolutely insane. As Kanavi now in the bot lane trying to help cover for Gumayushi because Delight is now killing mid.
Yep, Delight's looking for another one. D-Ray gets away across the veil, at least for now. But yeah, I feel like you're kind of a prophet a bit here talking about Delight.
Al draft team je legitimate toksičan igrati protiv ovog drafta, brate.
He's got 100% kill participation. He's roaming all over the map. Again, they can trust Gumayushi to just sit bottom, take care of himself, clear waves, survive, play that weak side. Meanwhile, top has just turned into rivers of blood here as everyone constantly plays around this Volley Bear and Bessa matchup.
And it's like this, HLE and BLG are the two teams I'm most excited to see this style on. Because I think like they play this incredibly well. Like getting your support out of the map, interacting in the rest of the game, and just blowing the game open in your favor. Like you can see, Delight's just ignoring bot. He's like, I'm going to play mid. I'm possibly going to go top here again because he's going to cover for the grub take from Kanavi. But also, like, Pun has just about to get his flashback up. So there is that small timing window you were talking about last game to try and punish the volley bear once more.
All right, Pun backing away now as you do have both Kanavi clearing out the grubs right now. Has already secured the first.
A mislim, gle, ne, znači, ja uvek kad gledam MSI kao Kina, Koreja, uvek favoriti, ne mogu da ne budu, jeli? Što vidimo po tome kako nijedna druga regija ne izgleda ono kao regija pored njih. I mislim da šta god da pošalju, ne možeš da im ne daš uloga favorita bar donekle. Kao kad gledamo EMEA Master, ja mogu sada ti kažem da sljedećih svaki EMEA Master, Francuzi će biti favoriti. Ja ne znam koga će slati, ali će Francuzi biti favoriti. Isto tako gledam ovdje, kao realno uvek je Kina, Koreja, uvek su favoriti, pitanje je samo koga će poslati.
But after the top lane happened, we've still got a violent early game. We've still got, D-Ray making a play down here on the bottom side, looking for Gumayushi, who does get away for now. Curtain call is opened up though. Gumayushi stepping to the side as the teleport's about to arrive.
To jeste, da.
Execution misses will not matter. Again, HLE come out on top. This is the trust in Gumayushi that I was talking about.
Zato mi iskreno i raduje TES G2, jer mislim da G2 u stvari može da upsetuje, a to bi realno bio hype danas.
Of players die in that position, but Gumayushi managing to step away from so many of the deadly flourishes, the extra damage that was coming through, and buying enough time for the support to follow up. HLE are just covering every base.
This is scary, scary stuff. Pun's at least going to grab a couple of plates up here of this top lane turret, but now Gumayushi has rotated up here, and it's so difficult for Volleybear to do anything to Mel. You just send the solar snare at him and walk away. Yeah, he's going to get the cooldown back on his Q afterwards, but you're already all the way completely distant from him. Yeah. What's it going to matter? So 3,000 gold lead for HLE 11 minutes into the game. This is feeling very, very similar to game.
Yeah, and now they're starting to take over this top side. Going to see if they can find Team Secret Wells in their own jungle. They do push mid.
Oh, Delight jumps in, but a nice evade from BA there. Now the counterattack from Team Secret Wales. The punish on the Kanavi. Finally, the aggression from Delight and Kanavi is met with an appropriate response from Team Secret Wales. They'll grab their 4th kill.
Yeah, bit too much there from HLE. Like, you know that the bot lane is going to be resetting to match Gumayushi in this top side, and just not expecting there to be multiple people in the position in the jungle. So Team Secret Wales do a good job of capitalizing.
Ne, Stefane. Da, ovo je, kažem, ovo je samo Game 2 Waiting Room. I sutra ista priča. I sutra je prvi Game 2 Waiting Room.
Remember that last game, Team Secret Wales didn't get on the board for a much longer duration. Ooh, nice solar snare there, locking up Pun. That interrupts his teleport. Yeah, that's a huge summoner spell loss. Gumayushi making that one happen again. Now we've got to once more look across the map though. Zeus versus Histo. Since Pun couldn't get up here and regroup in time, since he couldn't use his teleport, that means Histo has to be the one defending against the Ambessa. And now BA has already used the repel. Now it's Delight and Kanavi. They want their revenge. If they couldn't find it in the top side jungle, they're going to find it in the bottom side jungle. And now Pun, oh no, now he's under pressure here too. Delight just making sure that he can't walk away. The recall continuing to be channeled. Kanavi going to step forward, cancel that one out. Meanwhile, top side, Zeus going up against D-Ray here, who gets away for now. Bottom side of the map, Pun also going to get dove in the 3v1. He dies immediately. D-Ray getting away alongside Histo up here underneath the tier 1 turret. The weirding tags Zeka, but he still gets away over the wall. No kills in the top side, but mission accomplished down in the bottom lane, and that's going to be the first turret to go along with it.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales are able to keep themselves alive on the top side. At least the silver lining was there was a shutdown for Pun.
Sutra je prvi Furija i... Furia i Lion.
They're trying to keep pace, but there's so many angles of attack from HLE, you just can't cover all sides.
And now Kanavi grabs that dragon exactly like you were talking about. 4,000 gold lead and change. 2 dragons to nothing, 3 grubs to nothing. 13 and a half minutes into the game. HLE is just on a whole nother level than Team Secret Wales.
even trying to look at like the gold leads between the individual players, there's just not really much wiggle room. Like, you've had Team Secret Wales dropping waves to try and make plays or try and cover plays from HLE.
A drugi game, ti vam BLG, drugi game banger. Prvi game, kao ono, treba se desi, I guess, nemam pojma.
So I think in this position, it kind of does now continuously fall back towards being Histo to try and find moments where you can catch out players like Gumayushi when he doesn't have flash, or try and find these plays elsewhere. But your timing windows are just disappearing.
Sam bonima ne, spal sam 2,5 sata sam spal.
Plays onto Gumayushi when he doesn't have flash. But they've already tried to make plays on Gumayushi. Here's his stats. LCK rounds 1 and 2 plus road to MSI. KDA at 4.4, not the highest on that one. His stats among MSI bottom laners, they might not look the most impressive on paper, but again, we saw this guy's experience internationally. We know his accomplishments in the past. He's got the intangibles, he's got the clutch factor to go along with stats that can be very impressive.
Yeah, I think the thing that's always impressed me with Gumayushi is how he does so much with so little. Like, he still always has that massive impact in a game, despite the fact that he will be left completely on his own. But in this case, he's kind of been left on his own and succeeding regardless. Like, he's the highest individual gold lead apart from his support.
Apart from his own support, yeah.
But
it's a strange problem to have, but it's a welcome one. Meanwhile, bottom side, Zeus versus Pun. That 1v1 with a volley bear can be deceptively difficult with all the healing that he can get from the W, with the shielding that he gets from his E. Pun is just capable of doing so much. Meanwhile, a teleport coming in to try to reinforce him here. D-Ray wants to maybe make a move onto Zeus, see if they can find the Mbessa. Public execution, looking to buffer through it. Zeus turns back around. Pun staying alive with a frenzy, but it's Delight and he's ready.
Ma kakvi. Jedina strana koja je debila je sad počela da im gubi, to je otprilike to.
Just when Pun thinks he has the chance. No.
I just wanted to double check that his Ignite Delight's running, not Teleport. Because this man is all over the map. It's absolutely insane. He's there in the nick of time, exactly when HLE need him. And now, immediately, HLE gonna take this mid lane tower.
Delight's map movements have been impressive. Now a teleport coming back down into the bottom lane as Zeus rejoins his support. He's ready to repay the favor. BA getting away with Repel for now as Histo and D-Ray both have to run. Delight looking for a little bit more. Jumps right back in here with a hook shot. Zeus just ready to clean these guys up, but he needs a little bit more damage. Delight is down to 100 HP and Histo shuts him down. Now Pun is rejoined. You've got the Supreme Display of Talent, but it doesn't do much damage. Histo finally popped by Kanavi, who has to try to get back away now. Zeus jumping in after BA yet again, but the Repel keeps him alive. Kanavi falls to Pun. Gumayushi's made his way into the fight. Point blank solar snare, finds another kill. BA still running, somehow staying alive here on the Elise. Pun tries to take Zeus with him.
Ali cool mi je, legitimno igraju ko Kinezi, to mi se sviđa.
As the curtain call shots come in from downtown.
Turbo agresivno, turbo high tempo. Mislim, kažem, nisam gledao LCK ove godine, ali definitivno vidim kako je Tivan mogao da izgubi od ovakve Hanve, ako je Hanve igrala ovako agro u LCK-u. Jer ovaj tempo nikom ne odgovara osim Kinezima kad igraju svoju igru.
Pun heals up. He needs another heal with a frenzy, and he finds it. Pun's in raid boss mode. He stuns Delight out of the hook shot, but now Kanavi's back in the fight. Pun finally has to walk away. Good God, man, every fight lasts 2.5 minutes.
What the hell? Just what happened in that bottom side? HLE on a conveyor belt to just sending more and more people in to the bear. That was a 1.1k gold lead. Pun got so much off the back of that.
Da, mislim Kinezi kao ono, realno su... No, kineski LoL je poznat po tome da je baš turbo agresivan.
That was a lot of League of Legends all at once.
There was a lot of things happening. There was, like, the tier 2 went down in top lane, I guess, for Zeka.
Yeah.
That was something.
Yep.
But HLE, like, they opted in towards repeated player deficit fight after fight. It was definitely some fun.
Yeah. A little bit of fun gaming here. We got fun gaming versus pun gaming because it's all about this volley bear. Everybody just has to... Everyone else on Team Secret Wales are the ads. Pun is the raid boss.
Yeah.
The ads have to support the boss if they want to try to defeat the absolute monster that is HLE right now. Delight jumping in after D-Ray, immediately applies Hextech Ultimatum, trying to get the kill, but BA shows up and the counterattack is there. Team Secret Whales get the kill on Delight. That is big to start this one off. Curtain call opens up. Kanavi gonna get slowed down. Fourth shot comes through, finds Kanavi, and Pun gets another one. Team Secret Whales have already found 2 kills, and Pun's not done. Gumayushi gonna be the next target.
Ovi voliberi baš radi posao što je najjače. I kad pogledaš, realno imaju toliko dobar draft da se nose sa volijem. Imamo taj MBS-a matchup koji legitimno ne znam kako radi.
Secret Whales are happy to punish on this one. Delight goes way too deep, and immediately Team Secret Whales come alive. They're going to get the dragon. They got some kills. HLE trying to find something back by taking this mid lane tower, but Eddie needs to be careful re-entering here. Delight was on the hunt.
This is some very happy gaming from HLE. Let's take another look here. As Delight just says, all right, I see somebody, I'm jumping him.
Yeah, but forgot to see where the rest of his team was, because he was so deep on this one. But you've only got Kanavi's able to come through. The repel again, perfect from BA. D-Ray of the sidestep. And at this stage, like, Pun has already been keeping many members of HLE engaged on the top end, and he just jumped in on top of them. He's already got so many tanky stats. He's happy to terror dive. And it's yeah, you can see there, Team Secret Whales happy to get a little bit more off of that.
And there's your damage from the last fight. It's Pun topping the charts at 3,700. The bear is there, man.
There's a reason a lot about, oh, hang on.
We're not done yet. Kanavi and Delight going in this time, and his toe is dead before anybody arrives. Teleports from both teams are here. Eddie's going to be the target of Zeus. Pun creating a little bit of space, preventing the rest of HLE from joining in. The Volibear has about 4,000 HP at this point. It's very difficult to get through him.
Zeus nearly connecting with the public execution now. Ends up locked down.
Yeah, Zeus having a bit of a problem here. Pun does get caught by Solar Snare. Down to half HP on the Volibears. HLE continues pushing into the enemy jungle, trying to rip more and more control of the rift away.
Still, as you say, HLE just holding on towards that top side vision.
Mislim, vode 5 i 6, skor je 14-13. Ne čini se tako, ali samo previše mape srušili.
This is a little risky.
Yeah. Oh, tried to jump over the wall there. Did not quite find his way over, but luckily that does not.
Mislim, sve ostalo je relativno even.
Oh no, maybe it will cost him something now. He does not have Between Worlds ready to go. He just pops. He's gone. D-Ray's dead. BA's about to join him. That's a 2-0 here so far. Kanavi down to 200 HP. Histo wants to get something back as the curtain call opens up. The shots firing through. Pun jumps in. Goes godlike, finding the kill on Kanavi. Now Delight's going to be the next target, but he hook shots over the wall. Zeus coming in. The shutdown on Pun is going to be big as he tries to escape. Has a little bit more distance, using the ulti to get out. Frenzy with a massive heal. Zeus now overextended. Histo and Pun grab the kill. This bear is the key to victory for Team Secret Whales. Histo jumps in, going after Delight.
Ovo mi je Pan, da.
But Delight kills Histo. The jungler can't fight the support because Delight is so far ahead. Pun still chasing after Guma, but he can't quite find him.
Pun still gets charmed as he tries desperately to carry this game. It is Pun v4 and he's almost.
On to rekao Pan v4. Ajde, to je bilo decent. Ruku na srce nije bilo toliko loše.
Destroyed here, blowing up immediately. The follow-up on towards big, and I thought this was it. I thought they were done, but Histo goes on towards Kanavi with the flash away, not able to make it work. Kanavi tries to go back to safety, but Pun immediately there to follow up, and the healing from this bear with the unending despair and the maul is absurd as he heals his way up in this one. The ultimate there. There's just a chomp, and HLE have to run, but. Yeah, you can see as they try to jump on towards Pun, he is more than happy as soon as they close the gap to keep it going.
He's so strong on this Volibear. And I mean, it's HLE's problem that they made for themselves by giving him this opportunity, having these long scrappy fights that Volibear loves. Spirit Visage alongside that unending despair with that Fimble winner.
Kažem, draft im nije dobar. Mislim, draft im je dobar. Nije dobro Volibera. Ari s ovim buildom je tu da brsta. Kijana ne voli nikad igra u voli, jer voli možda outcasti na brst. Kamil je previše skviši da radi bilo što volija.
shot. The curtain call is opened up, but Zeka's here in the back line. Delight right beside him, and Eddie is going to get picked off. You got to protect your chin. The rest of the team gets blinded chasing, and Eddie gets caught unaware. Now D-Ray has to try to escape. Going across the veil, turns it around between worlds. Delight escapes for now. Weirding's not going to find the target. Delight looking for the hook shot, but his toe gets away with the combo.
HLE managing to get Eddie, get the kill back. This team, Secret Wales, actually nice turnaround on towards Zeus, but we're still seeing the same problem, right? Where they try to set up for a pick, try to set up for a play, but HLE, they're playing at the map better. They push in top, open up for Zeka to find that flank, and it's just this constant rotation on the map that's catching them out. They try to get Pun. This bear is way too tanky. Yeah. And as Zeus is caught in response, he does not have that same luxury. But you can already see, like, this is the collapse from Zeka who had pushed out top wave, now moving in. And it's Team Secret Wales who are constantly trying to make these pick plays happen, but they're losing control in side lanes, and it's HLE who are then finding these collapse angles afterwards.
HLE are going to grab their third Drake of the game, however, that puts them on Soul Point with an Infernal Soul Rift. That is very scary. Maybe that's the difference between being able to kill Pun or not. But that Volley Bear, Tunneler in inventory, that means the next item is going to be something of the Bruiser Persuasion.
Legitimno, to se sve drži, mislim, ne znam.
As Team Secret Wales will again begin the Baron. HLE, they know this is happening. They're ready to respond. Pun trying to clear out some of the vision. Keep your eyes on Delight. This Camille has been starting so many of the fights. Kanavi on the backside of the pit.
Ne bi ovo smelo da bude ovoliko blizu sa ovolikim goldom, ali kažem, mislim da im je veliki problem Volibear kao pik.
Pun at half HP, supreme display of talent, only tags his toe. Not a lot of value there out of Kanavi's ultimate, and both sides seem to just choose to disengage.
Looks like HLE want to try and interrupt these resets though, because Zeka pushing in mid could potentially take that inhibitor turret. So they're foreseeing the long way back for Team Secret Wales, which gives them time here on the mid lane.
All right, that wave is pushing. HLE just seeing the opportunity, but they don't want to overcommit to anything. Reset coming in from Eddie and his toe now, as the rest of the Whales have already completed theirs. Zeka just trying to steal away resources from the enemy jungle. Same thing for Zeus here as they collect a couple of camps, get themselves out of town, go back home, make those purchases. This game has become... this game doesn't feel like it's an 8,000 gold lead for HLE because they keep taking fights that favor the way that Volibear plays.
Da, ali neće krenuti u 10. Uvek ti je, mislim, većina Riotovih turnira ti je running time. To znači da druga serija počinje kad se prva završi. Tako da zato sam mi rekao ja juče, kad sam streamovo, ko hoće da gleda drugi meč, nemojte doći u 10, zakasnit ćete. Kao legitimno do 10 će biti gotovo. Mislim, možda i neće, zavisi koliko bude blizu prva serija, to je druga serija.
Because that's when the Dragon Soul will spawn for HLE, and they will have to take that fight. You don't want to give the Infernal Soul to a team that's already 8,000 gold ahead. So for HLE, I want to see, do you try to make some crazy aggressive move, or do you just force them to answer you down to the Dragon? Kanavi, almost level 16 on the Kiana, his toe just barely level 14 on the Jarvan.
Also, if Team Secret Wales do find a good fight, there's a ton of standing gold for them as Delight.
Oh, Delight, stun with a deadly flourish. Pun follows it up with a stun of his own, but no, nothing more from Team Secret Wales. Ooh, D-Ray messes up the Between Worlds, casts it on a whole lot of nothing, and now HLE, they've killed the raid boss, and everybody else is in their sights. D-Ray and BA both fall right after. Right when it looked like Team Secret Wales continued to find fights and hold the line, it's Pun getting picked into the follow-up kills on the mid laner in support of Team Secret Wales. And now it's just a 5-man death ball down the mid lane.
Yeah, the blades came crashing down as Team Secret Wales.
Da, mislim, to su okvirno stavili kao prvo u 5, drugo u 10, kao da 5 sati traje jedna serija.
His toe catches everybody in Cataclysm, and it does not matter at all. He will at least get the kill on Delight thanks to the turret damage. But now it's Eddie versus everybody as the first Nexus turret dies.
Kao neće početi sigurno kasnije od toga, ali uvek možda krene ranije.
HLE onto the Nexus itself now though. Pun charging forward, trying to take him out before the Nexus falls, but it ain't gonna happen. HLE go to match point.
They got a little funny in the mid game, but HLE still able to bring it together in the end. Better map play, better control in the fight, and that last pick just sealing the deal for Team Secret Wales.
A little bit of happy gaming, a little bit of a volley bear raid boss. Analyst, how we feeling?
Iskreno da, malo je falo da Volibear u stvari napravi neku razliku, što je... No, cool.
If I'm Pun, I'm just like, where is my team?
Is it a Pun v9?
I'm so 1v9 the whole game.
Yeah.
Did you say Pun v9?
Yeah, it is a Pun v9. Yeah.
He was punishing the other team.
He was.
And then it gets picked one time mid lane, the game instantly ends.
And there's no follow-up to that, by the way.
Anybody?
He literally is running up, stomps on the Camille, and then D-Ray is like 3 seconds later, all right, I'm coming in. Please, please, I'm begging. Any follow-up.
It's tough.
It's tough. It was tough. Signs of life, though, and that's sad about them being bloody, liking to fight. I definitely saw that in action, but it was HLE again that comes out with the win. Let's break down a couple of things that they pulled out here, right? And we talked a lot about like if the meta is in their favor.
Ma di kažem, Voli je bio stvar drafta isto. Kao jednostavno samo u draftu mi je bilo jako teško da igraju Volibera.
Champs come out for the first time so far at MSI. Skarner, Shen, Elise, and Volibear. So both teams bringing out some new action. But I gotta say, when Delight is playing like this, he is so unlocked. So with the meta shifting away from enchanters, yes, he's good at enchanters too, I know. But Seraphine, Nami, like Karma, Emilio, he's playing all that stuff in the LCK. You can't have that level of impact and you cannot convince me otherwise.
MSI zna da bude one-sided, zašto? Mislim, pogotovo kad je mismatch regija. Znaš, nije ti uvek ovako, ali realno kad pogledaš ovo ti je šampion najbolje regije na svetu protiv šampiona jedne od najgorih regija na svetu. Znaš, jako je veliki mismatch, kao baš nije ni blizu. Jedino kako možda bude gore da Hanve igra protiv Brazila. Ili Evrope kako smo krenuli, ali nećemo sad o tome. To je bolna tačka.
Okay, so now he can play Gragas, another E-Flash champ, you know,
yeah, of course. What else we got? He's got to find another champion. They took the Elise away from him, so he can't do that with a Flash E on that champ.
No, it's actually super fun to watch, I gotta say, right? Seeing him move around the map, getting those advantages everywhere, saving a lot of his teammates in the nick of time. They must have felt really secure.
Yeah, because like, what can Team Secret Whales do? There are oftentimes, if you're BA, you have to match it. That's why he picked the Elise. That's why he was also trying to find angles on mid lane as well. Because Gumayushi is going to be fine. He's going to be, honestly, like, eating up waves. And if he's going to get dove, then he recognized what to do in those situations. And so Delight has just been a terror on the map.
Yeah, and just not bot lane. Look at the bot lane proximity. He spent 27% of his time. It's like a quarter of his game is bot lane. He's like, Guma, you get 3 waves, buddy.
Yeah.
And then I'll see you at 35 minutes for team fights.
I lied to you. It was the second wave. I'm gone.
9K plus A at 14 in game 2. They were just everywhere fighting on the map.
It's interesting, right? Because like you'd say, oh, well, Team Secret Whales, why don't you make sure that they have to pay attention bot? Why don't you make sure that they have to play that lane? But it just doesn't seem like it's realistic in this scenario. What do you think?
It's been tough. I mean, the reality is to be able to actually draw him bot lane, you kind of have to be winning the 2v2, have Guma in a position where he's trapped under the tower, where you're threatening a dive. But if they're winning the 2v2, they have the push, and they're going to take the earlier base, and Delight is gone, right? And then as BA, you kind of have to match the roam because you're already behind on tempo. So it kind of requires step 1 of winning 2v2, and you look over and it's Guma and Delight, you're like, oh!
Yeah. And what sucks is that they had that timer a little bit earlier that Histo could have maybe like sacked a camp to go top lane on the earlier wave and make that dive happen, but it was just a wave too late for Delight to be there. So what's going to be frustrating is that the communication from the side of HLE is just on point. And if you have a player like Histo, or in this game, Pun, who's going mad.
They need more puns.
We need more puns.
We need 5 puns.
We need another pun in the mid lane.
What other bear champions can he bring out?
I'm all out of bear
Those are looking good.
Maybe we could use specifically the Tibbers to the ante.
Can we undo Fearless specifically for this one champion?
I'm asking them right now. Guys, anybody?
I think we're going to need a rule change.
Oh, look at his damage.
I know, he was going crazy.
Su oni smanjili nešto, zašto mi tihi ovo kod jedno?
It was a relatively like low DPS team, high burst, low DPS.
Dalje, chillam za kompom, neću ni kafu još da pravim iskreno. Kažem, nema buđenja za ovu seriju. Ovu seriju se leškari i čeka se serija 2. Serija 2, actually možda bude upseta, možda bude napeto. Ne mora da znači, mislim, možda bude šansa da te samo prestompa, ali
everywhere.
It was.
G2 International uvek je fan za gledanje.
They know that they are very ahead of their opponents or much better than their opponents. They're willing to opt into some fights.
And we saw that here already, right?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. So I feel like you can't completely disrespect them. I think if there's just a few more adjustments, or if we see Team Secret Wales play to sides a little bit more aggressively, because that one play mid where there wasn't really an objective to play for, I think that could have been it, where they can play on sides instead.
Se zavisi mnogo od Skumanda i Labrova, jer njih dvojica su mi najveći znak pitanja kod G2-a. Ali ako njih dvojica odigraju kako treba, mislim da G2 legitimno ima šanse da nas prijatno iznenadi ovdje.
Fight back, please!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026 here in our first main stage best of 5. It's Hanwha Life Esports going up against Team Secret Whales. Game 1 was an HLE stomp. Game number 2, if you look only at the scoreboard, it's also a stomp because they're ahead 8,000 gold the entire time, but there was a little bit of happy gaming involving Pun's volley.
There definitely was, and it feels like the 3-0 curse maybe has not quite left us yet, as Team Secret Whales really need to find something in the tank to bring it out. It nearly looked like the tank volley bear was gonna be that something, as Pun had a phenomenal game on that pick, but unfortunately just couldn't quite turn it around in the game.
Yeah, Pun had a great performance. Again, I think that a lot of that was also HLE's doing. They had a very large gold advantage for a very long time. They started really just limit testing, seeing kind of what they could get away with. And then Team Secret Whales did do a good job of punishing that. Yeah. It created these long, messy, extended fights.
Very long.
I can't remember the last game I had with 2 different fights that went over 90 seconds each, but that was one of them. And it was just chaotic, and it allowed that volley bear to flourish, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, usually it's remarkable when a fight goes long enough that someone gets to rejoin the fight and die again. That felt like the standard in that last game. So we'll have to see if we are going to get a bit more bedlam as we kick it over in towards draft in just a couple of moments, or whether it's going to be smooth sailing for honestly either of these sides, because I would love to see Team Secret Whales being able to get at least one punch back against HLE.
But that's going to be a lot harder than just saying, yeah, guys, let's play better this time.
Yeah,
HLE has been playing monstrously. Delight, in particular, has been a highlight player for me. Even that last game, which didn't have the explosive, like, level 2, level 3 plays of game number 1, once we finally did get that first big, I'm going to call it a team fight, even though it was more of just like a cacophony of what is going on, up around the top lane tier 1 turret that led to a 5-for-2 trade, a 7-kill exchange between the teams. It was Delight roaming up to prevent it from just being a successful 2v1 dive against Zeus. I feel like this guy has such good awareness of where he needs to be on the map, where everyone else wants to be on the map.
Ok, Game 3, najbrža serija ikada, hvala puno. Želi ovdje izgleda Hanwha da gleda G2 i TES. Želimo i mi.
Over on the Secret Whales side, it's Rumble and Gnar taken out at first. Again, just trying to get rid of some of those top laners that can kind of be picked into anything because they want to set Pun up for success.
Yeah, and the Orianna to follow. This is kind of in the staple ban. I think it will kind of still continue to stay in that ban phase. It's still a very strong pick, but I was about to say that does leave the Bard open for Delight, so heavy Roman supports have been going well for him. He gets to continue that streak.
Yeah, and when you look back at the regular season for both of these teams for Spring, Bard was either the most played or tied for the most played for both supports, so locking that one in for Delight is going to feel very, very good. If he can roam well on stuff that's not Bard, imagine what he can do on the Bard, Agda.
Yeah, the separation, though, going to happen here, it looks like, is Caitlyn going to be taken away from Gumayushi, making sure you can't get that combo with the Bard. But I am curious what they are going to pair with. Looks like it may be the Karma immediately. I wasn't sure if we able to try and find something in more of an engage heavy style, but it looks like they just want to try and hard push through the bot lane and see if they can, through that, keep Delight locked to that bot lane.
Exactly. It's lane dominance. It's pressure towards Gumayushi, who has played double mages in these first 2 games. He has been left alone very often. He's been able to absorb pressure to clear waves. So if you have something like Caitlyn Karma that just says, no, if you're 1v2, you are suffering, maybe that's the recipe for success. But HLE, they're going to lock in some powerful damage here. Tempered Fate into a bullet time as soon as it ends can be a very nasty combination, especially if there's additional follow-up CC for once that Tempered Fate does expire. As the Nocturne is the jungler for Kanaf.
It's also something that we've seen from HLE quite a bit for Gumayushi. He really does like the Misfortune. Again, because you get strong laning in the early stages, but also the bullet time can be used defensively for wave clear when he ends up isolated by himself. So definitely something that HLE have a ton of practice with. And now that you're getting that Bard and Nocturne and the ability to start turning off the lights and looking for picks, it looks like HLE definitely feeling like they want to opt into the same strategy we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2.
Nocturne MF bar nije nužno povezan Chaos Comp, ali mislim da imaju Orianu, bio bi super, ali Oriana je banovana, tako da od toga ništa.
yeah, actually, I suppose, yeah, Vayne, these kind of range top laners, still a menace against the Renegade.
Yeah, these 2026 has kind of been the emergence of solo queues, top lane terrors into pro play with the range top laners, stuff like Vayne. Anybody who's ever played top lane into Vayne knows that this is not an enjoyable
It's also funny because like we started to see it towards the end of last year until we got those lane swaps coming through, and then teams were like, I cannot play a Vayne, she cannot survive if she gets dull. So we end up opting in towards like the Scion and the tanks and these sorts of things, but now...
Ne, Fearless je bomba. Mislim da je Fearless je delimično spasio competitive LoL, bukvalno. Kao toliko interesantniji LoL sa Fearlessom da to nije normalno. Jer ti ne možeš nije kriviš pro igrača i timove zašto su igrali iste heroje kad kao postoji najbolji blind top laner. I svaki game će najbolji top laner da bude pikovan jer kao štaš da radiš. Kao nisi ti kriv što si u gameu gdje je najbitnije pobediti piko lanera koji je najbolji u tome da pobediš game. Kao...
Histo going to go for the Neferi. One of his most played champions is tied for third most played champions coming in from the regular season. And definitely something he'll be looking to get aggressive on in the early stages.
So here's my problem, Dagda. I'm seeing 4 champions. I'm not seeing a mid laner, which is traditionally like a control mage type. And I'm seeing virtually no engage, right? The Fury can dive into the backline, but that's not CC. The job is to just pop a carry. Renekton, you can stun one guy, but the engage tools are limited on the Secret Whale side, and Mundo locked in.
Yeah, I do think it'll be the Galio potentially for DRA in that mid lane.
Okay.
I've seen that like Galio-Neferi combo, but opting in immediately, I think Zeka reading this to the Victor. Long range makes it a little bit more difficult for the Galio to try and survive or even trade effectively in that mid lane. But the Mundo coming down to the top lane, kind of sick to see, to be honest, as I don't think we can go towards that. There's a Mundo, and that's a lot of AD.
Ne znam što će se vzdradio Renektona, iskreno.
Full AD comp against Dr. Mundo feels like a little bit of just falling on.
Da li Mundo samo da ga negira, da li nešto drugo?
Instead, they will leave that Yone off to the side, and Hui will be the answer. So it's control mage versus control mage in the mid lane, but again, I have to go back.
Sutra od 5. I prekosutra od 5. Imamo još 5 dana od 5 i onda je gotovo buđenje u 5 ujutru ove godine. Što moram da vam priznam, jedva čekam.
$4,000 gold advantages at 10 or 11 minutes in both games so far. So building a composition that feels like it only works when it plays from ahead. I'm just going to say, I'm pressing X. I am doubting from what I am seeing from Team Secret Whales here in the draft. I like HLE's draft much better.
Yeah, I think it very much depends on like using this Karma to speed up the comp, to try and use that range effectively. Like the Caitlyn and the Fade can poke from very, very far away. But if you ever fall prey to the Tempered Fate from Delight or you're behind, that composition becomes very difficult to try and play through. And I think that's basically what HLE are banking on here. You've got the Mundo that can try and run you over. You've got the Nocturne that can guarantee engage. The long-range Tempered Fate onto Hui makes it easy to catch him. Yep. So there's multiple angles for those picks from HLE to come through.
And I have been informed by our producers that this is Zeus's first Mundo in professional play ever.
Can we get the comms to see if he was the same as owner and is asking what do these buttons do?
Jeste, ne, to ja se skroz slažem. Skroz se slažem, full istina, brate moj, full istina.
It is funny though, because like, you go back to like 2014, and there used to be that like Mundo, Shyvana, Renekton top lane trio that was going around. They got like, they got broken by Trundle at one stage, and like, it kind of gives me that vibes, but I don't know. I don't know if Mundo can survive as easily against the Renekton as he did back then, you know?
Well, the one nice thing, though, for Zeus is whenever I see somebody playing, you know, a pure tank, something like a Mundo, when you're laning against an AD top laner and the enemy jungler is also AD, your itemization just feels so comfortable because Hui is not a mobile champion. We're not looking at something like a Talia or a Ryze that can also very easily roam up.
Zanima šta će Guma također da builda, juče sam igrao MF,
much it. Like, you're just going to have a great time. But hey, a reminder, if you are watching...
Jako me zanima na koji će build ide. I koji će on bude build order general. Da će biti GLP u Infinity ili će ipak buildati nešto drugo.
Maybe even during this game with Zeus' first Mundo.
Like a nice done onto Eddie there, but yeah, with the Mundo, like maybe he's just getting prepped for League Classic, you know?
Yeah.
Reminded of those old days. I do think though the build we'll probably see, because we see it an awful lot of the times, is more so the like, hey, we're gonna go for the early. Why can't I think of the name of it? The bonk, the stacks. The Heartsteel. Early Heartsteel.
The bonk with the stack.
Yeah.
You remember the noise.
Yeah.
That's what
everyone remembers the noise. If you play ARAM, that's the only noise that exists in that. Yeah. But yeah, I think it'll be that, and then the Warmogs is basically the game plan. And once you hit those two items, you kind of just delete a lot of the carries. So if he ever closes the gap, Dire and Eddie just die.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great time. Plus, now that we're in this season 2026 with the new starter items, and you're saying, okay, I trust myself to not die early to Renekton. I'm Mundo. You just go with the Doran's Helm for the better scaling, and it's going to be even more of a problem.
I don't know if I trust Dire not to die early, though. Zeka very much getting the best of him here.
Oh, boy.
And it has not been pretty thus far. There's the slow.
Okay, he escapes the gravity field stun. But yeah, D-Ray just barely holding on. And honestly, between games at international events like this, I always like to check the live discussions on social media, see what people are saying.
You're a brave man.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you see some stuff in there that you're just a little perplexed by. But what I saw here was a lot of D-Ray criticism. People watching are saying, yeah, D-Ray, he's not meeting the mark. He's not standing the test.
Razmišljam kada sa onim Voliberom nisu mogli dobiju game, koliko će im biti realno da uzmu ovde bilo šta, ali dobro, mislim.
Sometimes he'll just fall behind slowly. Other times, HLE is going to focus him down like in game number 1, but now we might have a fight here in the topside river. Kanavi versus Histo. Kanavi comes out on top in the 1v1, but again, it's a 5v5 game, and since Pun is willing to walk away from the wave for a little bit to come back up his jungler, that means Team Secret Wales gets the crab.
Yeah, I mean, they even brought up BA as well. They really wanted to make sure that Histo was going to end up getting one of these Scuttle Crabs, because that was kind of what HLE were looking to secure for themselves. But it doesn't cost them too much in the end, as Dire again walks in towards Zeka.
Yeah, he does find a pretty solid trade on him here, so D-Ray taking that opportunity to move forward, play a little bit aggressively into the Victor. Zeus, oh, that turret shot on Pun could be a problem. Zeus with a flash away, evades the Cole the Meek. Ward down into the brush. Zeus with another infected Bonesaw, not going to hit the target there.
Što je način da plaši sa outplay ovde, nije play dosta na sebi, ja mislim. Bio sam fazonu možda dobio solo kill, ali... Zaborit sam što rekao.
First blood Mundo, Zeus on the board, 4 minutes and 20 seconds into game.
Šali sam se, Zeus, sve cool. Nikad neću ti Vano oprostiti to što te nisu uzeli. Pitam li se da li hejtujem Dorana što gotivim Zeusa? I to nekako, i ta priča nekako pije vodu.
But the minion gets kicked, the briefcase follows it right behind. You've got two projectiles back to back, bam. Pun is dead, and Zeus is off to a good start. Now Kanavi and Delight looking for a 3v2 here in the mid lane. Dustbringer connects onto BA, Flash with the binding. That was a little audacious from Delight. There wasn't really anything to bind him to there, as his toe shows up, immediately pops the W just for the extra damage, for the extra dogs. Backs away.
Yeah, ambitious, definitely, from HLE as they try to make that play happen, but either way, Team Secret Wales managed to get back away, but we're going to get a replay of this topside play. So, Zeus misses on the briefcase, which isn't the end of the world, but remember, he's just flashed away from the Call the Meek, the Empowered Call the Meek, which would have given Pun a lot more, but we'll see it here, basically, waiting for that minion to go low, gets the kick through, gets the briefcase after, and Pun falls.
Misfortune might be the champ in the game with the double guns, but you can see the frustration right there because it was that 1-2 shot, both of them just in rapid sequence, one after the other. And that's the kind of moves you want to see, especially since in game number 2, Zeus did not have a very impressive game, right? Pun was the raid boss. Zeus kept kind of trying to do the same thing, creating space, diving in, creating threat, but it didn't work out. But now here in game number 3, Zeus is the first one to step up for HLE. Oh, and he's doing it again. All right, level 7 versus level 7. No ulti spent from either side. His toe is nearby.
Histo did just hit level 6 though off that Scuttle Crab. Kanavi a little late to try and get towards it. So you can see everything in HLE kind of cools down on that top side once they know the dog is near, and they are just going to back away. And this is oftentimes why we see the Neferi as an answer into the Nocturne. Nocturne does beat Neferi in the early stages, but it's about having access to that ultimate and being able to match some of the plays from the Nocturne whenever he goes for these dives, or even having more
Bramble, on je fajn.
Right. It's not like Hound's Pursuit.
Mislim, Mageza sad pokušavaju da čizuju sa...
much longer range opportunity than most other alternatives. Plus it's just fun to play a big silly hot dog. So HLE
Sa Nefiri, nemam pojma.
probably their slowest start yet in this series, but right as I say it, Delight shows up. Here comes Kanavi. The fear is about to find the mark. Pun stays alive though, and HLE, despite sending 3 men, despite committing 2 ultimates, will not get the kill. And now Gumayushi, this is what I was talking about back in draft. You want to put the pressure on this guy when he's alone here in the 1v2. Topside Pun under pressure here yet again. Zeus finds the kill. That's a 2-0 Mundo as Gumayushi barely holds on in the bottom lane. He will survive, but he must abandon his position at the turret, and that should give some much-needed money to Eddie and BA.
Still Zeus having a great time on this top side thanks to the help of his teammates. Just able to get that briefcase, but Histo wants it. He's going to try and dive in on top of them, and Zeus, he just falls immediately. 0 response possible there.
Yup, he gets the burst down. Zeus had already used the maximum dosage earlier in the fight. The Heart Shocker, Heart Zapper, whatever the name of the W is, the lightning thing.
Yeah.
It can't heal him up in time. It's not like he had enough health to really play with. So Zeus falls there. Histo doing a good job getting his team on the board.
Still, I think for HLE, like, you're getting kind of good push on the map, right? Zeka very much in control over the mid lane. Zeus has still got that lead in the top side. And with Dragon now up and available, I think that's where we'll start to see HLE trying to make some sort of plays happen. Although, I am looking at a little bit of an overextended Caitlyn on the bottom side. I wasn't sure if Kanavi wanted to try and make something happen, but without the ult, not going to be able to get too much happening.
Čisto Ruto, desi. Da, Faker je poznao po tome ne koristi skinove. Što Riot mnogo smara, jer Riot želi da Faker koristi skinove, jer što god Faker koristi bi se prodavalo ko ludo. Mislim, realno. I onda za Riot baš i nije dobra stvar što Faker neće skinove koristi, jer smanjuje prodaju... Smanjuje prodaju skinova. Jer realno svi bi htjeli da igraju onaj skin koji igra Faker. A Faker ne igra skin. Nije ti u fazonu ne ovako.
Because otherwise, Zeka probably could have just found a flash power siphon and got the kill. Meanwhile, up here in the top lane, yet again, it's focus on to Pun, and Gumayushi with the bullet time guns him down.
Yeah, the man had one good game, and HLE are like, no, this is not happening again. Yeah, we're going to make sure Pun does not get to have fun this time around. And kill on top, got the Void Grubs, and now they're pushing in on towards this top lane as well to get some plates for Gumayushi. Yeah, Team Secret Wells, they just need to find ways to get active and start to play around this Neferi or look for trades on the map. But you can see Histo's on this top side, only now going to be able to make it back down. And Zeus pops a maximum dosage to keep himself healthy in the bottom lane.
Yep, and he knows that he has his passive ready, and he just uses it to step on the trap, pick the canister back up, and it's an easy way to try to disarm some of these Caitlyn traps that would be a much bigger headache for a lot of other champions. Still 500 gold lead is all that can be said for HLE though, so like you're saying, it will be slower, they do want to scale, but Team Secret Whales I think are going to have an opportunity in this game that they haven't had in the previous games. Oh man, did I just curse it? I think I might have just cursed it. Eddie, targeted now by Delight, but no, D-Ray shows up in time.
Igra, ne, u oficijalnim, sad ne znam u solo queue. Mislim da samo nešto puno gledao solo queue, iskreno bude.
In this game that they haven't in the first two to play from a relatively even game state in the mid game.
Yeah, especially Eddie, actually, who's going to have a decent lead for himself as they take this tower. Didn't quite get the kill, but the CS lead, the plates, like, you now have a Caitlyn that's in a decent spot, and yes, D-Ray is going to fall behind here off this play, because he ends up abandoning that wave mid, and also loses a bit more as his toe, yeah, just going to be able to back away, but still, in the grand scheme of things, Team Secret Wells now have a win condition to play through.
Exactly, and that's something that has not been the case so far in this series. I mean, you could say technically that there was a win condition in game number 2 because of the way that the fights were so sloppy and Pun kept having these highlight reel moments. But anytime you looked at the scoreboard, the gold lead was still 8,500, right? It's still one of those things that it's like a fake chance at winning. But meanwhile, Kanavi and Delight got to be careful. They're trying to invade yet again, and Kanavi gets caught. His toe with the kill. And Team Secret Wales are up to a 1,000 gold lead.
They're not done.
This is the biggest lead they've had so far in the series. Gumayushi trying to get away as the Hound's pursuit arrives. The Dark and Daggers follow. Delight is nearby to try to protect his carry, but he cannot do it. Now BA's arrived, and Delight might be the next to fall. D-Ray's ready to follow it up, and it's just chain death. 1, 2, 3. Team Secret Wales line them up and knock them down.
Hold on a second.
Team
Secret Wales getting some life in them in this series. The kills in the bottom lane, they have Eddie covering mid, and now getting some of those kills on towards D-Ray as well means that the goal that he'd lost helping out bot lane has now been retributed a little bit on this play. Still Pun struggling in this top side, but a big win across the board for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about at the top of the day, right? Both of these teams with these aggressive junglers that really are the engines for making plays happen and getting things done. This has been HisTo's best early performance by a long shot. 3-0-1 here on the Nefiri, 4 out of 5 kill participation. He's on an assassin jungler and he's fed. This feels great.
And it's kind of the first game where
Pa ni igrao baš dobro prošli game. S tim da kažem donekle je bilo do njegovog pika jer je Voli stvarno bio odličan tu.
Thanks to the light roaming in game number 1 and game number 2. So as this game has been a little bit more settled and the lanes haven't just exploded from the get-go, finally Team Secret Wales starting to get a bit of control. We'll have to see if they can keep it up though. They still have a dragon to their name, a minute 20 until the next one. You're starting to get those first island completions, which is big for them. But it is going to be a test then around some of these objective setups, how they continue to operate.
I mean, I'm from North America. I've seen this time and time again. You get ahead of a Korean team, you disrespect how good they are at macro, and the lead falls apart in the mid game or the late game. I mean, you and I both experienced this pain in play-ins as our regional representatives had massive leads against T1, fumbled those leads, ultimately ended up losing the game, and that's the trick against playing against these top Korean teams compared to anyone else. You've got to stay sharp. You've got to have the right positioning around the map and have that macro knowledge, or these individual leads are not going to mean what they should. But it looks like Team Secret Wales, they know where they want to be right now. Gumayushi is the target. HisTo keeping Kanavi away, and Guma is just picked off. HisTo jumping in after Kanavi now. Even though he takes a turret shot, he's still relatively unafraid here.
Still, look at the top side. So, Dare, that's some damage.
Oh boy, Spiraling Despair on Delight. Goes on a magical journey, stays alive.
And actually might just keep Dare in the spot he needs to, because all he really wanted to do was stop multiple members from HLE showing up in that top end so we can clear out this wave. There's no cross map available for HLE, especially when Kanavi was spotted on that bottom side. So, nicely done again. Get the kill onto Gumayushi and get some more gold into your team.
And you can see right now the dragon has spawned and HisTo is already walking towards it. He is taking the objective within 5 seconds available to take. Now Kanavi is around.
Okej, smo sve cool.
On the left side of the screen as the Coinbase gold grind shows us that it is over a 1,000 gold lead for HisTo. A lot of it coming from that farming as now Pun and HisTo trying to deal with HLE, ready to challenge them here with the dragon. BA has the tether there onto Delight. Gumayushi using the Bloodthirster shield to block the ace in the hole, but now Kanavi is diving in here with a Paranoia. Zeus right behind him. HisTo getting away for now. Kanavi under pressure, Pun in the middle of everybody, but he has to try to get away. Bullet time forces Flash back out of the Renegade. HisTo on the run, slowed down by Delight. Cosmic Binding, no attachment into the wall. HisTo staying alive for now here with the Karma shield. No deaths either side, but the health bars.
Hvala.
HLE, they will win themselves control over the bot side river and the Dragon Pit.
And it's a good read from HLE. Team Secret Wales had invested 3 out of their 5 ultimates in that bot side play, so they didn't have anything available to try and fight the dragon. HLE read it, they managed to bully off Team Secret Wales. Zeus just going to step up. Team Secret Wales just want to try and let Dragon go for the Rift Herald on the top side, but at least they get something here.
Exactly. You just take the trade. You're like, all right, we would have liked to have the 2-0 trade count. Since we can't get it, get whatever we're allowed to take, and that is the Rift Herald. Pun trying to defend the tier 1 turret down here in the bottom side as Delight and Zeka shove the wave up, trying to get a little bit more money out of these plates. It is still about that 2,000 gold lead that it has been for the past couple of minutes for Team Secret Wales. So they haven't lost the lead, but they haven't built it any further either. Pretty just even game state.
I think though with the Rift Herald, there is an ability to make some plays that could blow open the game a little bit further. Like you've got low mid turret, you got a low top side turret as well, and with the resets about to come through, I think this could be the timer for Team Secret Wales to crack open the mid lane turret, and with that down, it becomes significantly more difficult for you to then protect that top lane, especially if you push mid, immediately rotate up there as Team Secret Wales.
A mislim da G2 test stvarno može da ode na bilo koju stranu. Mislim, ja se plašim i najmanje želim da bude 3-0 za TES, ali mislim da ima šanse. Ali mislim da G2 može da ih izgrade i dode u nekih ono... Šta znam, 3-2 da bude napeta serija. Tako da navijam da će biti 3-2 i verujem da može da bude 3-2. To mi je take.
I'm a little bit more scared for HLE as it's much easier to take down Zeka on a dive than it is someone like Zeus.
All right, speaking of dives, pun is the name of the game yet again. HLE trying to make their move. They're bringing in a TP as well. They turn it back over towards BA, who wanted to try to save his top laner, but instead will just die before him. Now it's a 4v1 against Pun, and he's going to go out too. Zeus takes the kill on the Mundo, brings this game back up to a 5-6 difference. And that means it's only a 1,000 gold deficit here for HLE as they make the move in the top lane. I respect what BA wanted to do, trying to help Pun, but HLE just send more men. It's a 4v2. It goes exactly how you'd think.
Yeah, they beat them to the punch. We just talked about how Team Secret Wales want to try and push mid into top, but Histo, oh, he's okay.
Yep, he's fine. Just jumps back over the wall there with the Eviscerate, and now Kanavi and Delight recognize, hey, that was kind of our one.
Juče sam čitao rostera, ne znam napamet jer ne gledam LCK. To je fora, meni je fora što ja generalno LPL i LCK ne gledam uopšte regularne sezone i onda mi je 3 puta zanimljivije kad gledam sve international turnire, a svaki international gledam. Tako da mimo Tivana i Hanve ništa napamet ne znam. I BLG, I guess. A to je zašto legitimno mislim da je Knight verovatno najbolji midlaner na svijetu ako gledamo samo mehanički skill. Knight je jako fan, pogotovo što Knight kad izvuče neko kali tako nešto prelepo je za gledanje. Baš bude uživanje.
Onto dealing with Zeus in these fights because once he finishes off this item, Dire and Eddie are not safe and he will just run them down. And you're looking at like the ease of lockdown on Team Secret Wales, not fantastic for dealing with a Mundo.
Yeah. I do like though, Eddie going for the full Mortal Reminder as his second item, not normally what you would see on the Caitlyn, but he recognizes the threat of the Mundo, recognizes that it has to be answered. Teleports coming in from both teams. Pun arrives with the empowered teleport mega shield, as nobody's really going to do a whole lot considering both sides saw the other commit an extra man or two to this situation. They don't want to deal with it, but tragedy for the Team Secret Wales fans in the audience. The gold lead has been passed on to HLE. They have now retaken things from that 2,000 gold deficit, almost up to a 1,000 gold lead of their own, just about a 3K swing the other way.
Still, at least we're getting to see what Team Secret Wales are capable of, because they have definitely been struggling in the early game against just the onslaught of Kanavi and Delight towards this top half of the map. So we're getting, this is what Team Secret Wales were doing domestically, like blowing up the game with Histo, having BA work with him, like looking at finding this control through the early stages. Unfortunately, it's just that little bit of a step up when you're talking about the LCK first seed when it comes towards map play, and they haven't been able to keep pace in that regard.
It's such a tough draw for your first opponent in the tournament.
Yeah, it's not.
To be LCK #1. Team Secret Wales trying to break that streak of 3-0s. Remember, it was 6 best-of-5s in play-ins for 18 total games, all 3-0 outcomes. And HLE are 1 game away.
Probudio me petao, pa da, tako je, to je moj subjektivni osjećaj kad vidim kad počinjao. Još 5 dana doduše, još 5 dana da buđenju normalno vreme, to će biti cool.
As Kanavi ended up isolated, he's the first to fall. Traded away for D-Ray now in a 1-for-1. Nice binding there. Bullet time committed onto Pun. That's a 2-for-1 trade going HLE's way as the Dragon is available.
Naravno, Tivan je baš prošao kroz dosta...
And
Ali dobro, Itivan realno giga dugo postoji kad pogledam. Skoro sam video, brate, Double Lift je držao neki kao retirement home turnir. I bio je Hočo GG. I intervju sa Frogjanom, brat me vratio u detinjstvo, brat. A čekaj, što je bolje za Cheeto da izgubi? Nisam ispratio taj storyline, brat.
We're still a little bit away from this, but it feels a bit inevitable that we're going to get that from Zeus here, because you can see the TP kind of gives up the ghost here a little bit as Team Secret Wells try and back away as they spot that Zeus is there. But the Temper Fate doesn't really...
Znaš, desi kad će Flebo? Ne, mislim da nije u planu, svi rade, imaju malo drugačiji raspored, malo je teško se povatamo svi vremenski sad. Prije je bilo malo lakše kad smo svi bili slobodni, ovako je malo... Malo teža priča ovih dana, da se okupimo svi.
Bullets being traded between the 80 carries. Kanavi jumps over the wall trying to get himself to safety. Histo does
Dobro.
deal with the bleed on the Dark and Daggers. Rediving in the back line, but no, he cannot finish Zeka. And that means that Histo ends up giving his own life for it. It's a 2-for-1, favoring HLE and Dagda there.
Bio sam fazonu možda Kier, ali ni Kier ne.
Yeah, it gets a little funky.
Mislim... Ja mislim da igraš protiv svakog svejedno, pa... Double elimin je, tako da...
Take a little bit more gold here and there, and you can see it's not just one swing, it's the incremental increases on the gold graph there, or the win probability there, powered by AWS.
2,500 gold lead HLE, one dragon to one, so at least it's not like they're stacking towards an imminent soul that their opponents are going to feel immediately pressured to try to deal with. But it's nearly a 2K lead individually for Zeus, over a 1,000 lead for Zeka now. The name of the game is solo laners for HLE.
Yeah, but if you remember in game one, like, they didn't have inhibitor turrets at this time of the game. Like, the game was nearly over at this point, so like...
Protiv Karcija je bilo fun, jeste, to je bilo giga fun.
Definitely have to keep far more control. And honestly, like, HLE have been a little sloppy at times in this game. They've definitely been having a bit of fun with it. We'll have to see, though, as they... now start to push in their side lanes. It feels like kind of a switch is being flipped a little bit here for HLE.
And the first 3-item power spike in the game is there for Zeka. The Shadow Flame now done. He's got Shadow Flame, Luden's Echo, and Chovy Belt. There's nothing that anybody can feel safe if this guy's coming at you with his full burst ready to go. Like, even Pun is the tankiest member on Team Secret Wales, right? There's no true tank on this team. Tankiest thing you've got is Renegade, but even he has to respect the damage from this Victor on Zeka, who is halfway to level 16. Now we got the dive up here on the top side yet again, and once more, they just look at D-Ray. See D-Ray, kill D-Ray. That's the name of the game for Kanavi, as Histo wants to try to return the favor onto Gumayushi. Goes forward here with the Eviscerate. Bullet time, trying to fight back. Guma falls. Histo finds a very important pick there in the mid lane.
Yeah, Kanavi says anything you can do, or Histo says anything you can do, Kanavi, I can do as well. Immediately jumps on towards Gumayushi.
Najbolji AD carry. Pa ne znam, brate, Pace je baš imao bolesne pleve, tako da možda čak i Pace sad što je najjače. Možda je to carry-a buff, ko će ga znati. Ne, ljudi, ali nije fora, kreće odmah sljedeća serija, ja vam pričam. Sljedeća serija kreće odmah, braćo, nema tu čekanja, ljudi.
Zeus is a full level ahead of Pun. Zeka is almost 2 full levels ahead of D-Ray. This Victor that's already fed that I was talking about, now with another needlessly large rod in inventory, is about to... Okay, he hits his level 16 power spike before I finish the sentence.
Mislim, bit će tipa vjerojatno 20 minuta pauze ili tako nešto. Ali... Tri, morat ću pogledam. Pogledat ću baš kad se bude ova završila, koliko će pauza biti.
Worried about trying to push in towards River, especially when they don't know where Zeus is.
Well, a little bit of of trading between junglers here. Teleport about to arrive. Delight did use the Tempered Fate to no great effect.
There's been a couple of swings and misses with them, but once
Baš ću provjeriti.
Team Secret Wells just have to back away. And it's more about fighting over the control for this dragon, as you pointed out, in 35 seconds. And Team Secret Wells just aren't allowed to enter river. If they can't, like, walking into this comp dark that HLE has is not going to be a fun time.
Sad ću probam da istražim šta se događa. Jer fora je što ako ovo baš bude ovako brzi stom, postoji šansa da napravi dužu pauzu.
Problematic for Team Secret Whales, but you can see the pings coming out from HLE on the Baron pit. They're saying, look, if there's any play that the Whales try to make here, it's going to be looking to sneak that away. Teleport coming in, though, from Team Secret Whales. HLE are going to see Pun off to the side here. They don't want to overcommit onto the Renekton.
But that was the thing, that shield, that 10-second shield was kind of needed from Pun to enter into this. Now, Pun spotted.
Yeah, Pun with the dominance, trying to charge up some fury. He jumps in the middle of everybody, but Pun is already gone. It's a 5v4. As now Kanavi's ready to pop the paranoia. Zaya's chasing after the remaining players here on Team Secret Whales. Eddie tries to get away, but Kanavi jumps on top of him here with the ulti. Zeka's already unstoppable. D-Ray will fall right behind him. His toe jumps in the middle of everyone. Tries to get a kill here with the Hound's pursuit, but it's a magical journey as HLE will chase down the enemy jungler and get themselves a triple kill to Zeka and a 4-for-0 trade.
You just don't have the front line
I Zeka, ma da, ovo je samo gotovo.
to enter into these positions. Pun reset to pick up his second item, but it doesn't mean he's actually able to get through here. With that TP, they basically needed to use that max health shield to force the play, but the change from 30 seconds to 10 seconds means that it's disappeared on Pun. He immediately gets turned and focused by HLE, and Team Secret Whales are now so out of position. HLE know it. Delight uses the Tempered Fate to force the flash, which means there's no escape for the Caitlyn as Kanavi goes in. And HLE just chased down.
Ok, mislim našao stage timer.
And I love the use of that Tempered Fate to force the flash while Nocturne
Mislim sam ga našao.
It means that there's no way that the Caitlyn can wait until Nocturne collides and then flash away after. Just a nice.
Tako da znači koliko će dugačka biti pauza. To je bar nešto.
Their Red Bull Baron power play from that. They will earn themselves a 7,500 gold lead. The Dragon's still on the map because it doesn't matter. That became a low priority after they had the opportunity to go for that fight.
And you can start to see, like, looking at the items, it's kind of night and day. Rabadon's death cap just completed for Zeka. Zeus is monstrous in that top side. And like Gumayushi, it's kind of been kept pace with by Eddie. And Eddie is starting to kind of turn the corner here as Caitlyn, where you can get some good damage off, but it's just your front line isn't surviving long enough to let you get that damage.
I mean, you've got a Karma support, and then your front line is an assassin dog, and Pun on a bruiser who's 3,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
It's not a very big wall to have to climb over for HLE, and they're not too worried about the wall of enemy inhibitor turrets either. HLE going for what could be the end of the game here. Nice Tempered Fate, catches out Eddie. Kanavi's ready to follow it up. Potential pressure on Gumayushi, but no, he's already killed Pun off. Kanavi getting away.
Mislim bi trebao bude oko 20 minuta, jer prerano vina, mislim prerano. Nije bar bilo u 15 minuta, ono.
And HLE will end this game in one fell swoop. They march on to the Nexus, and they will find another clean sweep here at MSI 2026. They will defeat Team Secret Whales 3-0.
Team Secret Whales got a couple of punches in, but it's the knockout blow from HLE, 3-0. They will take down the LCP first seed, and yeah, HLE, they're a scary crew.
There's a reason, I said it earlier, I'll say it again, there's a reason a lot of people have this team as their pick to be favorites to win the entire thing. We saw them have a couple of happy moments in the second game. We saw Team Secret Whales catch them off guard a little bit early on in the third, but when they're locked in, when they're playing their game, they are so scary to deal with. The motion around the map, the way the whole
15 minuta match transition, nije ni strašno, iskreno. Ja sam mislio će biti duža pauza, ništa od nepa, brate, ostajem budan, idemo do kraja, bre. Idemo do kraja, bre. Si napravit ću pauzu, ću napravim kafu da dođem sebi, ali...
absolutely crushed it. Oh my, it just keeps going.
Just keep it going. Why?
That's how they're feeling.
Entire desk, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
These are their internal thoughts. This is the internal monologue of HLE right now.
Yeah.
It's just vibing out.
Zeker just blasting the music as he's just destroying mid lane.
Yeah, 3-0 your first series at home in front of a great crowd.
Yeah.
Definitely a really fun series for HLE. They look great. They brought out some new stuff, so it's really kind of cool. I would also say, you know, for Secret Whales, obviously, you drew the worst opponent you could get basically in the first round, but at least Game 2 and Game 3 gave us some hope. I think Game 3 at least especially, you know, wasn't just one person, it was more of a team effort that kind of got them in there and made it a little bit more competitive.
Hey, true. Hey, 15 minutes. I see a dip. That's the Team Secret Whales dip.
Behind the dip. Let's go. Yeah. Well, Team Secret Whales, you said it. They took a bullet for all of us, right?
Yes.
By playing HLE in this first
You
one.
will be remembered.
Yes, thank you.
Salute.
Yeah.
I think we could have drawn them, couldn't we?
Oh yeah, that was an actual. Yeah.
I'm not sure,
Yeah,
but
we were close. Team Secret Whales, yeah, we could have bought.
Who knows at this point?
Furia, HLE, who knows?
Your upper player of the series in this one is the Light. I mean, it was just fantastic seeing him smurf all over the map on every different champion, not giving them a chance.
That's the thing. I really love watching how he basically impacts the entire map. When he has the Shen, he looked through that level 2 gank mid. Now, as a support, you're like, I have to call that timer. That's something I have to think about. And then multiple times in Game 2, saving his top laner.
And I mean, it's just so annoying for someone like Pun. You're in an incredibly difficult matchup because you are playing against Zeus. You're not even just thinking about the champions, just thinking about the player that you're going up against, and you're like, I could do it, I could get a kill.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, here comes the Light. His roam timers were so good all 3 games. He's impacting all 3 lanes. He is everywhere.
He is. Thank you so much for being on the desk with me for this first one. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will see the onstage interview, I presume. Production, is that correct?
It might be.
Da, ok, imamo 14 minuta do sljedećeg gema, tako napravit ću ja pauzicu i malo iskuliram, možda iđem na vazduh, dođem malo sebi, tu sam za sljedeću seriju i onda u stvari gledamo na badanje, kao što sam rekao, prvi game je bukvalno više bio samo waiting uz ovu drugu, tako da...
Funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane. Now live in Shanghai, it's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
It was nice. We had a lot of time to play a lot of solo queue and a lot of streams. We also had one day off where we saw a little bit of Seoul, Hongdae. That was nice.
Yeah, I also
also enjoyed it a lot. We stayed like I think almost 2 weeks in T1 facility. It's super nice. Like everything there, the food, the building, like you can really focus on the game. And yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. And I'm hoping that now since we changed city, it's gonna feel as good. So I'm looking forward.
The ulti to follow, hung with an ulti of his own, looking to lock down Hansama, who for now is untouched. The lifesteal is there, and he's living for an extra moment. But here comes Jackie Love. Wants to make the difference. It's just broken blade in the Brav left. He is here to clean it up. No man left standing.
Yeah, I mean a lot of emotions. Top esports. We have to take our revenge because they did kick us out. That is the most recent event we have had against them. That was like very shocking because they took the revenge on us, and now we want to take it back. So obviously we have to win, right?
Yeah, we have to win. Yeah.
Welcome back to MSI 2026 for our second series of the day. 2 new teams enter the stage as G2 Esports is gonna take on TES, a rematch of the World's quarterfinals last year. I'm gonna ignore you two right now because I feel like you have some TES support. Dagda, how are you doing? How excited are you? No, I'm not touching this.
I'm very excited for today because honestly, like, I think whenever I see like G2 versus any of the LPL teams, it always kind of is a battle for my heart, but G2, I think, have really stepped up over the course of this split. I'm excited to see them now take on top esports. Coming back to the international stage should be an absolute banger.
Have you considered, Rob, that distance makes the heart grow fonder? And you've been away from the LPL for a while.
I know you love Jackie Love.
But the thing is, they'll, you know, if I go back to Europe, they're not going to be happy with me.
No. Got my eyes on you for this one, and I got my eyes on G2 as well. I feel like it's the first time we have expectations for G2 when you think about the run they had at Worlds, the fact that they made it out of Swiss stage for the first time. First 10 finals is what I'm looking at here. For once, we have hope. We have expectations on the side of G2, and it makes me as excited as it makes me worried, honestly.
That is true. Once you set that expectation of taking out some of the world's best, especially 3-0ing Gen G at first stand, like everyone looked at the finals like it could happen. Like this is the moment for G2. And I think that is the biggest, I would say, scare to the teams like Top Esports that lost to them a long time ago. Is like, oh, this actually is a really tough opponent that we're going up against.
Absolutely, and it's a bit of a different opponent than you might be thinking of because Top Esports is back with a revamped roster, multiple players changing out. And it's been kind of a bit of a crazy year with Zoyan coming in. You know, 369 is a guy that everyone knows, right? And to be able to actually come in and have Fungyue coming in as well, I feel like these were very big shoes to fill.
Yeah, with the experience that like 369 had on the team, just seeing Zoyan, who had experience, yes, a little bit, just like he was in his rookie split when he was in Invictus Gaming, but then being a rookie on the international stage along with Fungyue, that's a lot to be able to deal with. But if you have the types of like Tien and Jackie Love World Championship winners, that can actually ease your concerns.
And that's the thing you can see in their gameplay. Like Tien in particular kind of stepping up to be the shot caller, oftentimes kind of dictating where Fungyue will be on the map. And you still have 369 who in interviews have said, hey, look, I'm behind the scenes with Zoyan. I'm trying to build this guy into the player that I know we can be, which I think is incredible to see.
Where do we judge the expectation on this side of TS? Because when you think about them on the international stage, it doesn't always go well. Are we gonna fall for it again, or is it gonna be finally time for redemption for Top Esports when you see the roster they have?
I feel like they're actually looking pretty damn good. I mean, I know that has been said before. I do think we're not going to see them just completely crash and burn. I expect that they are going to have a good performance. But I will say that my expectations for them are that they are a tier below T1, HLE, and BLG.
Yeah.
So to me, them meeting expectations is not winning the entire tournament. I think that would be a step above of where I expect them. But I think they should have a really good competitive series against G2. I would be shocked if they were to get 3-0 either way. I think that they're going to perform.
I do agree with that. I think this is a completely different TES that you saw from last year. Yes, that was the TES that took down G2 and then went to the second round at Worlds. But I really do want to see how Zoyan does on this stage, because the carry picks that he plays domestically is something that you want to see him be able to play. I think this team has a lot of carry threats on this squad. But if you go to an international tournament and you go up against some of the best talents in the world and freeze up there, then it changes the conversation.
Yeah. I mean, same for Fengyue as well, right? I think we end up seeing him. Some plays he looked fantastic on the Nautilus, but oftentimes it was trying to work with Jackie Love on the Lulu or these kind of picks. So I think I'd be curious to see how this rookie then performs on an international stage. Worked well in playoffs and in finals. We'll have to see what the last bit is.
And it's even more excited considering the fact that G2's bot lane really stepped up. I'm thinking about Lebrov here, what he's been able to showcase with Hansama throughout the entirety of Spring Split. BB tweeted also that he's excited to take on this new rookie on the top lane and show what he's made of. So given the fact that G2 had their share of heartbreaks, especially against LPL, over the years, that is a matchup that to be really excited about. And there's a revenge here that we've mentioned already from Worlds.
Exactly. Memento talking about it. They knocked them out last year at Worlds. But it's not just against top. It has been, heartbreak against the LPL a number of times. When you think about, G2.
BLG,
Salt wounds,
You think about First Stand, where it was like, oh my god, they got past the LCK. The LCK had been the region that had been looking the best in the world for a long time, honestly. And you think, all right, well, surely this is the time.
Oh my
G2
god,
is back, and then you're going to get destroyed in the finals.
We're showing all the greatest G2 clips.
Yeah, we think about World Finals as well. We think about, it's always the LPL, it feels like, that is there to kind of halt the train in its tracks.
Yeah, and I am curious to see, because I do think, especially with the style of play that Top Esports have, where they play hyper-aggressive, where they are able to play through that jungle, this is where I think that it's going to be pressure on towards Skumon to see how he can perform, because I think this matchup for me, looking at these two, is going to be the focus here today, is how can Skumon go against the pressure from Fengyue and Tien, who like to go for invades, like to go for these aggressive styles.
Yeah, and that's always been the case when you're going up against the LPL. It's just that a lot of these players are going to trust their instincts in their individual plays. While you're looking up at the setup, I think Tien is great at setup, but if you give him the Lee Sin pick, he is going to kick your head in.
I mean, I think he's the best player on their team right now. I feel like he's performing incredibly well. But I think something that is interesting, and I want to see how this kind of shakes out throughout the rest of the event, is that after First Stand, everyone is like, all right, LPL is playing the right style of League of Legends. The LCK teams are playing faster. All the teams at the top of the world are trying to play more chaotic. Lion has said that, G2 has said that, KC has said that, TL has said that, all the teams from our regions, everyone is trying to play that style.
Yeah.
So I do wonder, are you going to then be more prepared against a team like TES, because you've had more practice? Everyone's trying to emulate them. Everyone is shifting their style away from the control of the LCK to more of the chaos and the fast-paced movement of the LPL.
I do think, though, there is a little bit of a difference between the way BLG and Top Esports play. Because for BLG, it's like, hey, we're going to unlock on and we're going to play around the solo lanes. When I look at Top Esports more, we want to play for Tien. We want to look for invades. Especially if you look at Game 1 versus WE, Tien on the Lee Sin, he just took over 3 quadrants for almost the entire game. If you give this man a lead, he will take a country mile. So for Skumon, it is about dictating the pace of it, keeping him in check, and making sure Skumon can play his game.
And that's what I'm really worried about here, because I think about Skumon versus Shun in the First Stand finals, and the fact that he didn't find any answers against that jungler. Now we know that Tien can be a coin flip, but when he's on the right side of the coin, this man is a devil in the jungle. And I just want to see how much Skumon stepped up since First Stand.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Skumon has been pretty stellar, though. While he did maybe fall short in the finals, he got to play Canyon, and no one was really thinking that he was going to be able to do it there, and he looked brilliant. So I do think First Stand was, without a doubt, his best event, and he is going to be going up against some ridiculously good jungle competition throughout the entire tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see not only how he's playing, but also support jungle. You talk about top and playing through jungle, and that is so much about what it is, right? It's linking up with your support, moving around the map. We saw how active Delight was last game. You're kind of expecting that sort of play, I feel like.
We said what we think.
Yeah.
I don't even know where my heart lies, honestly. Obviously, on the side of G2, but I don't want to.
We know.
Listen,
Quit lying to us.
You can have it back if you want. Sorry.
I'll take it.
Get the thing away from me. I don't know if I'm coping or I'm hoping, but I do want to know what the fans think here in the MasterCard fan prediction, because they say that G2 is going to win with 73% of the vote. You can, of course, every day submit your votes at LOL Esports on X. What do we think
What about the Weibo votes, Ed? Where's the Weibo votes?
That's true. The vote has been rigged.
Yeah.
It's been rigged.
Yeah.
And the fans are not doing so hot. Only 50% right.
No.
Okay, all right.
Normally they're doing a lot better. Come on, Twitch chat, get it together. We expect better from you.
Disappointed in you guys.
What do you guys think? That's what
I think it's going to be really close. I think it's going to be a fun series. I'm honestly on the side of G2. I feel like they can win this. To me right now, coming into the tournament, like I said, I do have top slightly below the other Asian teams in this event, the other LPL and LCK teams, and I feel like G2 is in really good form, and I feel like this is a great opportunity for them to make a splash in the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of what form do we see from G2? Like, Hansam and Labrov, are they having the same coverage as they did domestically? If that's the case, and you've got Skewmond who's bringing out these funky picks like the Nasus and willing to play his style, I think G2 have it, but it is never easy going up against top esports.
Yeah, and I have top esports winning this one. I just think that so many people are putting down the idea of Zoyan, even though Zoyan is actually just been incredibly talented.
He's really performed
well.
I
think that it's been a little bit shaky from Broken Blade's side domestically, so I do think it's going to be a top gap. We haven't seen Jackie Levin sometimes because of his health issues. He's back. So I think that what we've been seeing from the bottom side of the map from him and Fengyue has just been domination. I want to see them thrive.
Yeah, and I think, especially for Jackie Love, he's been significantly more consistent than what we've seen from him at the past. So again, like, you're kind of giving tips and taps across the board.
Let's see what happens. All we know is that it's going to be a banger. At least we hope. We only had 0-3s so far at MSI.
Surely.
I do hope.
Surely
we get a competitive series for this one. It is time for G2 Esports versus TES. Casters, what do you think?
I think that I really like 3 of those predictions. Shout out to everybody not named Raz. Not because he's wrong, just because I think EU needs this one at this point. You know, LPL's got
already? It's so early in the tournament.
Bro, this is the problem. We come out of first stand, it's like the entire region is good. We see what KC pulled against TL. We're like, never mind. One team region still. And now we really need that one team
You
to
should
show
just
up.
be thinking, oh, NA is good, not EU is bad.
You're right. I like that optimism.
Just compliment your friends, you know? It's our fault, really.
Yeah, there you go.
Honestly, though, I think it is our duty, Daniel, to put a stop to the 3-0s.
Please.
Right now, we're going to put a stop to the 3-0s.
I'll look over my shoulder, just please. You know, shout out to players, whatever we need to do.
Yeah.
Get the tarot cards out again, whatever, you know, the astrological signs Isaac had last time around. Whatever it takes. And I think this is a series where it would be pretty crazy for it to be a 3-0.
I'm really hoping that this one goes the distance and that it is close, because the rivalry between these two organizations does go pretty hard. You know, if you're counting the individual actual games, yeah, 2024, G2 3-0'd them. But just last year, TES got the 3-1, and then they won the additional game in the group stage. So it's 4-4 in Riot Internationals for individual games.
So maybe TES is feeling like it's time for a 3-0 back. But let's not count on it as we get ready to meet the teams. Of course, Top Esports hitting the stage first. Now, if you're not familiar with Top Esports, the pedigree that's kind of ahead of them that everyone looks at is international struggle. But I want you to let go of that for a second, because we got a lot of new faces on stage today, and we need to see what this version of Top Esports can bring to the table, what they can do to upset the apple cart and change the story of Top Esports history. On the opposite side, G2 Esports, leaders of a one-team region. I was really sad about that series. I'm letting it go. We're moving on. G2 Esports, of course, hot off of an incredible performance at first stand. As always, domestically, you might see some hiccups here or there, but they lifted the trophy in the end and are now looking to continue a pretty potent international run. Of course, they did fall short the last time they played against an LPL team, and they did fall short the last time they played against Top Esports, but hoping that today will be a different story.
Okay, here we go. Deep breath. I mean, honestly, there's so many good matchups in this series as well. Everybody's going to be looking at jungle, especially with Skewmond really being the point man now for G2, rising up
to that level. I like how, you know, they do focus around him as the captain, and LeBron has been playing so well with him now too. It just looks really, really good, a lot better for G2, especially those early game plans. But going against TS, with Tien literally not even playing in Split 1, not even being on a team, and then coming in Split 2, and especially in the first half of that split, just performing so incredibly well, jungle matchup will be incredibly hype, and TS do rely on Tien's form very heavily too, so that is going to determine a lot.
And I think we have to give credit to TES for an incredible run, right? This is the least amount of games played together of any roster on the international stage. These guys just hit this 5-stack together at the start of the split. And so the fact that they were able to rise up, triumph over a surging WE domestically to ensure that they were going to secure second seed after falling to BLG is quite an impressive feat. But a lot of questions are going to be answered in this first pick and ban. What are the priorities going to be? Mages in the bot lane. A lot of meta questions on our mind, as well as what the compositions are going to look like. As we go to picks and bans, Bard already banned away, Camille banned away. Two premier support options. I know we both feel like the Camille is super oppressive, but seeing the rest of the bans rounded out as well.
Yeah, I mean, so
Evo nas nazad. Da li će? Pazi, Hozi Diodo, brate, iskreno respekt za njegovog lisina. Brat mu je životno prelomio game, tako da iskreno da bude polu dobar s tim kako igra ostatak TES-a, ja mislim da bi to bio veliki problem.
It does leave open the Varus there for Jackie Love from the bottom side, and people have still really liked the Varus even with all the nerfs. I feel like the balance team has tried to nerf Varus like
jako nisam enjoyer očigledno ovog Varusa. Ne znam zašto bi Varusa ikad igrao, ali ajde.
We'll see what the angle is here for Jackie Love or Swayon. I mean, you can still take the Varus top, although that was one of the big hits. They took down the early attack speed.
Yeah, definitely could be a flex there, but they walk into the
Super
Rumble
G2,
as
I guess.
well. So Rumble opens up a lot of things. Rumble Yone comps are kind of my favorite combinations, but let's see where G2 decides to go with this one early on. With their double bans of the Vi and the Jarvan, does put a little bit more emphasis on jungle pool for the AD carry jungles, but they're trying to show Ashe Seraphine already. This is something that is not new in the meta at all. This was like everybody across the world just been spamming the Ashe Seraphine Rumble compositions. Lots of CC, really, really good team fighting. So let's see what TS want to go into it. Nautilus is always a good pick. If you think that your opponents are going to complement that Ashe with the Seraphine, you try and look for some kill pressure towards those low mobility bot lane carries.
And if this is what G2 want to round out their first set of picks with, the Seraphine, it's Fungyue's most played champion. So locking in the Nautilus here, you have to assume that he feels pretty comfortable navigating the early matchup, the early pressure that duo can put down, and can really bring it back later with these reliable engages. And Bessa picked up two. Look, I really want to see how good Swayon can be, because this is one of the picks where he has been so lane dominant. Now, there are a lot of explosive games, and there are some games where he falls short, but this is a champion that really can't style. And a great pivot.
See, this is what, like, everyone just expects you to always pair Ashe with the Seraphine to bring it in, but I love this pivot. You see the Ambessa locked in. Braum not only is
Ashe, Braum, I guess they're fine.
Nautilus for bot lane, but it does make playing those other melee carries much more difficult in the team fights. I do like this pivot from G2. Bring that Braum out. Gives you a lot.
Mislim, faktički jako je teško sprečiti da ti Ambessa skoči nazad na Ashe, ali bar sa druge strane, ako imaš Braumu, u teoriji bi trebao da možda isfokusiraš malo lakše, tako da Seraphine malo šta može da uradi, jer mislim da dok Seraphine baci ulti, Ambessa je već dobila kill. Mislim, u teoriji Braum ulti je spor, ali
And if Braum is roaming around, Xin loves Braum. So if you could get a Xin with this Braum, and especially if you're banning Trundle, Xin looks really freaking good here for G2. Xin Braum roaming around would be crazy. I don't know at TES what they really want to influence here. if they went this in, then like Lee Sin is still up for Tien.
It's sometimes really tricky against the Ashe and the Braum, though, to reliably get that option.
So they want to bend it out, too. They're like, you know what? All right, Xin would be kind of crazy there with the Braum, so we're going to bend it out as well, especially since you bend out the Trundle. I do like that response from TES, also reading it.
Are we going to go for jungle here on 4? Feels like it would make the most sense, but maybe they really do. You highlighted it. Skumon on such a rise domestically and internationally. Maybe they want to give him full information before he locks in his champion.
It's an oldie but a goodie for G. You don't seem convinced. Okay. Carry. There you go.
No, I'm convinced. I'm back in. We were like, this guy, captain, playmaker, gonna do some Maokai. Okay, those things don't always don't line up.
But the Olaf, he was already playing Olaf, and Olaf got more damage to jungle monsters on the patch as
Kako se osjećamo sa Skumondom na Olafu?
even faster, and as far as pairing up with the
I guess da je fine, mislim, kad pogledaš realno gledano ovaj turnir zavisi od Skumonda svejedno, od Skumonda je labrava, tako da... Ako je raspoložen, Olaf je dobar pik da raspoložen Skumond igra. Samo je pitanje da li on raspoložen da će igrati dobro, ali...
Again, okay, well, TS, are they still going to go another low mobility carry here? If they go with the Casio, which everybody has super highly prioritized, very strong on the patch, but Olaf, it's another champion that Olaf can just run straight at.
Olaf može da nosi.
Pop your ultimate, you don't even really have to do the backstep shenanigans that everybody else has to do, but we'll see if they can actually pull it off. Casio here.
Maybe just feeling like the last remaining strong blind for the mid lane match, but immediate LeBlanc response coming in from Caps, and this is a champion that, again, for the Varus in the back line, potentially for the Nefiri, if she burns the intangible or untargetable effect a little bit too quickly, can do a lot of work in the mid game.
Definitely can. I mean, LeBlanc, so you are playing into a Nautilus, so you have to be a little bit respectful when, later on in the game you're trying to go for some of your poke plays, but I mean, it does mean your mid jungle... Ok, ajmo da bacimo neki summary. Znači, na topu nemam pojma i ne znam kako se osjećam. Zujena stvarno nisam toliko gledao. Skumond u teoriji, pogotovo sa Braumom, baš može da nosi. Što se tiče njihovog skijala, s druge strane, možda baš i nije toliko optimalan. Mid lane, ako ću nikome u G2 da verujem da igra LeBlanc i takvog heroja, to je Caps. I na botu mislim da je fine, mislim da je Ashe Braum ok duo za G2. Tako da mislim da nije užasno loše prošla ekipa G2-a.
Now it is double elimination, but for both of these lineups, hovering just outside the perceived top 3 of the tournament, winning here suddenly puts you back in that conversation of trophy contender. A loss here, on the other hand, kind of immediately excludes you.
Yeah, I mean, it's so early in the main stage. We're just day 1 of the main stage, and yet already, like you're saying, you are playing one of the teams that's basically been power ranked right next to you at this tournament, and so it feels like there's a lot of weight behind this matchup here, and let's see how it does go early on. Does get the Noxious Blast to hit this time around here for Cream, so that's quite nice for him. Gets another Noxious Blast to hit here, so good little trades already here. Third one, Draco.
He's hitting a lot of them.
Every single one. That's some good trading.
And I think it's important when you look at the history of these two teams playing against each other. Cream improving individually is a big part of why TES were able to triumph last year. Because remember, he was kind of the AD mids guy, implemented mages a lot last year, and we finally saw that come to fruition in that series versus G2 especially. And now he really is a jack of all trades, but a guy who's honestly pretty much just locked in on playing meta picks as opposed to the Tristanas and Yones of old.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I actually love players that have like smaller champion pools and play a very specific style more, but it is beneficial. Now Cream is assimilated into playing all the control mages and all the meta stuff now. You know, he probably in this you know, in this best of 5, there's a a decent chance that he still pulls out the Akali or the Yone or something. But
I'd love to see it.
Yeah,
sure.
he has fully assimilated into all the primary picks.
Another player who is no stranger to the pick that they're picking up at the very least is Jackie Love, 83 and 30, most played champion. So. Might be nerfed to the meta, but it's looking pretty good thus far as we see a quick initial trade. Already getting the flash out of Hansama, a nice look for TES.
And Dracos, this is with the TES having their jungle pathing bottom lane. So that's a very good trade of summoner spells there. Nothing left on Hansama now. No cleanse, no flash. They go for another hook, but will be blocked up there by LeBron.
Kako lepo kad gledam ove kratke engage-ove, kako lepo engage-uju i onda giga brzo disengage-uju da ne možeš stvari koristiš Bramu pasivnu uopšte.
Needs a bit of time early on, right? The concussive blows Unbreakable does a bit of work, but gotta respect the Nefiri for now, though. Tian still focused on just keeping up in terms of jungle clear.
Oh, Cap's gonna be able to pull the wave a little bit here. As Cream's going back for his purchase, will teleport right back out the lane. And he's gonna teleport closer to the crab to ensure Tian guaranteed gets this. His bot lane had push, teleport from his mid lane right back out too. But it does mean Caps, look at a lot of minions are dying there in mid lane, straight into you know, the front of this turret now. So Cream's going to arrive now, but Cap should be able to pick up a few more CS and continue to increase that CS lead a little bit.
And one thing we're going to have to keep our eyes on is if bottom lane remains so heavily in favor of TES in terms of push priority, because we both know how important that can be for the jungle matchup. But hold that thought. Skimon moving in with the ethereal chains missing. Cream, clean movement to deny this. Going back in for a bit of extra poke. Keeping it going.
Skew, please, no int.
Cap's going for a little bit of a longer trade. Now is going to
Au, brate mili. Au, brate mili.
Didn't need to go back in. Maybe wanted to save the wave, and Cream grabbing first blood.
I mean, Cream is 1v2. Both all the way for the hills too. Fengyue and Tien are on the
well,
lane.
shit.
And you saw in the minimap them walking up.
Ali ovo baš ne smije se dogoditi iz prostora što sam napomenuo. Caps je najkonsistent u G2, a Skew mora da igra dobro ako G2 hoće da ima bilo kakvu šansu. I dođe Krem i 1-2 ih iznabada.
The little dog children are going to block skill shots for you. You got plenty of mobility.
Puppies, maybe? the dog?
Dog children.
Dog children. Dog children. Yes, the dog children. Yes, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
So many friends.
Ćemo vidjeti vjerojatno mid opet.
Is my child.
That is actually, yeah.
But here, look at the mini-map. You know, Cap's over to the other side, and he goes straight back, and Cream is already in position. Cream was already positioning like, yeah, you're going to try and go back to your tower? No, sir. I'm just going to lay down the miasma right here. And so Caps can't flash. Really well done by Cream. He fought off the Olaf, and then he able to go aggressively position towards Caps' tower. Topside!
Broken Blade, dropping the equalizer. Public Execution does connect on a Skewmon. Suyon just out of there. He's able to retreat. Tian waiting over the wall as well. G2 not able to get more out of that play. Do get the flash.
Ali Krem ih baš ubi.
Suyon still able to walk back in the lane and pick up the wave. And Kobe, it's looking a little rough here. That's the first big play. The second big play it feels like G2 have gone for, and both times they haven't been able to convert it into a greater advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, you know, priority meta champions we're highlighting here for Cream, and him playing so well on it. He was very confident, his movement all leading up to that play too, dodging a lot of skill shots. So good play from him starting out is definitely does bode well for TS, but it's still very early in the game. A lot left to be played, so is just going to mean that the Casio is on good footing, and you're going to be able to play around a very consistent and reliable AP kind of machine gun source of good DPS. And sometimes that can be very problematic for an Olaf. If you get behind the race for how much offensive pressure you can put out versus how much offensive pressure the people you're trying to run down can put out, if they can just burn you down while you're trying to run in, it completely changes the look of the champion. So we'll keep track of that, but definitely not going to fully divert the course of this game just quite yet.
Bibi se drži even, Skewmon se drži even.
Go for lethality there, so we'll try to poke, maybe hoping to get a little bit of control of mid lane later when he does rotate up, and it is going to be annoying for the side of G2 to deal with. It might force that all-in commitment a little bit sooner than they'd like.
Mislim da je Caps malo u problemu i matchupa radi. Mislim, problem koji imaš s Casio, jako često pričamo o tom heroju, je koliko samo dobro skijela u tanki, ne spore činjenice da radi bolestan damage.
Just lucky we're not a minute later in the game and that's a level 6 Nautilus, or it would have been a dead LeBlanc.
100% agree. And if you constantly have vision around you with these control wards and clearing out the G2 vision, it allows the Casio to just stand and fight her grounds. LeBlanc's gonna try and intimidate you, right? Yeah. Scary, I'm distortioning in, going for a trade. But if you can stand and fight your ground and he's hitting all of his noxious blasts, then you can get really good trades, and your Miasma is so good at punishing the Blanc when she's trying to exit. As long as you have the security, and look at that, they put double control wards. This is the vision that we're talking about around mid lane to make sure Cream can continue to play so aggressively. Yeah, he even gets the one up around Raptors as well. So this Casio can definitely stand and fight whenever the Blanc even tries to trade.
And Cream really building so much this initial advantage himself when Caps kind of overstepped on that first trade. But the good news for TES is all that investment around mid lane hasn't come at the cost of losing somewhere else on the map. Bot lane still trading relatively even. It's a push back and forth in terms of prio. A similar story topside. So it's not like G2 has their own really strong lane to play around to balance out what is Cream very steadily ramping up this gold lead in mid.
Yeah, so in that case, when you don't, then you say you go for trades. Yep. They're like, okay, you guys are going top side for grubs. Let's go bottom side for the dragon here. Caps is going to get one of those control wards around mid down. That's going to be very beneficial for his continued trades. And they're going to take the dragon. It is going to mean Tien helps with the top side. They interrupt the recall here. Broken Blade does cancel his for now. Does Swayon also check the brush? Yes, sir.
He knows. Obviously, you've got decent information. A ward was dropped over the wall as Skewmon was starting the dragon, so you feel pretty confident that Broken Blade is on the weak side and is not going to have any support.
Yeah, and he has no teleport either, so that extra minion wave, those two interrupted recalls mean more minions dying to the tower up there as bot side.
Not able to get anything else. Hansama stepping forward on his focus. Jackie Love just continuing to poke, and Skewmon is in the area, might be going for the 3v3. Nice ulti from LeBlanc to look for the disengage. Fungyue now.
Trebali su fajn ovdje, G2 je dobar ovdje, Olaf je prejak u ovom dijelu partije.
Skewmon grabbing the double.
That is an overreach from TES for sure, man. They had just seen, G2 trying to make their play and they're kiting back. And then Fungyue tries to force so heavily, again, into the Freljord bottom lane. They can punish with so much CC. Nice turn from G2, and they get not one, but 2 kills into Skewmon's Olaf, which they want to carry this comp.
S kim da je ruku na srce ovo malo grifio Teser, u Olafa Brauma se nikad ne bi još u ovom delu partije. Olaf Braum ne mogu da izgube, bukvalno skrmiš u ovom delu partije, Olaf Braum ne gube. A ti imaš kao Varusa. Samo vi pikajte Varusa, blago meni, opušteno. Ne, najjači pik u igrici 100%. Užas.
Yeah, especially with the level 6 there for Lebrov. Really nice for him. Boom, hits the ult while he's getting hooked in. Then they immediately get the follow-up stun. That just looked so easy there to turn from G2. And let's see, I mean, that just slingshot Skewmons. All of a sudden, you're feeling a little worried there, Dracos, but he got so accelerated, he one-shot, he insta-bought his Hex Tech right after that experimental Hex Plate, and that is the go button. Now you are supremely turbo as soon as you pop your ultimate. So we'll see what the Olaf can do from here.
Definitely an excellent position to be in. We talked about it before, but the Olaf, when he's ahead of the curve, can ignore so much of the front line, walk past, get right on top of players like Jackie Love or Cream. Of course, Cream has a nice little lead of his own, but this is a good position for G2, getting one of the most volatile matchups they have, or members they have active on the map. Is an exhaust, an arrow, a flash from Jackie Love, holding it in the previous play. Does trade his ulti for ulti on top of the flash, and exhaust from Lebrov from the Summoner's Spellbook.
See, people can change, he learned from the previous...
Da, pitanje, mislim, fora je što i Olaf
more now. Skumon's still staying in the bottom area. Tien
A i Olaf i LeBlanc dosta opadaju.
go on the top side and sit up there, but doesn't not able to accomplish.
Rumble će biti tu i tamo ok, ali opet Ješ bez mobility, a bit će jako teško da igra. Pa dobar flash od BBG, samo da se izvuče bar iz Nafiri komboa. Kažem, najveći problem je mislim Casio ovdje. Jer kako traje partija, tako će Casio samo postati sve više i više ono busted.
Interrupted 2 recalls from Broken Blade. He lost extra CS because of that, trying to get back, and now no flash on him. However, if you are looking at the other side of the map, not only did they get Jackie's flash, look at those wards. They also were able to leave behind 3 wards through the red quadrant of TES's jungle, and that is going to help G2 in setting up for the next consecutive dragons here.
Biće baš teško Han Samin. Zašto, mislim, pokušam da kao vidim pozitivno, ali ja ne znam kako Ash preživljava komp koji je s druge strane.
They can look to focus away from Broken Blade and just say, I'm sorry, buddy. Your pain will probably continue. We're going to stack dragons.
Just hold on. Just survive. We can
maybe Rumble ult some waves.
There you go.
Ult some waves and...
It's called the equalizer because it helps you get the CS back, not because it, you know, not doing anything else right now, and that's just going to be okay.
Well, we'll see if, you know, Zhueyan ends up teleporting to the dragon fight and ends up being a determining factor there. Then it could be fairly problematic, but we'll see how this next one actually does go down because it's only 18 seconds, and a lot of teams too, Dragon number 2 is not where they really draw their line in the sand.
Very true.
So there's not a super amount of pressure on TES. Dragon number 3 is usually where you really do hard focus it. And since Tien's already seen on a ward walking topside,
Paps trying to clear this wave was sent topside because he has access to the teleport, but is it going to cost him his life? Public execution flashed away from Ergo going a little bit wide. That's the fake one! That's the clone! He gets tricky, but it just doesn't matter. They cover their bases. TES with a flawless dive.
Yeah, there's 25 more gold over there, buddy. Like, get them both! They do get them both. They make the dive on top side. TS make the call. Yeah, second dragon, we don't care about that one either. We're going to get more and more and more and more gold on Zhueyan and Bessa here, who... He is technically not a rookie because he did play, you know, like 9 games for IG in Tier 1. However, he hasn't played international games at Riot Internationals and is so young.
Solidan start za G2. Iskreno solidan start za G2 jako.
To carry games, to be a win condition, and you know, with 369 stepping down and stepping away, it really was big shoes to fill. And so they're putting a lot of focus and a lot of faith in him on the international stage. This is something that people were citing when they're looking at this brand of TES, bringing 2 very young players with both him and Fengyue onto the international stage, and he is the one with the large gold lead. Of course, Cream did really well for himself early on too.
But when we look at the Coinbase gold grind, we can see the tower plates very heavily in Zhueyan's favor, as well as the kills, making up that 1,000 gold difference. A little bit extra there in terms of CS as well. So sitting pretty comfortable in this game, punishing G2 for trying to get a little bit creative on their lane assignments with lack of access to that TP from Broken Blade. But G2 still trying to show a bit of force here as they push out the mid lane, commit Skumon to the area. Remember, he is kind of the one big strong point for the team, as Broken Blade using the equalizer as predicted, just to keep waves a bit cleared out.
Meanwhile, G2, oh yeah, a little dangerous there. They do pull the Rift Herald, but decide to back off as it is soft contested. And remember, the teleport is still available for Zhueyan. Nice dodge from Jackie.
Goes forward from Lebrov, looking to lock up Jackie Love. Rue not going to connect. Now Tien's debating if he can follow up.
Good hold from on his flash this time around from Jackie. Nice little dodge from him. You know, does have the Ghost Blade, does have the Boots of Swiftness, so he becomes pretty hard to hit once you get all that extra move speed for the Varus. And it allows you to save your summoner spells for key fights. Again, usually it's Dragon number 3, where the team that opted for topside play and opted for gold is going to come to break your dragon stacking. And that's what we kind of expect from TES.
TES.
Oh, they're wrapping around.
To grab the Herald, lock up onto Caps. Nothing he can do to dodge this one. Follow-up hook is there. Cream gonna look to lay down the miasma just in time. Caps walking out all deep, but he's still taking.
Ma ne. Kraj mi je problem. Znači će postati previše tanki, neće moći gubi LeBlanc posle.
so nicely done here. Fengyue, point and click on the LeBlanc with the ulti. Follow it up with the CC combo right into the miasma again from Cream. And he fires off the ulti with the AoE, even though you're going into LeBlanc passive with the clone. Enough damage to finish it off. Just really nicely layered there. And TES have just picked apart this LeBlanc pick. The end of the draft there, Dracos, that they tried to go with. And Cream, I mean, he almost has as much of a gold lead individually as Zweon does. So Cassio is going to be a turbo carry to play around for TES.
Ako ništa bar ide na... Ne, item use, ali nebitno je. Ovde, mislim da ovde ne može Han samo da builda humani build. Jer mislim da je Han sama svestan da ovaj game ne ide dalje od mida. Tako da makoliko nisam hater ovog Ashe builda, ovde u stvari jedino ima smisla na Ashe da builda. Jer zašto vam kažem da je build useless? Zašto ako partija potraje 40 minuta Kraken i item. Ali ovaj game je 20 minuta kraj. I mislim da je Han samo u fazonu, ja moram da uradim nešto sad, inače samo izgubiti game. A Kraken kao jedan item je jako dobar. Jer kao što vidimo, trenutno se ceo G2 raspada. Dobro, chill NA casteru, znamo da si iz NA, vrate, opusti se. Nije toliko ozbiljno. Klasičan NA caster hypuje se kad Evropa gubi, mislim, ja ne mogu ovako, stvarno, ovo nije u redu.
Waiting around, but it feels like G2 are grasping at straws a bit, just trying to do what they can with this Ashe arrow to force some kind of play. And keep in mind, Zweon is still in the top lane.
Kao, wow, Caps je stompovan, bro, chill, bro.
G2 trying to force advantage.
Chill, bro, nije TES mid laner za bacanje, chill.
Nice stand behind me to the minion from LeBron to get away from the Varus ulti.
I mean, that Herald is just going to take out mid, they get the dragon. This is just straight objectives by the book, Dracos. Going to be able to get your mid lane priority, get your dragon, put a stop to their stacking.
Dogodi se, mislim, Caps ima trenuti kad čuka, šta da radiš?
Extremely fed solo lane carries. Now G2 trying to make something happen though.
Get something, hoping to catch out Cream. Ulti from LeBron catches out Fengyue, who's immediately going to hook out. Paired with the equalizer, but not really getting much.
Yeah, I mean they get one flash off the Cassio. Fengyue also had the flash, I guess. So
samo se nadam da neće sebi ući u glavu i intati cijelu seriju.
So you do get a little bit as far as summoner spells with the teleport also being used.
Level 15. Might be able to 2v1. 6 seconds until his ulti's available.
Olaf's coming too though.
Started. Don't think he can 3v1. Getting burned down. Ulti gonna turn back. Big damage coming in. LeBron with the locket. Flash away. Back into enemy tower. Will still get the 1-for-1.
Yeah, Zweon barely gets it there. Does get the support kill for himself at the very least. 3 members invested from G2 to the bottom lane, but Jackie's pushing mid. Broken Blade will at least finish up the rest of this tower. Does he get caught though, trying to escape? There's a control ward in the second brush, so he's teleporting.
Yeah.
He's out.
Manages to get away. G2 at least getting something. A bit of gold back here as LeBron did his best to survive. Very close to making it away. Hansama matched up against Jackie Love. A bit frustrating for him as the Varus poke is just so hard to manage, so hard to deal with. And you can see the solo laners just wildly far behind. 2-level discrepancy between Cream and Caps. And here, Zweon may be overconfident, but you could see why.
Yeah, and it was just LeBron waiting there up on the Fog of War on that little corner of the wall so that Zweon could not see. Nice ult from Zweon though to the other side. And then since LeBron had put up his Unbreakable to the other direction, he had barely gotten enough on the other side. And G2's like, okay,
we'll take it.
He did get one counter kill, but at least we got our shutdown. We got our kill on the Ambessa, so that was necessary.
Broken Blade walking in here. Jackie Love marked by the equalizer. But that's it. There's no immediate follow-up.
Yeah, with his Boots of Swiftness and again a Ghost Blade active, he is able to walk it out. He does. Let's see about this though. They actually are just getting mid priority for this. So I mean, yeah, you got a little bit of damage done, but that is a whole tower gone in mid lane.
And G2, dizzy. Remember, coming into this series, these teams across almost every single tier list were adjacent
Ne znam, razmišljam šta mislim, iskreno ja bih rekao, gledaj, Skewmond je 3-0, ajmo objektivno, Skewmond igra lepo. Da, ja sam dežurni Skewmond hater, ali Skewmond igra lepo. Brate mili, ako igra dobro, iskreno, daj mu neki igra na Asusa. Daj mu njegov, brate, clutch pick. Znamo da Asus itekako ima carry potencijal. Daj mu da nosi, brate. Realno gledano, daj mu da nosi.
Has really rewarded them, but let's see about this time around, because G2 are chipping, they're cutting down on that gold lead, okay? So they've cut down a couple areas, and now being able to split push, Caps should finish off the top tower. They've got controllers here, leading up to the Baron. Vision control does look good for them.
That it does. Jackie Love trying to land a bit of poke here. Yes, fight to regain some control around the pit. And poked, but generally unfazed. Pretty confident with his team's positioning around this objective. Cap's going to be spotted on Vision as well. Root does land. Skewmon ready to go over the wall. And already burning his defensive cooldowns, but just a bit of poke, and unfortunately Caps gets poked more.
And all this time, again, more split pushing. Fengyue, more and more. This Ambessa is actually just going to 1v9, I feel like.
Neće samo MBS. Ovaj game je poludom, stvarno. Mislim da ne mogu da igraju puno, zašto i Olaf koji je nafidan će opasti jako brzo.
And the unfortunate reality is, I had the absolute, well, displeasure of rewatching.
Mislim, fora je koliko god damage-a radio Olaf, više nije taj unkillable koji je bio ranije.
It was 369, but I've seen this game before, Kobe. LPL Ambessa trampling over the LEC first seed. Now, the difference, I think, is Skewmon can be this late game insurance, right? We've seen it from Doran when he plays this pick top lane. If you get to 3 items, if the enemy team mispositions once, that's really all it takes for Olaf to tear through the enemy lineup. But thus far, TES have been so diligent on always trading even, or more consistently trading up, getting that extra tower, having Ambessa on a side lane. So it's hard to see a path where TES are going to make that mistake, are going to fumble a bit and give away for Skewmon to play a fight.
And Jackie has spell shield on top of all this move speed that we keep on highlighting for him here for the Varus too. And if you're full sending over there, wait a second, they're going to teleport in. We're going to start this pretty early.
5v5. Arrow connects in the brush. TES don't have vision, but the common enough to tell them they have to be careful.
Okay. How big of a factor will this Braum be in the team fight? How much can Lebrov lock up?
Good question. Stepping very far forward. Keeping our eyes on Sveon. Most fed member of the team alongside Cream. Public execution, crucial. Objective getting lower and lower. Lebrov locked up. Ulti combo is good. Jackie Love now in trouble as Skewmon starts to tear through the back line. Immediate fall coming from Caps. Sveon a little bit dizzy. Caught in the midst of 3.
Našli su flank, ovo je decent.
Skewmon living for far too long. Lebrov going forward. Multiple members locked up. Broken Blade wants revenge for the laning phase, but Sveon refuses to fall. The Dragon dropped in favor of TES, but the fight goes to G2.
Oh, it's so close here too in the aftermath. 2 for 1 on kills, and we did kind of see the clash between the Olaf dive and the DPS of the Cassio. Here it is. They start out on the Braum really early. Rumble ultimate plus Ash Arrow plus Braum ultimate, all on Jackie Love, and the Olaf immediately runs Turbo Form. So him and Caps do burst it, and then Skewmon also uses his flash, but then as Tien comes to help add the extra DPS, and you see that Cassiopeia ultimate stunning Caps as LeBlanc tried to come in to again help out with the dive from Olaf. Cream saw him out of the corner of his eye. He hits the Cassio ult. He stops the LeBlanc damage, and they had enough themselves.
Mislim, jedino što nas donekle radi je činjenica TES ima Varusa. I realno to nam je uvek free kill. Znači, Varusa možemo farmamo kako hoćemo. Ali problem je što je, mislim, oni 4 na 5 dobijaju. Mislim, kao gledamo da budemo ono objektivni. Ja mislim da bez Jackie Lava vinaju game. Mislim da je Jackie Lava levo smetalo. Stoji tu eventualno da pecne neki ulti, da ima malo engage-a, ali generalno mislim da Jackie Lava samo ne radi previše ovaj game. Ne mora da radi previše.
Leon still with the TP available, can just keep pushing bot lane if they want to go for the attempt.
And Leon 17 now. And And in the side lanes, will constantly be having this pressure versus Broken Blade. However, still going to see the split push top from Caps and going to allow them the extra side wave there. Little bit of vision from him around the Baron from the top side to allow an area to approach for.
Znaš što kažeš, Casio je bukvalno 2 Varusa, ti Casio samo ne igraš.
They need the Brav in order to do that, in order to retake the vision. And here he comes. Nice little position there. Skumon waits for the extra safety so the Brav has someone to jump to when they're trying to check that vision.
Yeah, hawk shot, such a nice tool, nice bit of utility to have, especially if Brav has to be careful of walking face first in, as you highlighted. But again, just credit his way on. We've been singing his praises all game, but remind, this is his first international stage game. This is his first big tournament, right? And I think that ultimately, having this kind of performance in your first game is literally the best thing you could possibly.
Viego je uvijek dobar u solo queue, samo što je jako težak za igru. Ako znaš da ga igraš, super je, ali nije lagan za igru Viego, iskreno.
Hey, you're super fed, Ambessa. Can you actually carry a team fight for us? He does have the side lane priority, and that is still looking good. Extra money here. Yep. 2 turret plates knocked off.
Big chunks out of Broken Blade's health bar. The Eclipse shield enough to stop any follow-up. He's just going to go for the dive. Skumon's on the way, but he might be a little bit too late. Way on. Nice backstep. Dashing out with the rebuttal. TP away, knowing that they have no CC, but so damn close to going down.
Okay, so he trades his teleport for the flash of Broken Blade by going in for that play. Now his team also, they were kind of, pushing up mid instead. Didn't really get to retake the vision around Baron. I was thinking maybe they would go take care of those control wards that G2 did leave behind. But
I think he might have made that call on his own. That didn't feel like a more concerted TES wide effort, which you respected. I mean, if he was on his lonesome, Broken Blade didn't have flash, probably would have been able to find the kill. Losing the TP is a bit rough, though. It doesn't mean he can just push for free on a side lane, as Broken Blade does have a TP, will be able to join the fight that much easier.
Ooh. And Death's Dance does a lot for the Olaf survival.
Zato ti kažem, mislim, težak je, znaš. To ti je kao ono, lupam kata, ima veliki carry potencijal, ali jako je lako izintati s katom i samo ne može vinaš game. Naravno u solo queue, kažem u kompetivu, ovdje nikad nećemo da vidimo. Ovdje vidimo da je očigledno Rumble previše težak za Bibija. Šal na stranu, težak je i matchup. Igraš Rumble u MBS-u, mala greškica, jednom padneš behind farmu i to ceo game. Ne igraš, ne pitaš se ništa.
And so much of what we wanted to set up, talking about the next Drake fight, just falls through based on the side lane discrepancy here. Again, the initial play, burning the flash in exchange for TP. The second play, getting a TP for free on top of the kill. Now a tower to follow. So G2 realistically can do nothing to stop this Drake. They're not even going to be able to get in range to try for a 50-50.
I kind of want to even, do a replay of the pan the camera over to see, what the wait a second.
Okay.
What the choice was there, because that just cost them so much. Dragon number 3, the whole bottom side rest of the tower. It really does make the map a lot more difficult to play.
G2 holding on to what little Baron control they can, but you're completely right. Hansama still just trying to push midway back to an even state. Might be giving him some raptors just to help him get closer to that infinity edge.
Još jedan Drake Mountain LeBlanc isključuje kao heroja i njen one shot potencijal kao assassin također dosta opada.
Being able to play off of, push hard on that long lane down there, keep the vision under their control, and they're rewarded in the end. Attention to detail really paying off, and now we've got some dangerous moments here for G2, but they're going to look to get a little aggressive.
Just poking, threatening, want to force their way in, platform LeBron, immediate exhaust coming in, but Jacula with a casual sidestep as Caps tries to commit as well. Arrow connects onto Jacula, Tien waiting in the backside, LeBron already down, Swayan hasn't even arrived to the fight. Skumon wants to make a difference, he'll get through Jackie, but I don't know if it's enough to keep him alive. In the midst of 4, he will finally fall. G2 desperate, the ulti from Tian is there, Hansama with nowhere left to run.
I napeto.
Oh, swing and a miss from G2. Wait, find your way into the wall. Oh, he just reads him. Sees the snapback come in, picks him off, my God.
Zoeon, able to find the Magician once again, takes down Caps as TES take down the Baron.
Incredibly dominant performance from TES. It feels like they've had G2's number from minute one. The top lane advantages, the mid lane advantages. Tian and Fengwei absolutely everywhere on the map. The only person suffering anywhere on this lineup is Jackie Love. And when he sees how far ahead his team is, I don't think he minds.
And it is so impressive from this team. We talked about it earlier, but 369 stepping back, Swan coming in with big shoes to fill. And he has been aggressive all the way. Lebrov, he's messing around in the wrong side of town. That's not your jungle anymore, buddy.
They're already coming out. Sidesteps one of the double daggers, but Sway on there to finish the kill. And that's pretty devastating. 37 seconds on the Braum. Only going to make that Red Bull Baron power play that much more devastating, but it starts wrong for G2 and it does not get better.
Lebrov went for the swing and the miss, but then they still had to go for the play anyway. So Skumon says, fine, I'm going to make the best of a bad situation. He goes in, he still is able to delete Jackie Love, but the rest of TS team can just turn all their damage on him. Best CC, of course, ending in death. And then here, Caps tries to get a little something back for the play to pick on the Nautilus, and yeah, he could dodge the Nautilus hook, but
Razmišljam šta G2 radi u Game-u 2, ali kažem, mislim da je legitimno, priča samo daj skill da igra Nasa. Problem je što TES igra klasičan kineski LoL i generalno su jako naporni rano, a ovaj game su draftovali takav draft da su jaki rano, ali skilluju bolje. I kao, šta ti onda radiš? Znaš, koji je tvoj pristup kad si slabiji early, a skilluješ lošije? Kao...
Yeah, a lot of these TS members are looking very scary, so G2, what can they do? At these moments, you kind of just have to full send one lane. Choose one lane and just go. I mean, Zwayan does have a Guardian Angel, but...
Alti, hoping that they can proc the GA, but the rest of TES now trying to cover. Alti down on the Caps, they spot him, recalling onto the distortion. Immediate fall now coming for Crims, Miasma laid down. Zwayan still alive, still on a rampage, still tearing through.
Ma da, nema.
Desperately to hold the line, but it is not enough in the face of TES. 10,000 gold in the lead, 16
Ubiše ih.
Caps can dance, dip, duck, dive, dodge, all he wants, but he's dead.
I što je najcrnije, mislim da najviše G2 povredilo to što Caps ima jako lošu partiju. Nije nešto pretredno kriv, samo jedan Lucky. Onaj jedan lead koji je našla Casio u early game-u je samo previše snowballovala sve. 1 na 2 je isforsirao s Human da ubio Capsa i tu se manje više ugasili full kao tim. Da.
They're going to be talking about a rookie who just embarrassed our entire region. Am I right, Analyst Desk? Is that what we're talking about? Maybe a little top lane.
He's right. I think he's right. Azel?
There's no shame in losing.
Ništa, nadamo se na Asusa. Sad imaju dvije opcije, mislim, ili da igraju brže rano, sa tipa ono Renekton bullshit pikovima samo da probaju da snowballaju game. To je jedna opcija. A druga opcija im je da igraju hard scale. Bojim se ako igraju hard scale da samo nemaju šanse da urade ništa. Tako da mislim da je samo bolji play da igraju Turbo Early. Mislim da je play giga rano i udri. Svako imamo 10 minuta pauze. Tivan Vina, BRB sam i vraćamo se s Game Over 2.
Especially if you're going for the counter matchup with the Braum and just expecting that Fengwei is going to find that angle. I love that Skumon was waiting around try and seeing that angle goes immediately. That Ash ulti, by the way, my eyes, that hitbox doesn't hit. But it does, they follow up. That's 2 kills early.
Yeah, I mean, that was really, really well done by Skumon. And it kind of turned into this tale of two stories, right? You have Skumon on one side who got really accelerated, and then you have the solo laners on the other side who were kind of feeding on Caps. Caps was really struggling to find purchase in this game. It started early on in the 1v2 where he gets taken out by Cream. They try to look for this play on him, and Cream just sidesteps the axe.
Ok, evo me nazad, zaboraviti sam išta rekao. Mislim da ću da odem AFK, ali sam onda skapirao da realno mogu samo chillam za kompom, tako da možemo pričamo. Genji se nije kvalifikovao, da, mislim, MSI svaka regija ima svoje kvalifikacije, Genji nije uspio se kvalifikuje, tako da...
it's just insane for them to be able to
Tivan i Hanno su odlučili da Genji ne ide na MSI.
trading a dragon. We're going to be going straight topside, and so
Pa ništa, LCK je samo pretežak. Mislim, kad se ne kvalifikuješ preko LCK-a, pogotovo kad LCK ima samo 2 slota, nije ništa strašno.
And that's a double AP from LeBlanc and Rumble, the LeBlanc that is behind. So then you can just go Hex Drinker into straight Death Stance, and he was untouchable this game, and this was just beautiful to watch.
I mean, it was really well played by Zoyan.
Jednostavno previše stacked regija samo znači da neće moći da neće moći iste ekipe konstantno se kvalifikuju.
Part of the reason I predicted G2 is because I wasn't sure how he was going to perform in his international debut, but okay, if you're going to play like that.
Yeah, it's a Finn rookie showing what he's made of. What I thought was interesting on the side of G2 is that regardless of the solo lanes, I felt like they were not falling behind on tempo, and then it progressively got worse to the point where there's a fight that I want us to show you, Azel, the fact that it comes to this Baron, the fact that even if Skewmon goes in, Caps then doesn't manage to find the flanks that he wants to come, and in the end, G2 cannot do anything.
Yeah, G2 weren't really coordinated, so we're going to watch this fight. We kind of started up paused, and so we'll roll into it for a little bit, and then once Skewmon starts scrapping on the side with Tiana, I want to pause, and I think that Zoyan did a really good job here. So if we pause just shortly after they start fighting on the side, we can kind of pause right here. So Zoyan on the bottom of your screen, he's actually going to be scrapping with Skewmon. Those two are actually fighting on the side. And this is kind of stopping the follow-up here, because what G2 wanted to do, they want to go with the Braum ult, they want to drop the equalizer kind of across here, and then the idea is Skewmon is going to come in by the side, but I really was impressed by the fact that Fungyue and Zoyan are both kind of marking Skewmon and not making it easy for him to get in. He doesn't want to ult and actually be, stuck onto them, so we can unpause here, and eyes onto the backline here. The equalizer kind of whiffs on everything. If you're looking at the equalizer came through here. Skewmon was scrapping on the side. He does finally go in and is able to take down Jackie Love, who was missing that flash, but Tien is pushing them back on one side. Zoyan is marking on the other side. And even though they lose Jackie, it really costs them everything, including their Fed members, to do it. And this just felt like a fight where G2 had multiple ideas about how they actually wanted to execute. You see Lebrov and you see Broken Blade, they're kind of one mind. And Skewmon wasn't really ready for the fight. Caps wasn't really ready for the fight. And honestly, the Braum ult and the equalizer weren't well placed either. But at that point, they felt like, okay, we're so committed. We got to go, we got to go, we got to go. And TES just kind of danced around them.
And throughout this game, too, they were threatening a Mountain Soul. I felt like in your replay, the angle that we were seeing from Tien just threatening the back line while all of that was happening was another aspect. I felt like Tien had a great game. Like being able to focus on what was, I think, on the major objective.
Hanva je bila prva.
We're stacking up dragons, and that's like a Mountain Soul.
Hanva je bila prva i onda se Tivan vratio kroz losers. Ali nema, kažem, mislim, samo je... LCK ti je prestakovan na regiji. Igraće, Genji će igrati EVC, koji je sljedeće nedelje, to jest on je tamo. Šta je danas, petak? Da, on je tamo, će igrati EVC. Tako da ćemo gledati i Genji na Internationalu, pa ćemo da imamo koji su formi oni, mislim.
I'm wondering what Perks is reviewing with G2 right now. Outside of Caps' early plays, maybe, as a former G2 mid laner, but what would you review here?
For me, I would just think about like the cross maps, because LeBlanc didn't have to die topside under turret when you're going for a dragon for me, because that was what was really starting to snowball the game. Like you can look at individual misplays, but something that is very consistent is like, okay.
No da, pa nebitno je, protiv Tivana vinaš, gubiš, šta god radiš, gubiš.
I think, you talk about side lane, someone's got to be behind Caps, cover him there, and then execution in the 5v5. You need to be of one mind, on the same page.
Dođu pobede game, odu kući i to je to. Može se reći da nije fair.
Lucas, not bad. We win now? Yeah. Not to be sub. I can arrow the next. Not to be sub. Oh, no, nice. Nice, guys. Huge. Doesn't flash. Big. One kan I.应该越不来。这里有夜。上面小心点。这边都没有。上路没人过去。I'm moving. No map. I block it. Okay. I'm soon. Nice, good job. No flash. Let's take this with Thor, by the way, okay?
Evo, ti je eSports World Cup, koji iz nekog razloga igraju timovi, a ne reprezentacije, ali igraće i NC, koji je eSport Nation Cup, i to će igrati reprezentacije, tako da... Reprezentacije verovatno neću prenositi, zašto nemam prava za prenos, mada pitanje je da li ću biti kući, mada... A ako budem kući i ako budem našao način da nađem prava za prenos, možda ću prenositi. To ćemo vidjeti. Shit je što se Srbija nije kvalifikovala, to bi bilo jako fun, ali šta da se radi. Svakako bi, mislim, gledao bi NC ako budem tu, tako da trebam samo da li mogu dobiti prava za prenos, mogu dobiti prava za prenos, što da ne. Ali da, Mevaca će trajati malo manje od MSI-a. To je traje svega 6 dana turnir, ima mnogo više ekipa. Jo, ima negde lista, brate, ne znam napamet da ti kažem. Ima negde lista ko će igrati za koju reprezentaciju. Ali da, mislim da... Neki igrači neće igrati. Mislim, Koreja u suštini bi šta bila T1 sa Gomajušijem i Zevsom. Jer što toga tiče imaš samo jedno jedino pravilo, a to je da iz iste ekipe ne mogu igrati više od 3 igrača. Znači, to je jedino pravilo NC. Što znači da T1 ne može igrati u ovom rosteru. Ali pošto su Zevs i Gomajuši također iz Koreje, a trenutno nisu u T1-u, to znači da stari T1 može se reformuje. I da igraju samo sa T1 sa Gumom i sa Zevsom. I samo da prestumpaju sve kao budale, jer je to samo apsolutno superiorni roster. Brat moj alhemičar. Ma chill je, brate, chill je malo vidjeti ono i metu, chill je vidjeti sve. Da, stari T1, da. U suštini stari T1.
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where TES and G2 are facing off. Top Esports drawing first blood, looking fantastic in that game one, and now we need to see...
like second blood and third blood and like fourth and fifth blood.
There was a lot of blood. It was a lot of unspeakable things. But as our job is to speak about it, so for the sake of G2, we'll hope in Game 2 that there's a little more parity in the matchup. Of course, we're getting ready for Champ Select. I do think there are things that we can point at in draft, right? The blind Rumble, you can understand why they'd go for it paired with the Ashe, but
get Broken Blood a counter pick, man. I don't want to see him on a regular champ. Give him something that's some weird counter pick.
If there's a way we could give everyone counter picks, I'd feel much more optimistic. But that's generally not how draft works.
How about you take away Caps' counter pick and you give it a Broken Blade, because the LeBlanc was not it.
Harsh but fair.
That's my executive decision.
They hated him because he spoke the truth.
Ne, pa zato su oni uklonili da ne može 5 igrača iz iste ekipe. Jer u suprotnom bi samo jedan tim predstavljao zemlju. Kao i Kina i Koreja mogu naprave one team, manje više roster.
Even with the Karma banned out, they were hovering it too just for safety. And I feel like I have that trend where a lot of AD carriers will pick something safe bottom lane. Yeah, the mages or like Ezreal or something, and then you can get a roam support too. But just one-shotting a Jarvan really early on before you see carries with safety, now it makes me think they were hovering Ezreal like, hey, we're going to pick Jarvan, and then are you going to take something with a jump to get out of Cataclysm? Because usually when you first pick Jarvan, enemy team picks carries with jumps, and Yunara Lulu is a very common answer into the early Jarvan here too.
Interesting. Yunara fell kind of off completely in priority domestically for us in EU. It splits past, but rising back up here. Still one of Hansama's most played, and obviously the Lulu alongside it is a powerhouse duo. Has a bit of mobility, tied of course to the ultimate, however. But I'm looking at Tian in this game. He was good last time around, and now has even more tools to impact early on.
And he is a very good Jarvan.
Okay, Lulu fine, Yunara fine.
Cause for concern. Burst champion to go along with.
Za sada ne užasno. TES radi njihovu stvar, znači ništa čudno u draftu.
Interesting. Slamming the Gnar would make you choose. I like when teams do this. When they're on that side, okay, they're not actually going to go through with it.
They're thinking about it.
You would slam both solo lanes, and then you say, oh, your opponents can only counter one of them. So now G2 are like, well, we can only counter one before the next rounds of bans come in. So you have to choose. Are you going to pick the Gnar, which they were hovering? I feel like TS keep on hovering the
They're like teasing.
They keep on daring you with the hovers before they lock what they, because Gnar obviously is going into Renegade, but not so much there. Well, let's see. You get to choose. Do you want the Gnar or do you want Caps' answer into the Aurora? And they go for Caps again, this time with the Ahri.
Doubling down. Of course, Ahri, I think, a champion that even if you fall behind a bit more has some more reliable utility, some more reliable...
Ahri u Auroru je isto fine. Ok, dobro, ajde. G2 se donekle se drži ovde sa draftom za sad.
Whereas TES, very clear story as to what their comp wants to do. They're going to push their ultimates, they're going to dive on you, and they're going to kill you. And now G2 trying to take away some of the strong potential bot lane answers would be very nice for Hansama and Lebrov to take control early on with a pick that scales better. The obvious ideal is to take away the Caitlyn, but Poppy also going to get taken out of the pool for Skewmon. I think a really great choice when you already see so many dash-heavy champions.
The Poppy value right now is quite high.
Yes, it is.
So that's definitely a good defensive ban. Then the question is, does Rayon even care? Is he just like, Broken Blade, he can pick whatever he wants, I don't care, into my Renekton, because, you could do a Gnar, you could do a Vayne into it. After what we just saw, I don't think people will have confidence in Broken Blade Vayne into it, so maybe he just goes tank into it.
Mislim, nisu banovali Nasusa ako ništa. Čini mi se kao opcija za sljedeći game u svakom slučaju ako ga već ostavljaju. Ali mislim da s druge strane verovatno i Skewman ne želi da igra Nasusa u kinesku ekipu. Jer mislim da zna kakav tempo imaju Kinezi da samo nije play da izlači Nasusa.
Well, if they do that, like Broken Blade's got to do the, exactly one of those things I was talking about. There you go. Okay, so they lock the Cassante, and then now it does come back around to Jackie. So into Yunara, one of the earliest counter picks that emerged that I actually really liked was the Aphelios. because of the green gun contesting level 1 as well and being good scaling, but they can just go the range, just go the poke. Ezreal here as well. Interesting. They're going to get some more guaranteed engage too with the Nico. So Nico, Jarvan, and Aurora, pretty good opportunities for flanks, pretty good trifecta of engage here.
And a bit of flexibility for Fungyue if he wants to play more for the bot lane 2v2 or maybe leave Jackie Love. Ezreal, a really nice champion to have if you want to be roaming, if you want to be more active on the map. But there's
Mislim da je ovo fine. Mislim da je ovo fine. Jer kažem, realno gledano mislim da je Asus previše slow tempo za Kineze. Iako bi mu dao ako izgubi ovaj game dao bi mu Nasa svejedno jer sam poznan šta da izgubiš. I onako dobijaš batine. Sa Xinom imaš neki early game pressure, bar mislim... Neko mi se čini kao da imaš više šanse da napraviš nešto. Ali draft je Kinezima identičan uvek. Znači igraju, jaki smo u early-u, a opet scalamo dobro. Ovdje Renekton Ezreal dosta opadaju očigledno. Tako da će tu izgubiti malo scala. S druge strane, Aurora je giga jaka. Uskoro sve kasnije. I ono što jako realno može se dogodi, ja se nadam da neću biti u pravu, ali zapamtite tokom gema. Vidjet ćete kako će Aurora shotati Lulu 7 puta u late gameu. Znači Labrov čim malo ode van pozicije, Aurora će da ga nađe i da ga shota.
The expected success that they could have at this tournament starts to dwindle, starts to fall away. It is only their first series on this stage, but when you're playing against a TES lineup that it seems like might have been pretty underestimated based on their immediate explosive performance on stage, definitely wanted to see a bit more here. To get ready now to load into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, G2 are talking about they want revenge for getting eliminated from Worlds last year, but I mean, now you need to get revenge for game 1 of even this year, what we just played. So let's see the turnaround. They're making a little bit of an incursion here, and there's going to be mirrored wards for both sides on Raptors. So pretty standard jungle vision for each.
That it is.
And that jungle vision is going to allow them to surmise the normal kind of paths here. And it is going to be opposite starts again, and it is going to be TES again, pathing towards bottom side. As actually, Jarvan is leashing the blue buff. Look, he looks like he's going to go for an invade, because he's leashing the blue buff to the other side of the river right now. So Tien is going to go for early invade here on Jarvan. I do like this.
Cream already up a pot in terms of trades overall in the mid lane too. Might go for the gank mid lane. Hansama forced the barrier as they back off. Jackie Love getting some extra attack speed.
Right, so he does. They can't 100% say, oh yeah, it's been long enough right now that we for sure. The trading continues pretty heavily down here. They can't say 100% since the Jarvan did technically do. That's about the time that you would expect from a full 3 clear, even though he only did 2 camps. They can press tab, they can look at it and see 2 camps down instead of 3 camps, and they're gonna say, something a little bit fishy here. But it's going to be fishy on both sides because Xin is coming down too. So they saw him on the ward on Raptors, and now Skew is coming behind.
2 flashes, but no defensive, other defensive sums available. Right. Fungyue, fake Jackie, real Jackie. He's back. Gonna be okay. Labrov, a lot of damage there. They're zoning them out of the lane. No TP this time around for Jackie Love. But the wave not pushed forward, so should still be able to make it back pretty quickly. Of course, checking in on the international assist leaderboard, you can see Caps 1 away from passing Ming. Credit to kind of his tenure as a player, but obviously getting achievements like this in a series where you've lost the game, if you're not also winning the games, it doesn't always feel fantastic. It's a clean charm, Q flash through, flash back from Cream. Neither side going to get anything else. Flash for flash traded. Tien on the way in, though. Caps now in trouble. Labrov might be a little bit too late.
Stigla možda? Možda?
As the charm takes Tien under tower. As Tien maybe set to fall. Labrov there to
finish. Ju, Caps. O, brate. I pao od flaga na kraju.
Crucially to G2.
Oh, Caps wanted those double buffs. He wanted that first blood, buddy. He really did. He does get it, but the counter kill. Tien with his dying breath, he gets out.
Tradova je sebe za first blood. Mislim, dobro. Mislim da je fine i dalje, I guess.
To make that even possible for G2. Still, Caps does get the kill credits, does get that bonus gold, so Going to be a much better start for him in the mid lane individually.
He's blasting one. Hansama in trouble. He stepped forward, took too many autos. The blooming burst. The Q doing so much damage.
Yeah, just on the outside. He walks up there a little bit too much. Presumptuous here into the big minion wave as well. Nice punish from Fungyue and Jackie. And that is going to be TES retaking that gold lead even after that first blood. Tien's back for the second spawn of the Raptor camps. He does have the respawn timer perfectly for it, so comes back, yoinks those away. And that can have detrimental effects on the mid lane matchup too when you're constantly taking away enemy Raptors. Top side though.
Blade, Q3 back, Pathmaker.
Good setup.
Takes way on, back under tower. Keep in mind, Tien is on the way. Skumon debating if he can follow. Wisely backs off. Don't think he had information on Tien, but he will spot him now. Maybe a little bit too late, however. Flag and drag. Skumon able to dash back to the minion wave and hold on.
Ne znam, s jedne strane nisam impresioniran s Bivijem, s druge strane jako interesantno, ali ti kada pogledaš ekipa G2 je ekipa koja najmanje importuje igrače, a ima najviše uspeha unutar regije. Tako da u fazonu sam kao, ne sviđa mi se kako igra Bibi zadnjih nekoliko splitova, ali sa druge strane šta će da uvezu Blika iz Koreje. Skoro nikom to nije radilo u Evropi.
It's not like they're going to be able to get a kill here or anything. It's just to ensure that Broken Blade lives. So while Skumon does kind of defend his boy there and make sure he doesn't go down or anything, as he said, he's going to have a long walk before he gets any income.
When we talk about this team, I usually think of Tien and Jackie Love just because of the history they have together. But Tien and Zweon are an incredibly terrifying duo. The way he's playing on the pressure that Zweon already had in that top lane 1v1, really making it that much harder for Broken Blade or Skumon to get active on the map.
And we talked about the impressible international debuts of Zweon and Fungyue as Zweon pops ult, pushes Broken Blade back. You want to take advantage of the 6-to-5 level discrepancy there. It's also fairly impressive for Tien this year because split number one, as we said, he wasn't even playing for a team, and then coming in here on TES and being able to have such a good showing from him. Wait a second.
Ali da, ali bukvalno kažem ti, ne samo, recimo Fnatic sad, kikovali su Emperors, uveli su opet nekog iz Koreje. Tako da i Fnatic isto prati istu priču, oni sad su u fazonu, ne znamo šta ćemo, importa random Korean. Mislim, nije random, ali... Ne znam, mislim da ima stvarno puno talenta u Evropi da nema potrebe se uvoze... Da je svačiji default uvezi lika iz Koreje. Mislim, nemam pojma.
Okay, with that roam, what can Cream do?
Oh, Caps.
Should be fine returning to lane here. Cream was looking like he was going to take kind of the inside route, maybe try and push him off. Does get at least a very good trade for himself. Nice unanswered trade there from Cream. Gets his whole electric proc and everything.
Charm just for the cannon. And a small lead for TES as bot lane just continues to scrap here. Cole is going to give Hansama, or at least keep him close in terms of overall gold, as Jackie did go back and opt for the tier. But at least the pressure for now in favor of G2. Haven't been able to convert it into a Drake. Skumon doing what he can to stay even in XP as he is just a little bit behind Tien, who's about to tick over to level 6. And when he does, it's going to make things a lot harder for the side of G2. If he's aware of the flash timing on Caps, then he knows it's easy setup with that Cataclysm.
Yeah, definitely a little bit scary with how much Tien has been around mid.
Drag, he knows he's got no flash. He's been tracking the ultimate, which means Caps has nowhere left to go. Weirding to finish it. TES again, lethal in the early game.
Tien constantly around that mid lane.
Mislim, da, znaš kako, čak i oni su dobro pokazali, opet kad pogledaš uspeh. Kao oni su bili dobri, a opet Fnatic kad su oni bili najbolji, ništa nije uradio s njima. Kao nekako stvarno mi se čini da nije opcija. To je najbolja opcija.
And it's just good, good diligence from whoever times the summoners and the Ahri ultimate, right? To be aware that there's this incredibly small window of opportunity to essentially make a guaranteed play around mid lane. Cream with flash, with ulti up. Continue to make plays of his own as fake Jackie Love. Credit to Fungyue. I've been tripped up like 5 times by him being Jackie Love this game. As Zweon and Broken Blade once again going toe-to-toe. Zweon just using this ulti to keep the pressure up.
All right, G2 going to try and get some objectives for themselves, though. Down 1,000 gold here in the early stages is just going to be a trade as Tien goes for the grubs on top side, but Skimon will finish up that Dragon number 1. Similar to last game, and they've got a lot of vision preemptively placed by Lebrov through the red quadrant, so they're going to go take a little bit more, but
O, jest, pa dobro, davno je to bilo.
snap the door shut.
They know they're just waiting in the brush. Red buff is the name of the
To je baš bilo davno, iskreno.
Hoping to do this fast enough to get out without a fight, and thus far they're able to do so. Would have been at a pretty difficult position given all the AoE ultimates available, but good that they're able to get that. Get something back as TN's already moving up to the Scuttle Crab. Charm buffered out by Cream. Well played for the 1v1 trade.
I wonder if they want to fight this. The 2v2. The mid-jungle 2v2 has been so fun, Dracos. Let's see about this one. Tien does indeed at least want to poke around. Cream had to finish up the rest of his minion wave. So his dueling partner was not there for the initial scrap, but here we go for part number 2.
Looking for the fist fight. Dragon Strike. Spears missing left and right. Getting for a bit more damage, but both sides backing away. It does feel a little bit personal sometimes.
Always. I mean, jungle's always personal, dude.
Tien going back in. Thought Skewmon was going over the wall. Skewmon still with double buffs. Has already marked the grubs.
First. Look at the mid lane. Cream's moving first, too.
That's going to be big. Meanwhile, the bot lane, 1v1 fight breaking out. Wild's growth already used. Skewmon flashing away from the Cataclysm damage is pretty crucial as Hansama backsteps. Jackie Love not able to Q through Lebrov. Importantly, Hansama ulting. Flash back from Lebrov. Blinking health bars on both members of G2. Hell pick shield coming in.
Nice. Okay, big.
Oh, they saw the teleport behind them, so they knew they had to run into it. Now, topside.
Broken Blade, no mana. No hope of an escape. EQ, flag and drag combo. Cream coming in to try to pick up the kill credit. Initial skills dodged out. Broken Blade just buying as much space as he can, trying not to give him too much time with the tower. Is Cream gonna grab?
Mislim, tradovat će Bibi, ali iskreno Bibi nije bitan. Bibi je Xante i njega da traduju za plejeve s druge strane, mislim da je skroz fair.
So then Jackie and Fengyue walk themselves into those extra kills and getting something for Hansama there. Wait a
Lebrov wandering up. Secret skew mound following. Nope, just harassing.
All right, minions dying to tower there as well, though. It's a little bit of extra value lost there. But Hansama getting some kills for G2. That is a blessing, okay? That is a huge blessing in this game. They need this Yunara to be strong in order to have a good win condition for themselves. Buff up Hansama, getting those kills. We'll see if that does give them an avenue to even up this series. Because, again, Broken Blade was kind of focused down and punished again by TES. Here's another look at the beginning. Fengyue had the good initiation, and they used everything. And initially, TES, yeah, we're winning it. They're winning this. It looks good for them. They go in for the flash plays to follow. But as soon as they know the teleport was coming down behind them.
Fighting his way on, just too strong. No, the help picks. Lebrov again! This man is always exactly where he needs to be. It's not enough to get the kill back on Zwayan.
Zato što nisu uzeli kill ovde.
For a brief moment.
Zwayan gets the minion wave. Nicely done from him. You're saying it, Lebrov here. The ambulance around the rift for G2.
Alti. Broken Blade will be dead again.
They need another ambulance, Draco.
Bibi je, kažem opet, nebitan. Sve dok oni s druge strane nešto drugo rade, ovo je skroz fine.
Wait a second. Okay.
They don't want this. I don't think they want the rematch, though. I think that they would like to back away.
I think Broken Blade needs his own ambulance on speed dial for this series.
Dedicated ambulance. Seems fair. And again, we mentioned before, we wanted to see the solo laners on the side of G2 step up. That might be the key to victory. Instead, it is the bottom lane. It is Hansama and especially Lebrov. Clutch on this shielding. Getting Zwayan would be massive. Nice wild growth.
Unlucky što je Skewmon uzeo. Ne bi trebao Skewmon da uzima te killove.
Okay. I mean, Skewmon does take... I thought they were going to give another one to Hansama. Skewmon takes it.
Sve ostalo je fun, jedino bi to skipovo.
As we said, Lulu can also help out in a lot of the fights, buffing up Sin too. But let's see here, trying to fight back is G2. It's still that TS are taking more across the map on the other side.
It's a very similar story to Game 1. In Game 1, it was Skewmon on the Olaf who was getting things back. This time around, it's G2's bottom lane, but it's the same core story of TES always trading up, getting a tower while you're getting scraps, 1 or 2 kills. So it's good to keep it close, but not good enough to get G2 in an advantageous position.
Yeah, TS had been really good, just leveraging even more on this bottom side, and constantly keeping the deep wards for themselves so they can make the repeat play.
5-4 opet TES vodi Soma i 300.
First tower bonus is very meaningful still too. And now Cream their target. I mean, Aurora is very hard to make plays on, especially with Flash.
Rocket Belt, Flash, between worlds. Yeah.
Dragon, though, they're looking for the setup here.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Broken Blade going all out. Way on, popping the Dominus. Ulti for ulti thus far. Q3 ready to go. Hoping to get the pullback under tower. Pathmaker unstoppable. Good damage back from Broken Blade. Gonna find the solo bolo with the Q Flash. Getting a bit of respect back after that game one.
Dobro, Bibi.
As TN moves in and manages to steal it. Double knockup coming in for Feng Yue. Cream looking for a little bit of the chase. Ulti still there, ready to go between worlds as Hansama has that blinking health bar. Will finally fall. Caps, 3 stacks on the ulti. Hoping to outplay, hoping to dance around them. Broken Blade first to the fight. Lebrov living for far too long, but the charm goes wide. TES on the retreat. Back into the mid lane. Caps health bar blinking. G2 going to be forced to back away. But the Drake going to the side of TES.
Just as G2 get a little hope with Broken Blade's heroics under his tower, it gets cut down. Tien steals the dragon, and they also take the extra kills on the other side of the map. Just reversing the story this time around. It's Broken Blade who gets the advantage in the kill up there. Bringing Juan into the tower with his Q3. And then nice W afterwards too from Broken Blade as he expects the stun. Here we go, right into it, and the tower shot enough to finish it.
Good, well played. Does use the flash, but started to get it. But here in this play, the steal so massive for the side of TES.
Yeah, let's take a look at the burst damage. EQ's in. Boom, yoinks it away from Skumons. And I mean, he had upgraded smite. So, upgraded smite diff right there. And then the ensuing fight after able to take the jungler down first after yoinking it is quite good for TS2. Because even though the extra person comes, Broken Blade here with the large shield to teleport from Kusanta having won his individual matchup up there, they weren't able to chase down any extra.
And the fights aren't done yet. Caps waiting off the side, going over the wall, looking to lock up Feng Yue. Might have thought it was way on, but will slow down the play at the very least. Dominus now popped. Rift Herald picked up, stolen by Skumon, but no one can grab the eye. G2 on the retreat as Jackie Love starting to stack up the rising spell force. The attack speed increasing. In the midst of the entire fight, it's the ulti once again coming in for Cream. G2 trying to hold on, but TES taking over. Cream on a rampage. Jackie Love finding one as the chase continues. Feng Yue cosplaying.
Mnogovatiju momentum, ovdje baš mnogovatiju momentuma.
The ulti pop for Hansama, not enough to shift things away as TES now set to take the top lane tier 1 as well.
Oh, what a beautiful fight there from TES. That re-engage from Cream. Huge damage to set them up, and Tien goes right through with the Cataclysm. They're going to be able to get a tower on top of the team fight victory.
Caps hoping maybe someone overstays, just focusing on clearing out this wave, but now a 3,000 gold difference. Tien's way on, ready to punish Caps. If a flag and drag might connect with the charm there, it's a little bit difficult. And Hansama, it was a 1,000 gold lead when the Cole procced. Now only down to 500 as Jacula picking up so many assists, getting more involved. Caps desperate to be the difference maker. You can see trying to force that 1v1 kill. But G2 once again steadily falling behind. Zweon might be a little bit less clean than he was in the previous game, but it's still done such a good job building up that individual advantage.
All right, teleport up to the top side too. He's going to teleport right up there as Caps finishes his wave. And Caps doesn't have much left. No flash, no teleport,
TP.
no ult.
Jackie Love on the other hand might have stepped a bit too far.
Ne znam, mislim, gledam Hansama koliko stvari radi na mapi, u stvari izgleda relativno koristan. A ima i Lulu i kao daje mu dosta opcija.
Praying for the W cooldown instead of the flash 40, at least gets the flash. A few more seconds on the charm. Ruthless Predator there. Down goes Caps. Almost had the escape. It's way on, not falling for it. It's Hansama and Lebrov. Again, the story of G2. Someone is falling as someone else is desperate to just recoup that loss.
Look how much pressure Hansama and Lebrov had in this mid lane, though. You mentioned it as they forced Jackie Love out. Now they're going to force Fengwei out, and that means gold. I mean, yeah, you don't kill those players, but you get tower plates. That money is critical here for the Yunara Lulu. Hansama, can they be the carries? Lebrov has been, now it's dangerous for him, though. Lebrov has been quite good in the right place, a lot of times at the right time there for him, saving Caps sometimes, saving Hansama sometimes. And they are going to need that later. Tien continues to take away jungle camps.
Oof. And you can see TES aren't lacking any damage. 50% of Hansama's health bar disappears on a single skill connecting. Root into the Q. Jackie Love, the Mystic shot. We mentioned it in game one. The pressure on a player when they're so far ahead. Then it was on the Ambessa. This time around, it's Hansama. Not because he is so far ahead, but because he is the single member on the team with an advantage over their opposition. Getting that second item. There's a lot of
I dalje mu treba Infinity da može da nosi kako treba, ali dobro.
Just don't really have the gold to do it.
And that second item, the Fiend Hunter bullets, that's huge burst damage. So you can make very quick plays with the Yunara there. He's got flash, he's level 11 with his 2-item power spike. That is primed for heroics, for the possibilities. However,
sneaking in, the weirding won't connect. The other with a twofold hex. If Hansama had misstep there, Tien was ready to follow up.
Yeah, you have to respect the burst damage. Speaking of burst damage from Cream, 6 stacks on his Dark Seal here with the Aurora, so you really do have to respect it. You also, if you're Hansama, you have to have one of your teammates marking Fengyue. Somebody has got to mark this Nico. If that Nico gets a flash proto belt play onto Hansama, I think that just crushes the fight for G2. They really
tu onda Labrov ne sme da bude uhvaćen. To je jedina stvar.
Hinting at maybe where Fengyue could be. Invisible from behind. The knockup is there. Hansama cop of the fall is not there. Crucially.
Ni Hansama mrtav, izgubili su fight. Giga shit fight s njihove strane, iskreno.
Knocking down G2. The only Fed member, not enough when TES laser in on that target. G2 obliterated.
Zweon in game 1 and Fengyue game 2 here. They're styling on the international stage. We say you need to mark this Nico. You need to, and look at that, right in the back line. He does get to the Yunara and the Ahri Dracos. Not only do they delete the Ahri, they quickly delete.
Mislim, uvatili su 2 carry-a s jednim Nico ultom, a jedno od ta 2 de carry Ahri koji ima dash.
It's over almost before it even starts.
It's just devastating. You can see frustration on the face of G2. They know what happens. They didn't mark the flanker. They understand exactly what went wrong, but it's not going to change things now. The Red Bull Baron power play already 900 gold in the favor of TES. A 6,000 gold advantage, empowering them. More items completed across the board, but Zweon.
I mean, hey, Solo Bolo!
We'll take that, another one.
That has not been happening.
I do appreciate that Zweon has given us his entire LPL story in 2 games, though, because this is who he is as a player. He is always aggressive. He is always flashy, but as you know from playing with players who are like that, from watching them on streams, it is a double-edged sword. He can make a montage, but he can also make some mistakes.
Also, if you're given one back at this stage, well, Caps could get an objective bounty on top side. I don't think Skewmon here wants to like full send us to do anything on the Dragon, but objective bounties are what built into the game for comebacks, okay? For this explicit purpose.
Just for EU and our hopes. I mean, you can see how important the objective bounty is, because it was 900 positive on the Red Bull Baron power play. Now it's negative almost 700. And a lot of that is the power plus the additional value from that bounty.
Hans kad dobije Infinity možda nosi, ali opet ako ga uhvate hard CC chainu, samo će da umre, mislim. Ja kad kažem može da nosi ako radi free damage. Ali samo ako ga ubiju, mislim, džabe njemu svi itemi ovog sveta.
This man is out of control. You really can't ask for a lot more from him. He has been superb, and so you deserve to upgrade. Medjai is completed for him. He is a terror on the map because the burst damage from this champion is going to be problematic for literally everyone on G2. And they've controlled the jungle as well, keeping that vision control through the bottom side. Zweon wants another piece of caps. Let me get a rematch.
Fight me again, 1v1, this time.
Rest of the team, you deal with the game,
deal with that.
You got Baron.
I took down Broken Blade, I want the next one. Ignore the fact that he got solo killed by Broken Blade. But Tien, the other big threat here, you saw it on the Coinbase Gold Grind, so far ahead individually. And for G2, the unfortunate reality is the combination of the Jarvan and the Aurora is just too much for any single member to survive reliably. TP coming into mid lane. Cream has arrived, extra needlessly large rod on top of the 10 stacks in the book. Man is on the hunt for more pages.
They have more books, more gold, and more experience.
Yeah.
On TS side.
They are stronger and wiser. There is not Not a lot of edge left there.
The brain and the brawn,
The brain and the brawn. And as we saw Hansama's damage, 2 items was solid earlier, but as the enemy team is starting to crest towards 3, he really needs at least a 3rd item. 4 or 5 autos hitting TN and only taking about 15-20% of his HP is not what you want to see if you're a G2 fan.
Yeah, it's really difficult because you're also outranged with the Ezreal poke. So TS here have a lot of advantage. How many of these blue buffs has TN taken away? I guess not this one at the very least. I think he's got at least 2 or 3 so far this game. Skewmon though is going to be able to save that one, even though TN comes in for another cheeky steal, calling for Jackie Love's Ezreal ult too at the same time.
And I gotta say, TN with a lead is terrifying. This man walks into your jungle like he's got 5 people behind him all of the time, even if he's on his own. And you can see G2 are respecting it because they don't have the vision and they don't have the gold to commit a ton of resources on trying to kill the Jarvan. And TN's just reading it so well and always just walking right up in their faces.
Yeah, all those narratives of underperforming on international stages, like follow Jackie Love and TN.
Ne znam da li samo na Asus Game 3 Play, iskreno. Jer ne vidim šta drugo radiš.
And that's why
the reason it's so devastating is because the ceiling is so high.
Yeah.
Peak TN, domestic TN is a terrifying player. World champion TN, a terrifying player.
And right now today.
And right now today. G2 were praying for, you know, the curse of top esports to be alive and well in this particular matchup, and it absolutely is not. TES dominating G2 thus far.
Da, ali mislim da nemaš, znaš šta, mislim, sad TES jako clean fight i svesni su koga trebaju fokusiraju, tako da...
Top prio there, mid-wave relatively even, willing to concede some resources in the bottom lane as Broken Blade at least going to take away the blast cone. But it's a very similar situation to game 1. We once again have Swayon pushing, mostly uncontested on a side lane, while G2 try to use a man advantage to get some control somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, he's kept his 2-level lead, even though, you know, Caps was able to get the kill on him. Still, the extra experience, very, very powerful lead for him. Jackie Love as well. It's a little bit less, not the full 2 levels, but still very powerful there for the Ezreal to be on 3-item power spike. This is very, very juicy. So Jackie has a lot of freedom to work with here on this champion. And again, the annoyingness and the range of the poke from him is pretty problematic for G2 in trying to set up and trying to retake vision. Like, their jungle is always dark, so they're always taking little bits of chip damage from TES before the fight even starts.
Caps,
and then
fishing for the charm. Does not connect as G2. Just a bit of a trade, just a bit of a scrap in the mid lane. Jackie Love not afraid to just shift forward, drop a couple more Qs. You highlighted so well, right? It's pretty hard for them to get on top of Jackie Love, and he's in this advantageous position where the world doesn't rest on his shoulders. If he survives, if they burn a bunch of ultis, his team has more than enough damage, so he gets to play a little bit more aggressive and with a little bit more safety, knowing G2 has to focus his frontliners first.
Okay, so Broken Blade wanted to force a play onto... okay, nice teleport out. Nothing can interrupt him. Nice. Yeah, the whole team was coming over, so Broken Blade used his flash, and Zwayon does respect the flash and respect the rotation of all those G2 members. The other cost of that, of all your team rotating, is you're losing priority towards mid lane and towards the dragon. Yeah, you weren't fighting that dragon any day of the week anyway, but nice escape.
Doesn't matter that he used the barrier, he lived.
Better safe than sorry.
Most certainly.
Usually.
I mean,
7 kao 26. Mada dobro, opet kad pogledaš, realno svaki game je trajao malo, nije da nije.
Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Jackie, who's like always like, nah, I'm gonna dodge this. I'm not using spells.
Which again, when you're the 217 Ezreal, who's was focused so heavily early on and might have made 1 or 2 mistakes, you're still feeling pretty good.
I mean, that death cap is pretty close for Cream, and he's about to get level 16 too. Oh, here we go, engage.
Skewmon, caught out here, dash back in. Using the ultimate, but just running back into the enemy team. LeBron already forced to ulti on his own way, but Feng Yue again! Right into Hansama, immediate Mikhail's flash back from Hansama, hoping to live a little bit longer. Broken Blade trying to create as much space as possible, but Cream goes between worlds, goes invisible, and looks to hunt Hansama down. Cream and Tion together, tearing down G2. Broken Blade and Caps on the retreat, all out, about to fade away. The damage will fade. Hoping to hold the line a little bit longer. Tion taking his time, Broken Blade unstoppable with the Pathmaker. An extra shield from the footwork as Cream and Caps looking for the 1v1. Charm going wide is devastating. Cream trying to get past the Orb of Deception. Caps chunked out.
Ma kakvi 0 bodova.
Oh, man, Cream does so much damage. And this fight actually gets so scrappy how G2 are able to actually get kills at the beginning. Skumon flashes over to Lebrov to get the Lulu ultimate, to get the knock up there. Then you had that counter gauge from Fengyue, but once Broken Blade and Caps actually get there, they do get some very quick kills, deleting the Ezreal, taking down Jackie. Then Tien and Cream, they can still use the flash from Tien to make sure they're going to finish off that Yunara and get the kill.
Skumon, jumping face first in. Fengyue, they're waiting, no play's going to happen. But that was a crazy sequence of play, and once again, Zweon, 1, 4, and 5 did so much work. He started that play, and he's the person who forced the initial cooldowns out upon Sama.
How much AP does Cream have right now with his 22 stacks Medjais and his death cap? I mean, this Aurora, the burst damage is insane. Tien is also, of course, has all the authority to go in with the Guardian Angel and the extra life. So he's like, I can force the fight for your buddy. I'll get the setup and you delete the kills.
And this is the nightmare point for Aurora because the ulti alone will do so much damage that even if he whiffs one or two abilities, he's still done his job.
Mislim, otišao je GLP sljedeći i sad kad završi Infinity u stvari će baš...
So for G2, again, it feels like the same story as
Lulu, fora što je Lulu Xin isto... Vidimo samo fight. Nešto se draftovalo jako često.
Sama caught in the cataclysm, immediate ulti going to be popped, holding on for dear life as Cream manages to escape, but again, a pop blossom! The rookies on this TES lineup are dismantling G2 Esports.
Is that going to be the fight where they run through the base now? Rest of the team is going mid, Tien's fishing around to stop some recalls. They can't quite get the interrupt though, Caps is going to run the long way. Will this be enough defense? It's just Broken Blade and Caps to try and defend against the onslaught of TES. I think it's probably just going to be inhibitor towers here because the death timers are actually fairly short this early on still.
But it's 30 minutes, and it's a 9K difference. It's soul point for TES, a minute and 30 seconds till they have Chemtech. Chemtech with the Jarvan and the Renekton who are diving in. Not the ideal soul, but they're going to get a lot of value out of it. And now Baron, no one to contest, 8 seconds on Skumon. No long-range tools for a hope of a miracle steal. It'll be another Baron for top esports.
All right, so they start out. They're actually going to, Caps and Broken Blade are going to force Cream out of this fight. Caps goes with the Flash Charm onto Cream, into Broken Blade's lockup on the left side of the fight. But on the right side of the fight, Dracos, Fengyue came in, got the triple with the ult again as TES were in the brawl already. So they were heavily already winning that right side of the fight. As the double solo laners of G2, they were trying to go for Cream and take down that Aurora, cut down on his Medjai stacks, but guess what? All they got was his flash. They didn't actually convert the kill onto him, so they didn't take down any of the pages, and the rest of the squad dying over on the other side.
And that is a complete book. That is a novel on how to dismantle G2 Esports.
Ovo će biti brz dan, ljudi moji. Kažem, eventualno vidim da Skimod izvuče Nasusa. Ma da. Ali giganula bodova.
G2 again. It was not a fluke. It's starting to feel unquestionable. TES dominance from start to finish.
Fengyue showing him the way back to the fountain there. Very quickly with his Nico, and TES with an emphatic victory in game number 2 here. Dracos, is it our fault? I thought we were the chosen ones to end the 3-0s.
I don't know. I don't know whose fault it is, but I can tell you right now that Zweon is determined to keep the 3-0s going. Fengyue is determined. And those are the players I was least scared of coming into the day, Kobe, when I saw how these teams matched up. But they're proving why they were able to climb to the top of the LPL, why they were able to take down a surging WE to stop that miracle run. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk to hopefully be happy and optimistic for TES.
Ništa, mislim imamo 10 minuta pauze pa ćemo da vidimo. G2 ima fore još jedan game. I znate što je najcrnije od svega? Ljudi koji se probude u 10 da gledaju G2 mogu da propuste G2. Ali to je sve zbog prve serije. Prva serija je prekratko trajala i cijelo dan se samo ubrza haos.
And they're shining. We had top lane during game 1. Support make the whole game unplayable on the side of G2 this time.
We wanted to see, it was going to be a litmus test to see how the international rookie, sure, Zoyan has had a split with IG underneath him, but to be on a stage like this is completely different. But it doesn't even seem like it's phasing either of them. I felt like this was the game for Fengyue to look back on.
My goodness.
Yeah, and be proud.
Those ults, man, every single fight, it's just like, he presses alt and 4 members of G2 appear.
It's like, okay, wait a minute, maybe the Yanara, oh, never mind, the Yanara got
he
popped.
got everyone.
Yeah,
oh,
every single person.
Yep, okay, we see how it's gonna go.
Yep.
And it's sad because once again, if you look at the early game and the laning plays, especially on the side of G2, it was looking good. You're talking about this Yunara. I want to talk about Lebrov because we had high hopes for him, given how he improved alongside Hansama, and things were looking pretty good.
Yeah, this was kind of what this game was turning into. It was a game of bot lane from G2 getting ahead versus top side, top esports really getting ahead through their Renegade and also Cream.
Yeah, and I mean, this was just such a great play from Lebrov, because so they use this gank from Skumon, that gives some tempo to Lebrov. Lebrov shows up just in time to save Caps, gets Caps the first blood. Yes, Caps does get taken down by the flag from the grave there, but then this is really, really cool. TES is just playing so well around timer, so BB looks to set him up. Caps had already spent his flash earlier. Now they know, all right, Caps just used ult. So what is TES going to do? They immediately are going to go in and punish. And you're thinking, you can dive an Ahri like that? Well, you can if Ahri has no ult, no flash, and you've timed everything perfectly. TES was vicious in punishing these windows.
Yeah, especially Tien. Tien has been fearless this entire game. The early game strategy blew into invade on Raptors, and even though that mid lane gank didn't turn out well, he was just repeatedly hitting the jungle. Skumon needed to fight and stand firm, but the problem was then in comes Cream, so it was turning into a 2v1 situation.
And it did feel like early on this was going to be a game where it was TES solo laners versus G2's bot lane, and our HyperX reflex replay is going to be the Hans double kill. I wanted to break down this play because I think there's a lot of little things here that were pretty interesting. So first off, it's Fengyue who's going to be looking, obviously has level 6. He is going to be looking for this initial engage. As he goes in, notice Jackie Love spends his last Q here actually on this cannon instead of on Hans as they're going in for the engage. Goes in, catches him, Q is on cooldown, so you can see that Jackie has used ease forward, hits the W, hits the ult, both of them are caught. And now, from this position, you're thinking, all right, this is a one fight. Look at the health bars, full health, full health. Hans is just about dead, and you're thinking, well, this is for sure TES that are going to win this fight. But now we have to watch Lebrov. Lebrov throws down the wild growth, throws down the shield, and watch how he's moving to block Qs immediately. He wants to stay between Jackie and Hans, block as much as he possibly can. So he's moving in, is going to be able to, even when Jackie shifts over, Jackie has him low, pops the berry, he's saying, I'm going to shift forward, I'm going to get past you and land this Q. Heal popped, just barely gets in front. Get down, Mr. President, saves him with the block on the Q, then continues to stay in between him, takes another hit of the Q from Fengyue, then flashes out from that last mystic shot there from Jackie, buying the time for the TP to come in and the cleanup to be there. They have to give both these kills to Hans. I thought Lebrov was playing a beautiful game. Didn't really matter because there was another support in the game, but still, credit where credit is due. He was great in that 2v2.
It gave us hope. It gave us hope that it would turn into a non-3-0. I mean, we still have another game, but just being able to see Lebrov and Hansama perform on this level reminds us of firsthand. The problem is that they were getting snowballed on.
When did it go wrong, though? Because we talked about this, Fengyue, impossible to track in those team fights. He was running the show for TES and made G2's life impossible. I do feel like with a composition like this, when you play from behind, though, it's really hard for G2 to find any opportunities in those fights.
You asked what went wrong? Fengyue took the last 2v2 personally. Like, being able to find that angle was insane. And he was sitting there for quite a long time. He knew the setup was going to be important, so he sat in that bush and waited. This skirmish was incredibly important. Double TP coming in from G2. But if you get an engage like this, you don't have to wait for them to come in from the flank. That was another incredible play. And so while the conversation this series has been about Zoyan, we get to see what has made Fungyue also a really strong addition to this team.
I mean, the whole team is playing really, really well, but Fungyue in this one, he is clearly the highlight because it felt like every 5v5, not even just these two, the game clincher was again a multi-man ulti in mid lane. He was taking down everyone, but Tien is everywhere. He's tracking Skumon, and as you pointed out, Lore, G2 drafted a comp that basically has no engage. It's charm or nothing. And so when you get behind it is very, very difficult. And so Tien is moving around the map, always tracking where Skumon is, not allowing them to get really taken off guard. And yeah, Sueyon got taken down a couple times in the side lane, but was very respectable with most of those cross-map plays that G2 were looking for. And it just feels like G2 need more from their stars.
Yeah.
We have not yet seen Caps really show up in this series. Went with the LeBlanc, with the Ahri, felt wasn't really getting much done, and I feel like if they're going to come back, you need some Caps magic.
When things go down, rely on Caps. At least that's what saved Europe in the past. G2 with their back against the wall here as TS take us to match point. Let's see what happens next.
感觉可以进啊！
看一下，1秒1，他会死不？装你妈呢！
还有闪吗，露露？I got him. Okay, good job. The guys they can already beat up. Okay, push fast and base. 我从这边一 Q 下去。OK， 我也可以 Q。可以逼了，可以。靠！先杀，先杀。张死。OK。有闪吗？没闪。没晕。啊？慢点。可以逼了。
Basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX. Gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2026 here in beautiful Daejeon, South Korea. Of course, if you're an EU fan, what a rough way to
Ok,
start the day.
evo nas nazad, dajmo da vidimo šta se događa, šta se događa. Još jedna šansa za G2. Ne izgleda toliko dobro. Ali vidjet ćemo. Vidjet ćemo.
Daejeon was the city of science, but really, Daejeon is the city of 3 zeros. is what it feels like, because the first two games, Dracos, were fairly one-sided. They're pointing in the direction of another.
It can also be the city of science. You don't have to pick one thing. You can be the city of multiple things.
Da li išta mogu uraditi? Da li mogu da se vrate? Ne znam, kaži, možda na Asus gameovi traju relativno dugo, tako da...
Did go to a planetarium earlier, so Raz has seen a lot more of the science here.
Yeah. Well, he's seen more 3-0s. He did science for one day. He's done 3-0s every single day.
To mi se čini kao možda jedna opcija.
So we'll see if G2 can buck the trend, can take us deeper into this series. Again, Game 1 and Game 2 in terms of how they played out overall were incredibly similar. Solo lane struggles, single player with a lead, not able to convert into more as G2 rapidly kind of fell behind in terms of map movement and plays.
So G2 is going to need to embrace the science, I think. The dark technology at this point. The picks, okay?
Yeah.
Heimerdinger.
Okay, writing it down.
That's a champion related to science in League of Legends.
Got it.
I don't know what position we're going to do with this, but let's cook something up here.
Does Mundo count as real science or fake science?
Oh, that's real science, yeah.
That's real science, Mundo. Okay,
that's
we saw Zeus play it. We've seen Skewmon play it.
Yeah, that's some. He's like toxic science.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they're giving him a little bit of a breather right now before we go into game number 3, I think. So.
Which they might need.
Collect yourselves.
So here's as someone who's watched a lot of G2, as an EU rep, the thing I'm looking out for. More proactive options for bot lane. That's not to take away from LeBron. His Lulu performance was incredible, but I think
want him in more places.
I want him in more places with more CC, preferably. I think the burden of execution has been very heavily on the side of G2, and they clearly have not been able to deliver, have not been able to find those angles. So let's simplify. Draft your own version of the Wombo combo. Get your own version of the Jarvan Aurora pairing. There's a lot of options left to do it with, but of course need to see what the adjustments have been coming into this draft, and if some of the bans are going to change, maybe a Camille could make it through, but hard to imagine that being the case.
Yeah, gonna have to... Whoa, we are jumping in, real quick. Okay, let's catch up. The
What the
fuck? Has not taken place quite yet.
Bro, dobili smo kršten draft.
Right, we get the lock-in for the blind Scion on the side of TES. So Broken Blade does get counterpicked. That is a place to start that, you know, they were looking for the side of G2. What can he does play Kled into it sometimes.
I like that.
That's his counterpick.
Kled gonna get picked up. We'll see if it's locked. 8 seconds left. So Kled confirmed alongside Rakan. A lot of active playmaking tools. And of course, anytime you're against the Scion with a counterpick, there's pressure on you to make a big enough advantage that you can outvalue that Scion as we move later into the game. And Broken Blade has struggled to rise to the challenge.
Jako mi sviđa kako draftuje TES, iskreno. Mislim, malo laki što igraju G2, ali kao dobili su 2 gejma i sad samo zatvaraju draft sa herojima koji su jako sigurni. Znači nije ništa flip, ono, Sion, Wukong, Ryze, brate, ti igraš normalan game, ti ćeš biti prejak. Relativno ok early game pressure, neverovatan scale, znači izvanredan scaling.
The monkey paw did curl though, because I'm not exactly thrilled to see the Xayah into the Wukong. She goes up, but Wukong just keeps spinning, and then she comes down and Wukong is still spinning. But it is obviously a very powerful 2v2 duo, and the 2v2 has been doing well in isolation. Now they can support it with some bans of their own, taking the Lucian away, taking the Renata, kind of soft removing Kalista from the pool by taking the Renata as well.
Yeah, and I like the bans from TS as well, because even though you're getting countered in lane by the Kled, you do not want jungle to bring a Trundle. Not only does he take your resistances with his ultimate, obviously, but the pillar is very, very difficult for Scion to deal with. Block his ults as well. So good jungle bans here from TES. They're kind of punishing you for giving Broken Blade that counter pick and grabbing that one first, and you opted to drop your jungle for it. So here we go, back to normal. Now we're looking at it. Okay, double down on that counter pick. Get some synergies there, or not.
They keep flashing.
Opet smo izgubili draft, nema veze.
Second time. Stop doing this to me. Don't do that.
I really don't like Rek'Sai after the E nerfs. Like that nerf really did hurt her a lot.
Yeah.
So do like opting for something different here for G2 instead.
Okay.
Yeah, they're working through it. So let's be patient here. Skumon definitely always has been quite a good skarner.
That he has.
Is this, and it's gonna accelerate your engage into the team too with Kled, Rakan, and Skarner. Could be a very good look there. Sion's a good body blocker though, and as we said, Wukong not too shabby himself. So we'll see if they can pull it off. Mostly I'm worried for G2 about the Cream versus Caps matchup with the Rise priority being slammed from Cream. So, hey, the Aphelios we were talking about. The Aphelios actually does come out, but it's into the Zyricon instead. So
interesting.
Are going to see that early green gun priority on the bottom side, and here we go. Syndra did get buffs on the patch. I still prefer the Rise. Syndra can, fall victim to Wukong, especially once Wukong gets to level 6.
Da, ne znam za botlane, samo Aphelios trash je malo flip, iskreno. Mislim, jako je lako da zaintaš sa tim laneom. Jak je lane, ne kažem da nije, ali mislim da također postoji ugo gdje je stvarno lako da padneš dosta far behind ako i kad odeš na to, tako da nemam pojma.
Top Esports have a fantastic front-to-back composition. Right on the side lane with Cream as well, and Jackie Love obviously bearing the brunt of being that late-game scaling carry. Has a Thresh with the Lantern to protect him. Feng Yue busting out Thresh on an international stage, and it was Game 3 versus Top Esports where G2 were the ones to pull out the Thresh last year. It was a disaster. But this is a champion that Labrov knows incredibly well, no doubt super comfortable in the matchup. So we'll see if he and Hansama can once again find an edge in the 2v2 and lead this G2 lineup to their first victory in the...
Ne znam, vidim sve da im se Trash Aphelios malo bio u glavu, ali sve ostali me previše dobro, iskreno.
They found advantage in both of their initial games. See if they can do it one more time and continue the trend of 2026 MSI clean sweeps.
All right, every game in
Rakan za Aphelios Trash.
At the game in front of you. Let's see what the early spread here doesn't look like anything too crazy.
That is an electrocute Rakan. Did I miss something while I was gone for 3 months? Is that normal?
No, we're going to look for that burst damage kill. I mean, show it to me. I want to see the burst damage.
Labrov. No Guardian.
I mean, it's hard.
Might have been nice to have the Guardian there, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on the electrocute. This Broken Blade was hoping to find the enemy Sion, but Swayon hiding in the darkness, just hoping to get XP. I think scrapping with the Kled at level 1 is a bit of a nightmare. So takes his time to wander in.
Yeah, he waits for the Kled to go up to the wave first out of them. I want to get back up there to see how it turned out. Okay. He's able to get all the melees for Shuayan, so nice for him. Still got all 3 melees and let the Kled have a little priority over the lane.
Bibi je dosta igrao ovaj matchup. Tako da ima nadi da će da to prođe relativno ok.
And then they also had a defensive ward from Skumon there as well. So really covering to make sure they have full information on the jungle, pathing away from the Sion matchup so the Broken Blade can get the most out of his counter pick here.
Doing their best to set him up for success, stop Tian from doing any kind of cheeky early play, especially nice when you're trying to protect that Syndra in the mid lane. You can see Caps does a relatively good job of trading even here. He gets a lot of free poke, but Cream, just much better wave clear at this point, is able to force that mid wave in. Of course, reminder as we get into this, coming into the series, it was easy to underestimate TES because they're a team that, while they've always had high placements, have often fallen short of where they've wanted to end up, of where they've been expected to end up, and that has been the...
Mislim, ja razumijem kako svi flameuju TES na internationalima su stvarno shit, ali...
Even if they took down G2 last year, they still fell short in the semifinals at Worlds.
Ne znam, G2 je i dalje preveliki flip. Jer kažem, da bi G2 performovao Skumond i... Skumond i Labro moraju da igra jako dobro. a opet da se osloniš na njih dvojicu, da ti prave razliku između toga da si dobar ili nisi je samo malo rizična, rizično se postaviti tako iskreno.
Swaps over to the Gravitum, so can find CC, but of course no one is in the area. Just that 2v2 exchange.
Okay, yeah, it's going quite well there. They get priority on the lane. They force the back from the Thresh. Onsama and Labrov now going to be able to crash this one. And since they've got their jungle who passed down here, they know they have full confidence. See if they get some turret plate money too. And dive maybe?
And the dive, Jackie Love lock up. Infernum there, Gravitum as well. They're about to get locked into the tower. Fungi away, the flash away.
Ooh, so that dive ends up with 4 for 3 in summoner spells. But, wait, and they need to be able to finish their recalls.
The spot.
So they do have the CS lead for now, but their recalls are really delayed.
In trouble, instantly just finds the kill. Soul Furnace explosion, taking him down. Skewmon maybe just hoping to get a kill back, but it's just going to take some chip damage. A free grass proc as well. That is devastating on the top side.
Yeah, we were looking so heavily at the bottom side after the pushback, after that dive attempt. And we didn't see the setup for that gank, and Tien's able to get in there. It is first blood for the Scion in the counter. And he's going to teleport right back to that top lane. And this time, they're the ones. Look at the control, the extra wards here on both the Krugs as well as the Raptors to see the Skarner pathing away again this time. But Brookblade jumps right on him after the teleport came through from Zhueon.
Still such a good situation for the Kled. Not too much armor quite yet. No boots too. Zhueon in trouble. Broken Blade demounted, but doesn't have to give up anything else. And the flash coming out to Zhueon means he's going to be incredibly vulnerable to a follow-up gank if Skewmon has time to go topside.
Yeah, Broken Blade again, very good trade there. Violent after the teleport comes in. Pushing up against it here too. Zhueon is going to be able to stick around at least to clear the wave, but he has no teleport and no ult. Like he probably wants to look at the experience before he could get ult. I mean, one more wave, but it's so dangerous.
Flash in, Flay set up there. Gravitum, Rubo up the Infernum, and Tien arrives just in time. Hansama out of some.
I odi Hansama. Ne smiju da gube boce ne u ovom matchupu.
Tien is everywhere he needs to be, Draco. Successful gank on top side, successful wrap around on the bottom side as well. Tien is doing it live. Zhueon as well, able to get back there. The cannon wave soaking a lot of hits. Swinging away blocks to allow his AD carry to get the reset, the recall after acquiring that kill money for Jackie Love. And even though he doesn't have his mobility summoner spells, he's got his upgraded boots here with the full berserkers.
Trying to maneuver around any potential engage Labrov could hope to find, but this is the Tien that this is the reason there are so many disappointed top esports fans, is because this is the ceiling they talk about. This is the player they talk about domestically, the man who can take over the map like this so early on.
And it's on Wukong, who usually everyone's looking at, well, you don't have to worry too much till he's 6, right?
Yep.
He did all that before he was 6 at all.
G2 ako izgubi pada u losers, nije smak sveta, samo...
Oh my goodness! The tunnel vision for it! And G2 still got the Scuttle Crab.
Anyway, also in trouble now. Jackie Love really good guns for a fight, but only a level 5 Aphelios. Not a lot of items. Another member...
Imaće još da igraju svakako, mislim nije single elimin. To je bilo malo previše strogo, iskreno.
That was an awful trade.
There you go.
Welcome to MSI, top esports.
Okay. As you're singing Tien's praises, Caps yoinks the Scuttle Crab, but they're not done. You know, Cream is at the turret, so Tien's like, all right, I'm going to stick around. Let me get that thing. But he doesn't even get it. He tries to go all the way so deep under the tower to get it, Dracos. He one-up Blabber, that is for sure. You know what? It's no longer Blabber's Crabbers. It's Tien's Crabbers now.
It's Tien's Crabbers now. No one.
Tien will go to your house. He will knock on your door.
That is.
Give me that Scuttle Crab back.
That man will go get his own crab and bring it to random restaurants. What the heck? Hold that thought. We're about to talk about international experiences. Then we're going to have to talk about this escape from Broken Blade. But reminder, this G2 lineup goes to every international.
Yeah.
The TES team doesn't have that same luxury. And now with 2 rookies, the experience gap is massive, but it has not affected the performance as TES, outside of whatever we just witnessed in the mid lane, Tien's Crappers. They've just been one step ahead.
Actually, I gotta see how many times we gotta see that thing again? That was hilarious. Usually, a lot of junglers have trauma, okay? Syndra is so annoying by yoinking camps away, right? How many times in your life has a Syndra like...
Caps izgleda okej, mislim, ovo izgleda stvarno decent za G2, nemam pojma. Ovo mi se čini kao verovatno najbolja šansa koju će dobiti.
You know what he did to show him? He ran in and died. Yeah, that'll teach him. Stop stealing my crab, Caps. I'll donate you 300 gold. But we hope that lesson has been learned.
I mean, a lot of this season has been about trying to get jungle priority in. Anyways,
and despite that, TN still with a small lead. Does set behind is clear a little bit. You can see the XP advantage slightly in favor of Skewmondo. I imagine that'll shift as the grubbies are getting picked up. Feng Yue shadowing nicely. No one here to protect this tower. BB on the way, but Jackie Love very likely to just grab a quick plate here.
I mean, as hilarious as it was, too, this is a completely different story than all of the other games because Caps, on top of the first blood, with the CS lead, very, very nice in mid lane. So this the Syndra burst damage is going to be very real this game. We'll see how well, too, because, you know, he's stacking up splinters very effectively.
Yep.
Top side, though, should be fine with Lebrov matching for support up here and allowing Broken Blade a little bit of extra safety in their 2v2 after the lane swap-a-roni.
I don't think it's a good call out on the Syndra damage. Expectations are that Cream and Jackie Love are really going to be the stars of this particular show in terms of damage output. So with Cream already falling behind, pressure onto Jackie as Lebrov fishes for a bit of a play there. Hook from Feng Yue not quite going to connect on the key target. Lock up. Bringing his way on under tower. Flashing, ulting away.
Kupuje vreme samo.
Nope. Immediate TP out. No one can say this man does not have style.
Drayon out. Ult into teleport, man. And he got the casters of the wave.
Meanwhile, on the top lane, Jackie Love continuing to lay down a bit of damage. Broken Blade demounted. Lebrov going to find the knock-up. That's going to be big. Charm coming in. Rebound. Broken Blade about to remount. Jackie Love, I don't think he was ready for this one. Turning back. Purple Guns wants to root them under tower. Another demount for Broken Blade. Going to take him a bit more time this time around. But Lebrov goes back in. The fist fight's not done yet. It will finally fade away, but both sides willing to bet everything on that 2v2.
Ooh, that is a lot of summoner spells for Jackie Love. Feng Yue using the heal, and Jackie double summoners here. Uses the flash, uses the ghost. So while Broken Blade and Lebrov don't actually get the kill, this Aphelios is for sure a kill target, prime kill target now for G2.
Mislim, Syndrin scatter će biti dosta ključan u ovom gameu jer očigledno jedini način da disengage-aš i od Wukonga da ga malo vratiš nazad kada bude engage-ovo, tako da. Ali mislim, kažem, TES je stvarno jako pametno draftovao ovaj game. Mislim da je ovo bio, mislim da TES nikada ne bi draftovao ovako prvi game, ali da je ovo prvi game bio jako dobar draft za G2. Jer bi u stvari mogli da igraju malo agresivnije rano. TES je skapirao, stompamo 2 game i onda samo draftamo safe game 3. I to su i uradili. Jako pametno.
Caps gonna get knocked up by the Cyclone. TN still running forward. Realm Warp on the way in. Skewmon trying to show up. Caps flash back to safety. Flash over the raging Skarner to find the kill. Skewmon now desperate to get something onto TN. Cream respects it and will back away. Looks like the 1-for-1 overall mid lane for jungle.
Okay, talk about summoner spells. Everything getting used here. Cream uses both. TN uses his as well. Caps in the end does go down. But G2, now if you look at the pace of the game, if they can take advantage on these flash timers for the next 5 minutes, they have a lot of areas to try and make plays off of.
Jer mislim da TES ide na to da samo ne moraju, sve dok ne izgube previše jako pobedit će, verovatno. Jer još jedna stvar koju mnogo ljudi zaboravljaju, ne znam da li se sećate BB-evog kleda u lecu. On je jako ok rano, ali u mid to late-u njegov kled radi jako, jako malo.
Concede as you can see TN moving up and you see a lot of blue pings focused on the top side of the map, maybe thinking that that is their counterplay angle, not wanting to contest the Drake, but Cream getting more and more gold closer to those key items is starting to just shred through those mid waves, especially with the upgraded boots. Really just makes it that much harder for Caps to find lethal damage. As TN sneaking his way in. Broken Blade demounted. Instant CC combo. No chance for him to get the remount. TN grabbing another.
A tale as old as time. TS, they give up the dragon on bottom side. Dracos, one of the first two. This one down as well, but they go top side. TN uses that timer.
Feng Yue, double marks onto Lebrov. Crucially ults away, but Cream now the one in trouble. Running out to safety. Caps whittling down that HP bar. Bone plating. Keeps him alive for a second, but now the kill over to Lebrov, looking for the re-engage in the bottom lane. Lebrov finds the initial knockup. Hansama, the feathers flying. Feng Yue still taking his sweet time, though, and it's just going to be a kill in the bottom lane. 2 quick kills for G2.
G2 do punish both of those critical flashes that were down. Jackie, they make the dive on bottom side. They get him. They make the gank towards mid lane and take down Cream as well. Caps is over 1,000 gold ahead this time, and Hans ahead.
Caps ima lead, Hansama ima lead. Bibi će vjerojatno biti useless i Human ne može da bude useless jer igra Skarnera. I dalje mislim da je ovo daleko od pobeđene partije.
The return gank here. Stun from Syndra into the E from Skumon. Wrapped around. Cream's not getting away from this one. And he may be a little bit angry about the early kill that the Syndra got as well. But bot side was another story as well. Lebrov barely lived, by the way. That last tower shot doesn't even finish him off. He has been so good for G2. Makes the dive happen in time, uses the flash advantage, uses the ult that we are looking for.
And you can see Caps on the Syndra, 35-16. Oftentimes a champion that is kind of briefly in the meta and then falls away.
Kažem, TES je zato i draftovao tako. Bukvalno na identičan način. U fazonu sa samo ćemo da čekamo. Koliko su ugazili G2 na samom početku, mislim da G2 se ne osjeća, dosta sam uvereno će kao da hard vineju rano. A sa Wukong Riseom, Sionom ako dovoljno potrebe partije i sa Feliosom ako dovoljno potrebe partije, mislim da ne možeš da izgubiš.
Knock up onto Broken Blade. Lebrov caught out. The Rakan vulnerable. The dash doesn't get him over the wall. The decimating smash to follow. Down goes Lebrov.
I Labrov također Malkice grifa, što je isto problem.
They make the decision here while Cream is top. So everybody sees Cream top. So they want to make a fast play initially, Dracos. And TS are like, okay, fine. We've got such good position. Native.
Skumon. Root there, flash over from Hansama, looking for the lockup. Ulti for Jackie Love for a bit of extra healing. Onslaught, the Severum Q allows him to speed away, but Hansama, blinking health bar. Realm Warp there from Cream. No flash available for the Rise, but just a few seconds away from the Ghost coming back off cooldown. He's going to be forced to back off, but TES now with control of the mid lane.
I mean, it was so crazy that it turned out this way because TS, they're making this play while they're split pushing with Rise, and yet they can pull off the play so quickly that they get the extra kill down there while having the extra person playing the other lane. So huge benefits there, chopping down on the gold lead. TES, they make the call, they make the quick plays. They do not hesitate. And G2, really, yeah, losing some of those shutdowns, some of that money. See if it hurts.
There's like 2,000 gold shifted back to get things a little bit closer to TES's favor, and crucially, just deleting Caps before the fight can really even start. It's a vulnerability we highlighted as Broken Blade forced to flash away from Zweon. I don't think he'll continue for the dive here, but can at least interrupt the full charge on the decimating smash. It's a tricky game. G2 have a really substantial edge, but TES just so good at capitalizing on these quick plays, and as you said, making multiple plays simultaneously across the map.
Yeah, quite interesting on the setup for the last one. With the Sion and the Wukong having good position. But now on the Herald, Caps is going to run straight towards them. They pop the eye early.
TP coming in from behind. They know Caps is vulnerable. He at least has the flash. Herald now picked up. Zweon waiting, hoping to deny them an escape. Cream going to be rooted up by Hansama.
Hans je mrtav. Hans baca ulti nakon... Dobro, Hansama ok. A pogledajte Bibija. Bibi Blade boti chilla.
And TS punish them. They get the Herald, they get the kill onto the AD carry as well, Dracos. Now they can take even more because they have control of the map.
Hoping maybe to stop a recall here, won't be able to do it. Catching this wave, but you highlighted control of the map 20 seconds before Cloud responds. Maybe they'd like a couple of resets, but with mid-prio in their favor, they're not too concerned. Lebrov gonna kick things off, knocking Cream back into the wall. Hook going a little bit wide. Cream should fall here, but the flash, the unleashed power, not powerful enough.
Dobar. Caps. Pa je stvarno Jack je preživio. Molim te, Skjuman, gađa ga kamenom u glavu, bret. Bravo.
Killing spree. Caps set to finish off Feng Yue. Knocks him down ahead of the third Drake of the game. But Tien in the back line, escaping, holding on to life, maybe hoping for a 50-50.
G2, they keep the hope alive. They keep the play going so long. They don't allow you to reset. Cream down, Jackie Love down, Feng Yue down, and that should be Dragon number 3.
Skewmon there. G2 finally finding that fight. Fully in their favor, no cross map, nothing else going against them.
And it is Skewmon and Lebrov. They do not want to let this play die. They don't want to let TS reset.
Hold that
they
thought,
see
Tom is dead.
Uh-oh.
And for that brief moment relation where it feels like G2 get away with everything. They get out scot-free, they don't concede anything else. Instantaneously, there is another play by TES around the mid lane. Tien, fearless. Still has the clone, determined to get another camp, but it won't go like the Scuttlecraft did. This man is dancing, he's dodging everything. Dark spheres, gleaming quills. Jackie Love set up in the mid lane. Skewmon now going to punish. Much less effective tools for Jackie Love to escape. A quick kill to come in for G2 as Caps gets it.
The pace of this game is incredible. I love the kill after kill. We're keeping the kills going. On top side, we're splitting again for TES while Broken Blade and G2 are going to take down mid tower.
That they are. Almost 1,000 of gold apiece for the G2 solo laners empowered in this game. Most certainly, Lebrov just continuing to be a nuisance. And it feels like both sides support jungle. Always looking to make plays. Feng Yue is the downside of the thresh. You're so damn vulnerable. The weak, scattered, charmed, knocked up, knocked down. Lebrov takes the kill.
Who are you interrupting that recall for? You have no teammates around anywhere. He's just trying to be annoying, trying to interrupt Broken Blade's recall. After G2 had just taken that mid turret, they had priority, and G2 now are taking over.
Want to just keep pressing for more. Tien locked up. Cream, nice route. The interrupt. Tower down. Of course, Herald's still there. The pressure point paid potentially for TES.
G2 keeping the tempo high, pressuring here on TES and making them falter. Now we only have just over 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 18 seconds on that Dragon Soul arrival, Dracos. G2 with the extra one last time around. Now they set themselves up for a very big engage.
And it's the Cloud. It's the Cloud, Kobe, for the Recon, for the Kled. Another potential pick. Feng Yue. That's the Q connecting onto Caps. Caps going to take a decent chunk of damage, but they can't afford to follow up. Step forward, unleash power, but no, the locket and the lantern keep Feng Yue standing.
Okay, they wanted to execute. Not going to be able to get it this time around, but still, retaking vision around the Dragon, even ahead of time, is pretty critical, because there's so much engage. As you're talking about, with the Recon Kled Skarner combination from G2, TES have to be very careful in their setup. They use the Rift Herald towards mid to get mid priority first and teleport on it as well. Get everyone here.
Break open mid. G2 immediately going to retreat. Herald mount up is there. Zweon looking for another crash, a knock up. Bit more pokes. Way on very far forward. They're going to take a big chunk, hoping to eat a couple of cooldowns. Lantern there. Backsteps. Excellent ward to interrupt the Lantern. Forcing the ult out. But now Kled is charging in response. Lebrov instantly on top. And G2 just descend on TES. Charging.
Boga mi, G2 vraća seriju. Vraća game.
Wants to make a difference. Continues to step up. The discrepancy between both teams doesn't matter to him. He knows Baron on the table for G2. He wants to do something.
The defense is good from G2 at the secondary tower, and it should turn into Baron unless TES can pull something magical out of their hat right now.
Tien has the flash. The ulti, the warrior trickster. Hoping to sneak his way into this one. Realm Warp to bait G2. 8k getting lower. G2 debating. Can they finish it? Instead, they turn their sights to Cream.
Krem nije, ne znam kako nije stanovan, ali ubit će ga sve jedno, dovoljno su ahead.
Tien set running, but with G2, all of their health bars blinking and Jackie Love on the way, they can't keep going. Feng Yue knows though that he has to keep the fight happening because Jackie Love is coming in, ready to try and make the difference. Ulti across the team. G2.
Isto za barno su dobili killove.
Oh my goodness, on the edge of a knife there. TS, they do stop the Baron. It cost them Cream's life. G2 get a good turn with the CC combination, stun him, and are able to pick up the extra kill. But TS, they do stop the Baron. TNS uses flash and Feng Yue gets there with the lantern as well to get him to safety. Look at this. The stun and the combination on the Cream is really nice because Skubon takes him away from the lantern, so Cream can't get back to it. Tien does put pressure onto Hansama. The ult into flash is what TS are able to get out of this, those cooldowns, which maybe there's an angle later on. But they do, at the very least for TS, stop that Baron.
20 seconds until the Dragon fight's already breaking out. Tien in the midst of the team. They know he has no flash. If they take this jungler down, Soul will be theirs. Tien now going to fall. Decimating smash, not enough to save him. Caps up on the flank with Broken Blade. Jackie Love cannot even play the game. Nowhere for the Aphelios to go. Caps taking down another. G2 just obliterating TES in the fight.
G2 come alive on the MSI stage here. They're going to be able to take the ace and they're going to be able to take the Baron.
The 2K difference in the Coinbase goal
Okay,
line.
ace, Baron, G2.
16 stacks in the book. He saw Cream do it. He's happy to respond.
Trebalo bi da ima ovaj game, mislim, ne znam, ako ne uspiju da završe i dalje mogu da ga izgube i dalje nije van game.
You saw LeBron there really biding his time. I like that positioning. He waits and then he pops his ult to bring him back to the rest of the squad. Nice try from him. Then they get the extra kidnap with Skumond and Broken Blade from the other side. Got to pull off the full pincer attack. G2 will collect every single kill plus the Baron, and I assume will be able to return for the Dragon Soul as well. Now that they've got all that money from the full 5 kills plus the Baron.
This is going to have to be the fight if TES want to turn it, if they want to keep the trend of 3-0s across the board.
Another stun.
Another Kled. Hook going to go wide. Cream getting knocked back into the wall. Feathers flying. Good ulti coming in from the Aphelios. Caps looking for the disengage as Lebrov locks up just about everybody on TES. Locked down there.
Ma, non su dovoljno ahead.
Raining damage down onto TES. They finally demount Broken Blade, but it's a quadra for Caps. They're going to look to give him the penta. G2 well.
Ostavljaju mu. Da, zaslužio. Zaslužio je iskreno. I to na Sindri, holy shit.
Get it in G2! They're fighting back!
No 3-0s today. It was grim, but in game 3, G2 bring it back. They find the angles in the fights. They punish top esports, but we're not done yet, Kobe. It's not even over. 25 stacks on the Medjais. G2 won another round.
I've been alerted that Caps' 9th ever pentakill. Collecting another one. Syndra got buffed on the patch, Dracos, and he's immediately in there.
And I gotta say, the Syndra looks good, but also the setup with Broken Blade, ulting in, giving him all that movement speed. The only way he can follow these long-range engages is that, but you already see Flash forced out of Jackie Love. Not gonna have it for the fight. Tien risking a lot for the 50-50. G2 though, disciplined, pull off the objective. 2.6k health, they should just burn through him. Well played by G2, not giving an angle.
11-2-8 Caps, holy fuck. A Kled je fajn, to je BBF pick, to je okej.
10,000 gold and a Cloud Soul. Here they come to finish the job.
Only 2.5 items for Jackie Love. Not the late game threat that he wanted to be. Hasn't had the space or the time. G2 composed in these fights. Much better tools to turn things in their favor this time around to allow them to press that lead. The analyst has said it had to be Caps, and it certainly has been. 3.7k ahead of his opposing number as G2 once again look to just obliterate TES in their own base. Straight on though, kicking things off pretty nicely, but it doesn't matter because the backline is already falling. Cream living far too long, but the supers are streaming into the base of top esports, and there's just no way they can hold. Knockup flashback by Tion to get away from the entrance, but G2 know it's done. They've shifted things back. They've brought things back for the first time at MSI 2026. It will not be a 3-0. G2 will not go quietly to the lower bracket.
Man, Caps with a pentakill. LeBron and Skumond with insane games. The engages from them, constantly getting their picks, constantly getting their setups. I believe Skumond did not die the entire game. And analysts, how you feeling? We broke the curse. No more 3.
Ništa, pauzica, 12 minuta. I gledamo konačno jednu seriju koja ne 3-0.
alive!
And they come with the fire that we wanted from them. The last time that Caps got a pentakill internationally was in 2018. In the year that they actually won MSI, so foreshadowing, maybe early to say, but what I know is that we are going to Game 4, and guys, we said we want to see more agency in drafts. We want to see Caps do the magic that we know he's capable of. Completely delivered here.
Absolutely. I mean, BB, we got him on one of his special picks. You know, even though they were putting him down very heavily early in the team fights, his positioning was brilliant.
Yes.
His use of the ultimates to follow on some of the lanterns, to follow on some of the dashes was incredible. Skumon was setting them up. Lebrov was setting them up. Caps was going crazy. It was beautiful to see G2 come to life. Raz and I were sitting on the couch and we're like, what if MSI is just 20 sweeps in a row?
I'm checking
like,
right
please
now.
No.
What time it is in Berlin? It looks like it's about 10 a.m. So Caps woke up with the rest of the
Yeah, that's all. He's just still on EU time zone. But guys, what made the difference here compared to the other games?
I think Lebrov made a huge difference,
bro. When the European audience constantly say Raikkonen is best champion, he plays differently on that champ. You're damn right he does. It felt like in the laning phase, every time Fungyue was able to get a great hook, it was a lost trade. He was looking at his hands like, how am I losing these trades still? Just being able to find those angles, and later on in those games, being able to just like take those crazy fights. That was beautiful to see from him.
I mean, look at the vibes from the G2 boys backstage.
Very different backstage shots compared to earlier. I love it.
Having a lot of fun. And I just feel like it's night and day watching last game when we talked about the lack of agency. Ari's the only engaged tool.
Yeah.
And now we have Kled, we have Skarner, we have Rakan, we have all of these tools. You can fish with Scatter. Like, Scatter alone was basically as good as their engaged last game.
True.
So now they had so many tools, they're able to really pick fights, and I feel like G2 with agency is very different because it felt like for the first time in this series, even though they were taking some punches, they were landing so many more of their own. They were taking fights on their own terms. They were the ones who were being able to find these angles to start fights, and I just feel like you can't do that without a comp like this, and it was really cool to see.
100%. I thought that G2 was extremely focused and recognizing that a lot of what was going to be bailing out top esports was the lantern. And so every time a lantern was pushed out, Skumon immediately either swept them away from the lantern or a control ward was placed immediately on top of it. If you were to go throughout the entire game, maybe you found like one or two useful lanterns, but oftentimes you're not allowed to take it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you mentioned those, and then there was the ones where one or two of the ones that actually worked, and it was this one right here. Look at the timing from BB as he goes back, you know, follows in. They control ward the lantern, then as Zweon ults away, he follows with the ult, gets him just kind of a delivery system in onto Jackie Love, who it felt like no matter where Jackie Love was standing, G2 were on top of him in every single fight. He could not breathe. He couldn't get an inch of space.
And you felt like there was like a rejuvenation within G2 the moment like top esports were going for a top lane dive, but the 2v2 dive that they had bot lane and a play that Skumon was making through mid, G2 was extremely active from the mid game throughout to the late.
And it all started with a bit of a funky play around the scuttle crab. A lot of fun here also on this side of TS, but I do appreciate the fact that G2 was able to pick up from this, and I feel like that's what set them up in the rest of the game, in the early game.
Yeah, as North American analysts, we know a scuttle fight well. We see it like consistently.
We too are willing to lose the game for a scuttle.
Yeah, 100%. We're sending everyone. Doesn't matter where that scuttle is. Even if you're picking up that bad boy towards our turret, we're willing to tower dive for that scuttle.
Yeah, you're going to be following that scuttle. I mean, this was madness from Tien. It gets thrown, and it gets stunned.
Where are you going?
He scoops it into the tower. Skumon pushes it all the way back here, ease into the tower, and Tien's like, you know what?
Where are you going?
I still think I can get this. I still think I want the fight of the scuttle.
No, please.
The scuttle may be in your fountain, but I have decided my jungle path will be going to it.
That was insane because not only does it turn into a kill on towards him, but every one of his teammates that follow him. What kind of gravitational pull does the scuttle crab have?
Just sucks you in. It's like a tractor beam.
Yeah.
Once it's locked on, there's no escape, Raz.
And it's the two sides of the TN coin that I was talking about earlier. But honestly, we take it. Oh, you even have the plushie.
Yeah, we do.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Toss it to TN. Maybe he needs it.
All right, once he gets on stage, maybe I got that football toss within me.
Got Tom Brady over here.
How much hope does that give for G2 though here? Because one game is a game. They had everything they needed here. Can they make it happen again? We've seen Lebrov being stellar throughout the entirety of the series. He only managed to have that more impact here during this game. So what else do they need to do to keep on going like this?
I mean, I think you want to go towards more engaged comps. You want to go towards more aggression. I think that, to me, was the biggest difference between this and the last game. I thought that Lebrov played brilliantly as well, but you're playing Lulu. It's a very different style, right? I think that G2, that's going to give them some confidence, going to give them some energy, and I want to see them continuing to draft towards that. The problem is it is fearless, and there are only so many champs, so it can get more difficult. But I do believe in their ability to come back.
I would trust G2 there.
Yeah, exactly.
As the pool
They're
gets
flexible.
thinner, honestly. But how flexible can TES be in that scenario, Raz?
I feel like they can be. There's still quite a few picks that we haven't seen thus far, like Jace's, like those type of Jace type of poke compositions. I think they're quite good at. I will say though, if we were looking at the early portions of the game, I still thought that Top Esports were doing a great job of being able to limit the Kled. Like, constantly looking up topside and recognizing the windows in which Kled is most dangerous, and then, like, being able to attack that. So I still think they're playing well in those moments, but then realizing in a lot of those fights, it is so hard to push back against a lot of these dive comp with just the thresh. So it is going to be, I think, heavily about the draft.
Do you guys want to review your predictions, or do you want to review
I like
more?
where I'm at right now. I had a 3-1 for Top Esports. I was about to change it to 3-0, but I held firm. That's a first. Usually just, so I'm happy where I'm at.
No, I mean, I had G2 taking it 3-2. I did think, after watching the first two games, I was like, well, I don't know. But G2 has given me some renewed hope that it could be, 5-game banger, that it could be that really, really close series. They've shown that they can scrap with them. And, it's just a question of, can TES make the adjustments?
Yeah, and can G2 keep on going with the fire that they brought at last here at MSI, saving us from the endless 3-0s that we had so far. We are heading into Game 4 as G2 makes this to be a series. Let's see if they can bring us to 5 after this.
I have double 5, okay? Oh, we're gonna double. The fuck? Trash can lantern. It's briefing. Trash can lantern. Nice. Yeah, okay, they're not moving. Am I flash again? They're not moving. Nice, good job, guys. Good job. Yeah, 2 bot. Good job, bot. I'm facing it. 有 CPP？ 他在打游戏。被打不了。哎，这位置看一下呗。来看。没踢到，我不知道克林有没有。他踢了，开始踢了。
点中路，点中路。OK。
慢。
上面站了。
这里啊，下路线。这样感觉可以。
That's right, folks. It's a game 4. Unprecedented, historic moment in this MSI tournament, the first of its kind. And for G2 fans, they're feeling pretty optimistic after that one. But TES, if I had to make the G2 argument right now, I'd say you're praying that the TES rookies mental collapses after one game. I don't think it's going to happen.
What about the TS veterans like Tien coming into your tower?
That's, look, I wasn't going to bring that up because I was hoping we could just sneak another one of those in.
Yeah.
You know? Little casual
You need to do
400 gold.
crab lure. Who else can move crabs? You need to build comps around moving crabs.
Just Alistair punt the crab back.
That's
punt
good.
The crab back, hook
Unfortunately,
the crab back.
Scion was already used to, so you gain Scion to see the Scion shout. Blitzcrank.
I like the Blitzcrank. There you go. See, Kobe, that's the kind of creative thinking I think G2 need in this particular pick fan phase.
Dangle the crabs in front of our own towers.
I do think as we head into this next picks and ban, though, that I'm a little bit nervous for what TES are going to bring as an EU pundit, just because we've seen that when Zweon has, you know, those more carry-oriented picks, when he's not on the sign, he was dominant 2 games consecutively. It makes me feel like Game 4 should be no different if they are able to set him up with an advantageous matchup as we enter picks and bans powered by HyperX. But a little bit of a different look. G2 now on the blue side, and TES choosing second pick. So really wanting to have that counter pick, have that option. Blue side first pick, though, does have a pretty astronomical win rate. I think Azale told me that at 58% or so. So maybe G2 can use this to full effect, or maybe the counter pick will prove more valuable.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty similar
finally
to
game.
Old blue side, too, all the way when it was still paired at the beginning, like first pick and good camera angles. Akali, very, very good ban, especially as you're getting deeper and deeper into Fearless. Even though Cream has assimilated to play all the regular priority mages and everything, his Akali is so
Da vidimo kakva je situacija, šta će se izdogađati.
Yone and stuff like that too, as we get deeper into Fearless. Also extremely dangerous still from him. Things like the Silas and stuff become
Mislim, G2
pickable.
šta hoće da blinda Gnara na blue side-u.
Ooh, the Jace though, with a Yorick ban, Jace priority, interesting. Zweon is very good, okay. So they are gonna ban it themselves, so Yorick ban gets the Jace ban, and let's see what direction we should go here. Is it gonna be still towards mid lane? Cause you can do like there's like good combination, you know, jungle mid, like a Vi.
Desi Goxima, držimo se.
Make a decent amount of sense. I think the Vi, of course, was banned in the
Dajemo sve od sebe.
first 3, so not surprised to see her, you know, in her 4th game prioritized so early on. TES, see what the response is, but I do really like the having options for simple, straightforward execution, and Vi certainly is one of those. TES Nocturne not as powerful without the Orianna combo, but can still really be a massive threat.
And definitely also signals usually very heavily. You want to play some side lanes, so some solo lanes that are going to benefit from very strong solo lane matchups. With just like the setup of the teams, I think that is a good strategy that TS could go for. Or you can just use Nocturne Cover of Darkness and just get better engages and go super hard engage with it. So definitely a very versatile champion and been highly prioritized for a very good reason. All right, Jackie loves Jhin, definitely classic here, and can follow up on whatever long-range stuff you pair with a Nocturne.
Yeah, essentially confirming that what we're going to be seeing from TES is leveraging their later picks for strong side laners and some sort of, when it comes to team fights at the very least, dive composition. You have a Nocturne, you have Jhin for the range support, missing a bit of CC, missing some divers to go alongside this Nocturne. I know we kind of always hate to see Nocturne as solo dive, really want someone else who's going to jump into that backline with him. And G2, now how do they want to respond? Xayah, of course, one of the best anti-dive options, but no longer available because G2 leveraged it in Game 3. So where do they want to put that focus now?
Lucian Melio on the menu, perhaps.
Zanima me šta će TES raditi u Gnara, iskreno.
You know, you've got Lucian and Vi here looking for the all-ins. Very powerful bottom lane too, but Karma's still available. Jhin Karma, okay.
And I'll be honest, Kobe, I'm a little bit nervous.
Ja sam jeo hladno, tako.
For the West, often not as dominant, but full faith in Otsama and Lebrov. They've been doing incredibly well in the 2v2s thus far. They see the Jhin, they immediately want to lock this in. But again, we are in a situation where Lebrov's best game thus far in the series was Lulu ranged, and then the other game that was really good was the last one on Rakan. The game they won, though, was when he had engaged, when he had those angles to really force fights on his own terms. He doesn't have that with Emilio.
Yeah, definitely not with Emilio. Much more looking for just buffing up Lucian, make sure Lucian always has his passive. He's ready with the cleanse as well for the team. But, I mean, a Nocturne doesn't just have to go to attack for solo lanes. Nocturne could ult down there for bottom lane too. Karma Jin, lots of poke damage down there, so we'll see how they round it out. Mid lane, definitely the Talia that we mentioned. Since they dropped it, you're just going to get banned out for sure. Such a good combination with the point and click, so good focus there.
Keeping our eyes on any other potential pairings. TES holding solo lanes as long as they possibly can.
What about Annie? I feel like Annie engaged with both of these one team, you know, having really good options here.
It is also Cream's most played.
I feel like Annie is decent angle, even could get taken away from the other side too. Because when you go super hard engage, it's just so nice.
Annie gonna get banned.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, good call out. Good focus.
Also can be just such an effective neutralizing pick in the mid lane. Final ban here.
They ban the Vayne because they don't want Juan to counter. So that signals to me that Broken Blade just wants to play a tank and live in peace.
Maybe a Gnar angle
on the top side. Yeah, or a Gnar angle.
Just trying to take away the picks that can punish them the most.
Ooh. Here. Yeah. Silas, Akali, and Yone are like the super classic, really dangerous.
Way another long-range component. We're missing that dive buddy for Nocturne, but now we have two champions who could really just
got
operate.
Artillery.
Yeah, the artillery.
We have lots of artillery.
And, you know, I think a little bit more reliable CC would be good here. But of course, Cream, excellent on the Hui. Has been, even since last year, one of the champions that I think he really excelled on, even as he was a player not known for his mages.
Okay. Caps. He did LeBlanc and Syndra this series so far. Into the Quay, is it just like a Victor game or something like that? You need him to go real standard, or is he going to cook a little bit?
Victor good against what could have been a dive comp, but with so little dive locked in.
Twisted Fate
instead.
All right, talk about side lanes. Okay, so Twisted Fate one side, Nocturne on the other side. Battle of the Globals, and they go with the Tristana here for Cream.
G to je previše squishy, ja mislim. Ovo će biti jako teško za igru.
Top lane Tristana all the way up to counter a Gnar. Okay, Juan,
we know he cooks.
Iskreno, obe ekipe imaju šansu što niko nije dovoljno tanky. Tako da ovo možda ode na obe strane, jer ovo će samo biti ekipa ko uhvati momentum, samo možda snowballa game ko luda.
You have the extra safety as well if they try and use their globals up towards you. You do have, you can try and buffer away from Vi.
Ulti into the Gnar ult, or whenever he goes Mega, is really effective at stopping any potential follow-up, because G2 have really nice single target CC, but their only big AoE teamfighting tool really is that Gnar in Mega form. I like the look here. Again, Phaethan's way on here from the side of top esports really has paid off both times they've given him solid lane matchups. This time around, willing to let Cream blind pick to ensure he could have his pick of top lane counters, and Tristana, not the one that we were expecting, but I imagine the same is true for G2 Esports.
Yeah, and all of the Tristana top games have been into Gnars for the counter pick on Gnar.
Tristana top će biti najinteresantniji pick ovdje sigurno, mislim, ne znam ko živi igra Tristanu top, ali mislim može da radi. Gnar ima problema sa herojima koji mogu da go all-inuju. Tristana, iako je AD carry, je faktički all-in heroj, tako da po toj nekoj logici kako radi Gnar, kako radi Tristana, Gnar bi trebao da bude u problemu ako Tristana nađe solidan all-in.
I mean, like you said, they already were showing lots of faith in him in game number 1. He's gonna look for the early contest, use up his bone plating.
Broken Blade, they're both taking lethal tempo, but of course Broken Blade less attack speed here, which means there's just no way for him to win that level 1.
Yeah, Zoyan with Q, with lethal tempo, that is just insane level 1, and he has bone plating too.
5 seconds.
So
Broken Blade's going to get zoned off this wave here in 3, 2, 1. Yep, all right. Rapid fire backup and available. Instantaneously stacking lethal tempo makes this level 1. You know, in bot lane, you
Da,
don't
Bibi neće moći da igra, bukvalno.
the 1v1, you have more range. Prehistoric Yordle versus
Unplayable jutro stano top.
It's pretty clear who wins.
Man, just the level 1 was just...
Nešto ga samo permolina. Neće biti ni kasnije lako. Može da ulta, da ga disengage od njegovog ulta.
And now this is just Zway on town on top side.
Gonna continue to extend that lead. Jacula, force shot is there, level 2. Cozy Campfire empowering Hansama. Nice sidestep on the deadly flourish. Jacula using the barrier to keep the trade going. Immediate recall coming in from Feng Yue. Jacula playing on the edge there a bit, but able to get the push forward. Unfortunately, G2 happy to just recall back Lebrov, leave Hansama in the 1v1.
Okay. +1 on summoner spells for bot lane for G2 here. And Jackie forced to CS just with W here from afar, try and stay safe because Lebrov staying in Fog of War in the brush.
Dash forward, Cozy Campfire there. Forward shot doesn't finish off Lebrov. Flash in, Hansama determined to finish it. Nice flash back from Lebrov. Jackie Love down. Feng Yue must not have skilled the shield. He couldn't save Jackie Love's life.
Yeah, Jackie really wanted to stick around at it and does not fully respect Lebrov in the brush. Hansama moves up. They know they have the kill. Nicely done from him. Jackie tried to go for the 4-shot combination onto Lebrov, but he wasn't quite low enough. Here's another look. Lebrov canceled his recall, goes up. Just as he goes for that cannon minion, time to strike.
Yep.
Nicely done there.
Good
and
patience.
Hansama knows he could get the chase out. Now though, Lebrov.
Feng Yue.
Labrov je mrtav, ne znam što radi, ali dobro. Flash od Karmi i kill na Karmi nije toliko bitan, tako da guess da je all fine.
Yeah, we come out of the replay after they had just gotten their first blood and we see, oh, Lebrov does such a good job. You know, he waits for Jackie to use his fleet footwork auto on the minion, you know, wait for the perfect timing, then moves up. And then on the reset, though, he stuck around and Feng Yue is able to get a kill back on him.
And you're just happy that it's not the Jhin getting the kill, I think, at the very least.
Yeah. Definitely true. Jungle pressure up by the Tristana counter pick lane.
Broken Blade trying to figure out a way to hop over, but TN doesn't give him the angle to hop. Flashes in to keep the fear tether going, doesn't quite finish it. Broken Blade now in trouble. Skewmon on the way up. Swayon getting lower and lower. Skewmon moving in. Q flash perhaps is probably out of range. Instead just walking up. Lebrov ready to back them up, but I imagine the play just fizzles here.
I mean, Lebrov's coming around too. Okay, he's going for the reset now. Never mind. Recalling. They're calling it off too. Man, that was nicely played by Broken Blade. Does go for the escape. Cancels the recall there with Tien putting the ward down.
Hansama is completely zoned off his tower as well. You just cannot be leaving Illusion alone against the Jhin Karma. Jailed under his tower. Yeah, it's going to be a hefty cost to try and bail Broken Blade out.
Very hefty. I mean, especially with the ward from Tien alerting Lebrov's presence in that tri-brush and getting another cancel on the recall, delaying him even further. Yeah, lots of minions missed here by Hansama. You can see it impacting Lucian there. Almost, you know, cutting that gold lead in half, basically. Discounting the extra kill.
In the course of this series, we have seen Caps pass Ming in terms of international assists. Meanwhile, on the top lane, double bounce going over the wall. Time bomb still ticking. Broken Blade wants to go Mega for the extra bit of health. Sway on. I don't know if Broken Blade knows the word is here.
I don't think he did. When the okay. He's so
Mega.
close to Mega though.
Skewmon on the way up.
Can you bait him in?
Can you bait him in? Wallop is going to be big. Locks him down. Q through. Down goes Wayon. That's the counter pick. G2 pay attention to the top side.
Dobro, ove bić su ubili Tristanu. Mada i dalje Tristana skela giga dobro, tako da... Ne bi trebalo da promeni previše, opet nije ni toliko loše.
Nicely done by Broken Blade. I mean, with how this series started, you know, this guy might need an apology for him because he escaped the gank initially from the counter pick Tristana and then sets up his jungler for a kill. Really nicely done in this game from BB.
That it is. Credit to the team as well. Bailed him out. It was looking pretty dire. Lebrov, you know, they end up conceding about half of the advantage that Hansama had built for himself or that they had built in that 2v2. But TES still feel comfortably in control on the bottom side of the map. Know that they're going to have first prio, at least on the Scuttle Crab, if not the Drake as well. Nice burst trade. 800 gold in favor of G2 thus far. Fungyue getting that bot lane kill, really the only thing that's not making it any worse, but not the most substantial gold lead yet, as it hasn't turned into any big complications. Spiraling Despair is there.
Nije, okej, mora da flasha.
Flash out from Caps, understanding just how much damage would come through if he wasn't able to get away.
Oh, Cream does a very good job. He gets all this damage down onto Caps, so that even though Skumon's kind of passing through right after Skumon got 6, there's no gank there because Caps is already out of the fight. Big damage from Cream. Nicely done.
Of course, Caps is going to be vulnerable in the mid lane as well. Has Summoner Spellbook, so he can get a little bit creative here, but without Flash against a Nocturne, hard to guarantee you'll be able to land that gold card. Really, the biggest sign of good news is the plated steel cap pickup for Broken Blade, and his advantage forcing his way on to pick up a plated steel cap as well. You saw for a brief moment, he got a recurve bow, realized he wasn't as far ahead as he wanted to be, instantly just picked up his own plated steel caps.
Meanwhile, now we're going to look at Dragon on bottom half of the map. Bot lane push in for Jackie Love and Fengwei. So should be kind of a reverse story for this series, where now it's early gold lead for G2, but early Dragons will be taken in.
Od kad G2 igra MSI ne lec, pa MSI ti je, brate moj, turnir, a lec ti je liga. Tako da G2 igra lec kao ligu, preko leca su se kvalifikovali za turnir koji je MSI, onda igra MSI.
You can say he's baiting, but there's no one there to back him up, so I think maybe just
I think minions are dying to the tower right now too, so they're sending Lucian. Well, in
the top lane, gold card ready to go. His way on, hoping to find a way out of this one. No ulti available, no flash. We'll just jump into the tower. Gold card there, Caps knocks him out of the sky, grabs a kill for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he picks the counter pick into a team that was already showing Twisted Fate. Caps goes top side. Meanwhile, yeah, the minions are dying on bottom side of the map, but G2 to send everybody up through for this Grubs. They've got 5 people here.
Completely ignoring the bottom lane. Jackie Love TN, level 6, ready to go. The Spiraling Despair also up for Cream. Half health, he did use it now onto Han Sama. Decent chunk to kick things off. Curtain call coming out. Lebrov has to body block a bit, but can't afford to block too much.
Reverse sweep, možda, ko zna.
Clean from Cream.
The artillery in this comp, Dracos. Really hitting home. Broken Blade now gonna have to give up position. And they snipe the extra kill. 3 Grubs for G2.
Koreja je LCK, Kina je LPL, a MSI ti je turnir.
Out their supports, the Hui damage and the Jin snipe damage really pressuring and getting summoner spells as well as a kill.
Yeah, getting the flash, the heal and the kill. Really just makes it.
Da li mogu dovesti što Tristana top? Da, zašto Tristana ti je jako dobra kao heroj koji veoma lako može da olina. Gnar je ekstremno slab u heroje koji mogu da ga olinaju, zato su tradicionalni counteri za Gnara recimo Yasuo i Relija, jer samo jako lako mogu da biraju kad će da ga olinaju. I onda ti je generalno, pošto ti je, želiš da ga olinaš, hoćeš heroja koji može to da radi jako lako, to je Tristana. E sad, da li je cheese counter pick jeste, ali realno gledano igra si Varus na topu, mislim igraju sad i carry na topu, tako da, kao, što ne Tristana iskreno.
Maybe even like sooner than that, he would have been fine, but it's just that tiny difference that ensures the root connects and the Severing Bolt lands.
Samo je AD carry koji ti omogućava da olinaš.
Pan away as it's not going to pan out. Gnar utilized by Broken Blade doesn't connect. Tian, Fungyue, hovering nearby. Ulti there, gold card ready to go.
Iako je 0-2 Tristana opet outscala ga, ulti radi dobro u Gnara. Tako da kao, bukvalno sve što Tristana radi je dobro u Gnara.
That is very nicely done by Caps. Blue Trinket susses him out. Now Nocturne ultimate down. This is very early on, so your Nocturne ultimate cooldown quite substantial. And Caps avoids it with very minimal effort. Just the Trinket ward used.
Yeah, well played, good patience as well. Tries to get the timing with the wild cards and the gold card, but doesn't work, but doesn't need to because Qmon is also there to cover. Yeah. Experimental Hexblade coming in for Tian, but unfortunately after the ult has been used, so isn't going to help with this initial cooldown. Broken Blade has Skumon to cover.
I mean, G2, look at this. They're bringing 5 people to the top side of the map, so TS are in defense, but they're outnumbered.
Caps on the way in. Gold card goes in onto TN. Lockdown on the wall up. A great spell shield from TN. Make sure that they can make their way out. Q getting stacked up. Cream flashing away. Nice pullback, but all the spells going a bit wide.
Gold card na krema, možda mogu njega da brstaju. Da, nice. Ovo im je igrivo sad.
Jackie Love cannot show up, so the man advantage for G2 just pays off. TN running for the hills. Gold card once again, the spell shield there, but there's too many spells coming. Not enough time for that cooldown to come back. Hoping to get a kill back into Skumon, but he's got the blast shield, he's got the hugs, and he's got the kill.
Yeah, TS, they don't account for all 5. It's a full overload played from G2. They sent full 5 members, so when TS are trying to like, oh, hey, we're going to counter this with a teleport and trap you, they fight between towers, down an extra person, keeping Jackie Love on the bottom side is the only kind of compensation that TS got, so Jackie did get to keep pushing, but that was unnecessary from TS after they had escaped. They had escaped the big play, but they're not fully respecting the full 5 members coming over.
LPL je Kina, a LCK ti je Korea.
They call for the teleport on Cream. I mean, Quay had to immediately flash out, and it's a bad spot between the towers. Really good job by G2 to focus Cream after that. This Quay that had been so difficult to deal with from long range, doing so much artillery damage, now is teleporting into middle of your face into your lane. No flash, get the kill for G2. That is a huge momentum swing there, Dracos.
It's completely massive. I agree, and Cream had been such a nightmare in the mid lane, right? This control mage who can just effortlessly delete waves, stop you from being able to do anything in mid. Well, when he TPs in top, suddenly you have that angle. Downside for G2, again, you said kind of switching the script from what we saw in the first few games. They are the team with the gold lead, but they are losing Drake after Drake to the side of TES. The third probably going to force a fight as TES determined to bully down this tower. Jackie Love locked up, but they don't quite have enough damage to finish the kill yet. Caps on the way in, flash to the wall from Broken Blade. Body blocking the Spiraling Despair, but he will drop. Curtain Call coming out alongside the Nocturne ulti, all of G2 in fast retreat as they body block for Lebrov, ensuring the Curtain Call can't finish him. TES, a nice little play to knock down bot lane.
It's the exact opposite. TES try and do a full 5-person overload play on the other side of the map while they've got the split pushing AD carry for G2, but G2, they don't fight it. They escape. They extract their members defensively, and they allow the Lucian to continue the split push. Broken Blade goes down. They drop the 1 kill only, and so it remains at a 2,000 gold lead.
I 2K i dalje vode. Kap će do duše imati mnogo manje carry potencijala na TF-u ovaj game, tako da Han sam baš mora da step upa. Mada imala je build, tako da...
It's just going to be this. Fengwei does force the flash, so another cooldown used there. Zhueon, he jumps in to try and help with killing the tower. Broken Blade over the other side of that wall. And then the rest of the team, they evacuate, and they let Hansama keep pushing on the top side.
And that means Hansama is holding on to that gold lead, balancing out when Jackie Love was able to free farm in the bottom lane, taking down some plates. 2.5 items there. Sorry, 1.5 items there for Hansama. Similar story for Jackie Love. But G2, see if they can set up another play, potentially around mid lane. 16 seconds until that Herald will spawn. Next big objective on the map for both sides. Broken Blade already starting to wander his way up from the bottom lane. Does have TP. Has been matched up against Cream, who actually doesn't have a TP. So G2 should have a man advantage here, and it looks like TES may just concede the objective.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's the right play. And to try and go bottom or something. Nocturne here, you see Nocturne hovering through River. Broken Blade, though, is going to have enough information. G2 have wards all over the place. So he plays it appropriately. And they kind of have to do this from TS side because the Hui has no flash. So side lanes are kind of difficult to deal with. So they're covering for the Hui to allow Cream to push out, get the extra money. And G2 will pick up the Herald.
And again, this goes back to the start of the game, the crucial play for G2, winning the bot lane 2v2, finding that kill, and bailing Broken Blade out. Because Cream is not the strong side laner this Nocturne wants to be playing for. If he was playing for a mega-fed Tristana, this game would be a lot easier for TES at this stage of the game. But instead, Zhueon just about even with Broken Blade, 200 gold difference, but it doesn't mean too much. It doesn't stop Broken Blade from sitting in lane the way it did at level 1.
All right. Got Tristana up on top side, going for the recall. He's got to get a purchase in. First item for Zhueon will be big. Can they buy time for him? He canceled his recall. I needed a little bit more money. He's still farming up there. So G2, they're gonna have priority to clear out all your vision.
Zašto mislim da je veći hype za Worlds nego za MSI? Realno MSI nije MSI više stack. Worlds ti je bukvalno samo veća verzija MSI. Kao što je First End manja verzija MSI, tako je Worlds veća verzija MSI. Imaš više ekipa.
TES fully believed that G2 were going to commit for the bot lane dive.
I don't think this round's bot yet, though. I think he teleported straight from the top side, so I don't think he has his completed item. And G2, they use the Twisted Fate. They're kind of running TS across the map here. Nice rotation back for them.
TN, Ultra Mega Fire Kick, just pushes him back. G2 chipping away at those cooldowns. Might need recalls of their own, though. 1 minute until the objective, so they still have time. If they stick around too much longer, though, it's going to get awkward. Pull back. It's split, though. One shot finally connecting, but only 1 of 4 thus far.
Good dodgeball skills.
That it is, especially with the slow coming in from Cream. Cream going to grab a plate. Hansama chunked out, but bot lane's just going to recall. 40 seconds on the Drake, so G2, I don't think are going to have time to set up perfect vision, but with Caps already splitting on the top side, it's likely the TES won't either.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, those are pretty big macro wins for G2, because since Royan is running the Flash Exhaust, that teleport cooldown from the top lane quest is really long. So then getting that out and then making that rotation back for the extra turret plate, I think it was quite nice from them, kind of running TS across the map. So TES, they're losing little pieces here incrementally to G2 in the setup for this Dragon number 3. And G2 positioned pretty well here with Hansama on 2-item power spike, Skumond on 2-item power spike.
TES determined to fight for this third Drake. Hansama has the second item completed, though. Much more powerful than Jackie Love in the context of this fight. They're bringing in a TP of their own. Bot lane left unattended, so TES bleeding a bit of gold just to be here as Broken Blade goes in, gets an instantaneous flash! G2!
Holy, that is value. His Mega Gnar is just expiring.
Now we're going to go back in. Stumon going to kick the fight off. Gold card ready from Caps, but there's not really a clear target. Instant flash back from TS gives them a bit of space. Flash over the wall from Broken Blade keeps him standing. Wayon looking for an angle in. Jackie Love, the curtain call not available. Spiraling Despair, a big cooldown for TES, but I don't know if they have enough left in the tank to finish this one out. Hansama chipped a little bit. Lack of vision from TES, determined to fight through the bottom lane.
Can they get the engage onto Cream? Cream does not have flash now after that last play. G2 going to force the issue here.
Tien maybe looking for the 50-50. TES just going to concede here. Broken Blade mounted up, ready to charge into the Herald, and he's got his driving license. Not enough to kill the turret, but at least make sure to get value out of the Herald, and that's disrupting the Drake stacking from top esports.
G2 have TS on the ropes, man. TES are
2700. Ne znam, možda i dovoljno, ko zna.
They're trying to get back to their tower.
Jackie Love, flash out from Labrov.
Labrov, ono je, ali brate, Labrov, znači ja mislim da on nema midgame da samo ne dođe i brna flash do džabe. Ne mislim kao ovde, nego generalno u svakom gameu na Internationalu. Mora se pazi, jer jako, Han sami treba Labrov da bude živ. Samo utility je dolazi od tog milija na Lucija, na nebo i zemlja, koliko Han sam u stvari radi damage u ovom gameu.
Because if they get caught, they know the fight is over, and G2 playing with this information so well. They're not overcommitting ever, and they're getting so many cooldowns for free.
And now, well, you're looking at a game where no flash Jin and Hui, and you have to tend to some side lanes versus Caps that has the Lich Bane completed, burst damage here for Twisted Fate. I mean, you do have a Nocturne on your team to try and cover, but
Hansama finished the tower. He thought he was going to finish the tower. It might cost him his life. Flash out. Ulti coming in from Tien. Hansama trying to sidestep. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. The Milio falls. TES.
I sad, pošto nema flash, kao što sam napomenuo ranije, samo će biti free kill, oni će to da iskoriste i evo šta se dogodi.
He's got 2 guns. Point 1 at the tower, point 1 at Jackie Love.
Oni igraju i, da, mislim, ne znam. Kažem, opet nije loš, samo ne znam baš da li je... Pobeđujem MSI nivo igrača.
37 HP left on it, and Tien punishes them for it, capitalizes on it. Yeah, whoops.
Yeah.
My bad.
That's the reaction you get when you're ahead in the game, though. When you're 2K up, that's the whoopsie, not the oh god, I've thrown the entire game.
You see the vision, though, right? You said it. He's like, oh, I'm gonna kill this tower instantly and then turn on Jackie.
He's on his John Wick moment. Dash in, roll across the floor, shoot the tower. It goes down, pop onto Jackie. But no, you didn't kill the tower, and it did 1,000 damage to you. So.
Yeah, those towers are tanky, man.
Those towers are tanky.
Why is that tower so tanky?
What do you mean they're tanky with literally no minions there? That's crazy. So a bit of an upsie, but one that, gets things a bit closer, but doesn't cost too much quite yet. Broken Blade with a double bounce, jumping off the Gromp, means he'll be able to walk away for now. Instantaneous ulti coming in from Caps. Locked down there on his way on, doesn't get the buffer, but knocks back the Gnar. Caps not a ton of damage, but more than enough to finish off the Tristana. This is the concern for TES. We talked about it when you fall behind against this TF. It's so difficult to get space on the map.
Yeah, good punish from Caps. This Tristana counter pick is not finding value. Tries to chase too far. They punish.
Iskreno je odlično stavili Tristanu toliko behind. Treba će mnogo vremena pre nego što Tristana postane heroj.
We thought it was G2 versus TES, the rivalry, but it is Hansama versus that tier 1 tower. Or Tien versus Scuttle Crab. These are the side stories we didn't expect to be talking about.
It's the real deep lore that gets you in these matchups.
Oh! Two members popping out of the brush there, but it looks like Caps Broken Blade now retreating. Mininar there.
They can long chase this with Jackie moving from mid.
That's the ulti coming in. Nocturne going face first in the Milio. He's now taken down. Skumon going to be in trouble. Forced to run away. Flash in from Funky Way, getting the slowdown. Looking to find the follow-up route. Excellent route coming in from Jackie Love to ensure the 2 kills. A shutdown over to the Jhin, and now he's the one with the lead.
That's what this comp has in spades. Extremely long range, the artillery. So you can rotate even from like half a map away. Get there with the extra pressure. Nocturne ultimate, Jhin W follow-up. 2 more kills for TES to keep it interesting.
We take a look now at the Coinbase gold grind. You can see Hansama, Jackie Love, neck and neck, finding their golds from so many different sources as Broken Blade trying to usher Tien out of his jungle. Hit him with a little scooch. Hansama coming in. Tien will manage to make it out on the back of the blast cone. If that angle was just a little bit different, he probably would have died for it.
Brother got the red buff, though. Hell yeah, that's worth it. That just goes to show, my death at the tower for Scuttle Crab, don't care about that. I'm getting in there. It looks a little dangerous to you. Don't care.
Mislim što Nače mogu da dobiju TES, definitivno mogu da dobiju TES.
Don't want Skumon to be picking it up, and again, so often these high-level games are about the littlest advantage. Who can get a flash cooldown before a fight starts? Who can get an ulti cooldown before a fight starts? So, no reason Red Buff can't enter that picture.
I love it. Never lose your edge. All right, now though, speaking of edge, teleport in mid. Dragon is up. Nocturne ultimate ready to rip.
Rapid fire cannon there for Caps. He is a fast boy. Jackie Love has to be careful. And Skumon off on the side finds Cream. Immediate Nocturne ulti coming out. Exchange for the culling. The objective getting lower and lower, though. G2 gonna have to run face first into TES. The 50-50. Cream, the one who takes the Drake. Spiraling to spare on Skumon. Not a lot of follow-up damage. Knockback onto Broken Blade right as he's about to go Mega. Curtain call to give TES a little bit more space, and G2 retreating into TES's own jungle.
Bio je treći Drake.
Can they trap them, though? Who's running from who?
Flash out, follow-up for Broken Blade. Manages to catch out Tien, but it's not the target that he wanted. Excellent reaction from TES. Broken Blade down. Jackie Love looking for the chase. Curtain call already down. 4-shot raring to go. G2 don't get the Drake. They lose one in the exchange. TES fighting back very well.
What a standoff. And it is so scary because, you have to be the initiator versus this team that is all damage trying to get in there. They barely cannot squeeze it through. Flash use on Gnar. He goes down. Okay, so back to the beginning, though. TES, they try and burn down the Dragon during Nocturne ultimate. It gets very close. And you'll see Cream put another snare, but it went onto Caps. So Caps could not go from the other side. Skumon does not get the Dragon, and they're able to chase them off. But here's the choice. Do you decide to just go mid, push mid for mid prio, or chase TES? And Broken Blade, he really sees this angle, wants to get the Flash Gnar ultimate, but he cannot get the big group. The escape there. Flash from Nocturne. They're able to jump out from the other side. He wanted...
Labro igrao i bijel, da.
That he did. And again, the early lane, so hard. Managed to make it out relatively unscathed, but he knows that the gold lead has been getting closer and closer. And TES now at sole point. The next fumble...
Mislim, dosta lec igrača igrali i bijel u nekom trenutku, što je najjače.
Leon only using the rocket jump will have the flash. Cream and Tion could be vulnerable in these coming minutes, as could Feng Yue. Caps has a flash, the exhaust, rapid fire cannon. It's going to be very easy for G2 to find a pick ahead of the next objective.
Yeah, same could be said for both sides. Pick for pick. Long range, Nocturne ultimate, Twisted Fate ultimate, Vi ultimate. Tending to the side lanes is very dangerous, of course. So Cream, another cooldown rotation where he does not have his flash. Used it so early at the beginning of the last one, had to. But it does mean G2.
Jer kažem ja, mislim, G2 može da pobedi samo zato što je draft s obe strane jako squishy. Što znači da kogod dobije momentum, ima u suštini jako lak posao da zatvori game.
Either of these junglers, I don't think there's any world where they're going to get enough money for Guardian Angel because they're still just sitting on tiny component here, no BF sword, so looks like it's going to be a fair fight. Everybody only one life for the next dragon. 2 minutes are on the clock there though. So if you put a flash or something now in one of these like just attempts to like push a side wave or something, then you are going to pay for it very heavily when that dragon does come around for the big fight.
And with 2 minutes left on the clock till dragon responds, you can use an ulti to get a flash and still have that cooldown up for that big fight. Jackie Love, excellent position in terms of experience. Hansam with 3 items. Infinity Edge completed. He does a lot of damage, but will he get an angle to fight? TES doing such a good job of playing maximum range here. Nice poke coming in. Gold card onto Feng Yue. He does have Mikhails. They maybe hope to find him on that one. Broken Blade determined to finish the tower. Caps immediately going to ult to the top lane, looking to punish his way in. Running for his life. Nice damage coming in for Caps. Boomerang there as well. He's just got nowhere left to run. That's top laner down, but it's going to cost G2. Mid lane tower. G2 on the top side, though. No, they have to keep pushing to get more, but it's risky. Tien moving up, has access to the paranoia. They will just back away.
Super smart move there from G2. They ring him around a Rosie here. Now can they actually circle again? I mean, they stayed here for another play, and they find Tien.
Tien, off to the side. Fear there. Jackie Love looking to back him up. Gold card connects onto the Nocturne. Jungler down. Crucial for G2. Tien overconfident to try to retake his own jungle.
Man, the game's from G2. Caps kind of slinking off to the side. Ults up to the top. They go for the kill there. They got the pick. Then they stick around. Now with no jungler and no top laner.
TP in. Big damage, but Hansam is already at half HP. Curtain call opening up. 5K, G2, can they afford to just focus down the objective? Have to respect the Jin 4 shot. Jackie Love continuing to walk up. Baron will fall in favor of G2, but how many can make it alive? Caps waiting over the wall, finds the gold card onto Cream. Q flash forward coming in from Skewmon. Hansam is still alive, but isn't in position to fire back. G2 happy to have 5 Barons up. Will back away, still standing.
Is everybody going for the reset? I want to see if there were anybody sticking around to go for some of these snipes here.
Ne znam, diskutabilno je, slažem se skroz.
Paid off from that last couple of minutes. Really nicely done there, using the Twisted Fatal, attack the side, wrap around, kill the jungler, and now, with the Baron buff, they can finally move over for this dragon. Deny the soul once again is priority number 1. And TS, if you look at the minimap, they're sending Karma topside too, so that was a trailing play for them. They fully give up on this Dragon Soul. They're just going to try and get cross-map gold.
Didn't want to risk it all on that soul. It would be nice to stop G2 from being able to fully leverage the Baron. The risk simply too high. Cream clutch on these snares. The TES just going to do their best to weather the storm again. You have a control mage in the form of the Hui. If G2 can't find a dive angle, I expect it just to be some tier 2s falling. Range of the Coling, range of the gold card though. Maybe they can break open the base of TES.
Caps is ready for a Messiah moment too. He's got an arm guard. And Exhaust. Spell booked over to Exhaust at the moment. Well, they're just going to continue their split push though. I mean, Sueyon does finish up that top tower.
Ulti into the mid lane though, catching out Skewmon, looking for an angle to Q away.
Skew, nije dobro.
Does manage to escape. Denies the play, and now bot lane is going to be vulnerable if G2
Čudan Jim build, iskreno. Ne sviđa mi se i ovo također. Mada Gedza samo hoće Mousepad da pobegne od Vaj kad ga Vaj ulta.
Look at the minimap, G2 forcing down the towers way on into the mid lane. Caps going golden. No chance for a Messiah play. Just gets a little space for the team. Exhaust onto Jackie Love, running for dear life as his team breaks open the base of TES.
Caps caps for Inhibitor. They get the shutdown kill, and the money goes to Cream. TES trying to get scrappy around the rest of the map. They make the play, wrap around mid. They break the arm guard, and they get the kill. But super minions will be flooding into the base now. Thankfully for TES, it's still 3.5 minutes before these big buffs, though. So honestly, not that bad for them. Still definitely very playable.
That it is. Especially as we see G2 pushing in the top wave. As long as they can protect someone on the catching that one, they should be fine, as bot wave will be perma-pushing. You highlighted it. If there's an objective up, that Inhibitor being down would be a nightmare, but you're only going to have 1 minute and 30 seconds if G2 immediately kill Baron of spawn of those empowered supers, so should be fine. Now, however, poking and prodding around the bottom side. I think both teams very aware that Soul is the big focal point. It would be Soul point for G2, actual Cloud Soul for the side of TES. Make their lives a lot easier in those fights. Although it's kind of bad on Jhin. Can't go with that. Kind of terrible on Jhin. The rest of the team. Just
post up sniper.
Post up.
Put the gun back down.
I want you to know, if I was running, I would be really fast.
All right. Well, I mean, Tristana's about to collect a massive wave on top side, and Jueon needs that money for an Infinity Edge for the Tristana. If they could get to the Infinity Edge in the next couple of minutes, that would be huge for them. Try and funnel that money into them.
No. Double 80 carries, having that extra threat you highlighted would just be so massive. Again, so many single target tools for the side of G2. They can pick off one member, but if there are 3 carries on the enemy team, should be pretty comfortable. Broken Blade, though, happy with those defensive items. The fact that he gets to build plated steel caps and the Randuins against 2 crit champions on the enemy team is a dream come true for item efficiency.
Yeah. And everybody's going to have summoner spells available except for Fengyue for the big objectives. Arrival of both of them is going to be synced up very closely here. So, the advantage that TES have, you make them think. You play the vision games around the Baron and make G2 split resources, because they have to deny you this Dragon Soul, but they also cannot afford to give up a Baron. Can you make them pay for it with your long range and punish with the double objectives available?
It'll be a little bit harder. The broken arm guard, enough time has passed now that Cap's been able to turn it into a full Zanya, so can once again go for a Messiah play or get a little bit more time in a team fight, make the picks from Tian a little bit less lethal. GA also there for Skewmod and Tian, so getting a lot of second lives at this point. Feels like it's coming down to potentially one final fight here around this Soul.
G2, I like that. They take priority first, fully sweep all vision coverage away from the Baron. Leave some behind in the pathway that leads up to it. Really make this safe for yourself so that TS are not able to play that game between the 2 objectives. They push up. They're also going to have caps here with Twisted Fate Ultimate. Twisted Fate, the ultimate reveal for those plays.
We'll have perfect information as G2 fighting over mid prio, fighting over bot prio, knowing that the supers should make it easy. Not letting TES get an angle to just move through mid or move through bot as Skewmon poking a bit. Gold card coming out for Caps. Lockup is there. Down goes the Nocturne. A second life coming in. Gnar coming in from behind. Rage starting to stack. Tien needs to live if he wants to help his team get this one. Caps goes in with the gold card, determined to take him down. Willing to trade his own life, but
Ja mislim da je mrtav džabe. What? Dobar stun. Možda flasha šut. Lepo bi bija. Našao je 2. Ovo je možda game. Jeste game je. Nice. Clean cancel. Ovo je tepe. Ovo se tepe ovu žbunu. Kakva glav. Ja mislim da je ovo 2-2 sada. Lep fight. Jako lep fight.
Cream desperate to recall. Broken Blade might not be able to stop him. Caps, can he finish it? He's got the Lich Bane. He's shredding through the towers. Recall there. Broken Blade doesn't spot him. They can't close it.
Yeah, they don't know. They can't go for the end, but they're going to get 2 inhibitors off it. Holy! That was incredible! The follow-up there, after the re-engage, they get the extra kills. They continue to take apart the TES base piece by piece, and yet TES still lives, still fighting in this game. Here's another look at it. This was honestly kind of crazy. So, starts out really good focus. They burst down. Hansom was able to follow up the damage too. They get the Guardian Angel, and then Jhin is so low that Caps is like, I'm gonna go follow for this and use my Zonias. Then the rest of the team needs to follow up. But because Nocturne Ultimate, like they take a little while, then the team gets there. Caps lives as they get there. They get the kills, but then so much damage in the counter here. Just before he goes down, Dwayon was able to get that last one.
Really just the slimmest of margins. You can see Jackie Love hurts. One auto taking out about half of his HP as now we have another fight breaking out. TN gonna use Destiny coming out as well. Colin getting a bit of chip damage down onto Cream. TES now forced to back away. Trading cooldowns for cooldowns. Ulti in onto Jackie Love. They know he's vulnerable. Redemption down across the top. Skewmon getting a bit of extra healing, but he's forced to retreat. TES have absorbed the initial engage and are now looking to turn with the curtain call. Second shot landing. Third, fourth, waiting. Not gonna find a target.
Oh, this game is insane. Gold card
Jako je fun game jer nema tenkova. Ovo mi je League of Legends bez tenkova, da tenkovi ne postoje.
Okay, Baron here on the table. Super minions are off the table for bottom side, and yet mid lane they still have to deal with this.
10. We've seen
this.
10. We've seen how willing he is to fight for these red buffs. Moving into contest, Skewmon so damn fast on the Cloud Rift, especially with that additional movement speed. Broken Blade recall denied, or at least slowed down. Super's in the mid lane, though. G2 should always be able to get first on this objective.
Infinity Edge done here for Dwayon. He had gotten that other kill at the very end of the tail end of that last fight. And then the rest of this money here. Now up to 3 items for the Tristana. He's still a full item behind Broken Blade, but now so much more of a threat when they get into these little scraps. G2 still with a substantial gold lead, and yet Dragon Soul pretty far away.
That they are. 3.5 minutes, 3-3 the next one. One of these teams will be grabbing the Soul. You can see Jackie Love, though, picking up a QSS of his own, so it'll be double cleanses in the next fight to make sure that he doesn't get picked off. TES, earlier in the game, we were critical, right? They didn't quite have the discipline they needed to back off. But in these later fights, they've been so good at not overcommitting on a single cooldown, forcing G2 to burn a little bit more.
Yeah, and Cream's Way is doing so much damage. You know, the only reason G2 could end in the last one, his Spiraling Despair actually popped and killed Skewmon at the very end, so there was only Caps in the base. If that was Caps and Skewmon, you know, maybe they actually could, but they're going for a pick on him.
There, Caps isolated, but manages to ult out just in time.
Ult for ult.
Coming from Skewmon. Locks up Feng Yue. Extra healing coming in from the Mantra W. Root. Severing, oh my gosh, severing Bolt. The good news is the shielding, the healing, it's enough, but this is the artillery we mentioned before. You have to be careful if you're G2 on overcommitting.
Goodness, so much damage in this game. It's so incredible to watch. And the Guardian Angels
Samo nema tenkova, braćo, kasteri, verujte mi.
very shortly, so we're going to have those junglers with the
LOL da tenkovi ne postoje, ono ptice na sve strane, leptiri i tako to.
Baron started up by G2. They can look for the turn here. Broken Blade has a good build on his Narbard right now. It's very close to Mega Gnar. He can pop it.
Wants to get TN out of this. Wall up, good back to coming from TN. 3K the Baron, getting lower and lower. Skewmon managing to secure it. Technically Cap's the one to get the kill, but it's G2's Baron in the end, and that's all that matters.
Great force by G2.
Dobro, čestitke, good job, bravo.
Mega Gnar, the wall here, not allowing TES in. They have lots of damage, they have lots of range. They don't have anyone who's a great face checker. And G2, they gain the Baron. Again, another setup here for Dragon Soul. 1 minute, 18 seconds on the clock.
And they will still be empowered by the Baron in this Red Bull Baron power play. I imagine it'll just be used to get access to this Drake. G2 4v4, Hansama stepping up, Colin doing a lot of damage to TN.
Hansama je baš jak.
A minute ahead of the Dragon, so everybody can just go reset after this.
Caps.
Kap shield, mora se paziti. Sad Tristana polako radi damage, ali mi ga što neće. Nije lokao pravu kartu, ali fajn i dalje. Lepo je mehanički odigru, bi ga svejedno. Leech Bane, proc, nice. Clean. Imao i Zonju, mogo je da Zonja posljednji basic da je bilo bliže.
Might not even need the soul. 2 inhibitors exposed. Broken Blade to look to make it a third. TES on the ropes. They were 2-0 up, and now it's G2 who may just be pushing us to silver scrapes.
Oh, they're closing in, Dracos.
TES running out of time to force a fight.
Jer ti Kinezi i čokovanje na international turnirima nema better duo, brate, nevjerovatno. Dobro, idemo u game 5. Ekipa G2-a, kao što sam i napomenuo, postoji šansa uvek. G2 protiv Kineza, nikad ih ne treba otpisati.
Incredible stuff. Momentous bounce back in that game 3. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to talk about everything we just
Ništa, pustamo analitičare, imamo relativno malo vremena, 10 minuta, idemo na pauzicu i gledamo, ljudi moji, da vidimo da li G2 možda dobije TES. Bio bi poprično upset veliki, ali s druge strane i ne, jer stvarno kažem, mislim da ekipa G2-a muči se protiv Koreje, ali protiv Kine imaju što je potrebno. 10 minuta pauze i vraćamo se.
Go buttons! Go buttons, man! That is really what it feels like it is all about here. Skumon playing the Vi. Caps was everywhere splitting the map on the TF. And Broken Blade in this fight is finding some go buttons of his own, flashing in, getting the Gnar against the wall. This was such a crazy game, though, because it felt like G2 was dominating the pace for such a long time. From the mid game into the late game, but TS was holding on. And you just didn't know which way it was going to go until the very end.
You know, I saw that draft and I was like, they're not listening to us because we've been talking about go buttons and especially enabling LeBron. When I saw that Milio for LeBron, I was like, no, they're not cooking as much as I think they are. But in the end, it's a team effort. And you called it, Isaac, a couple hours ago. Caps stepping up, finding solutions with G2, and he did once again with this tweet yesterday.
I think experience triumphs when it comes to these moments, because I think when you're playing this hard heavy towards top lane, Zoyan locks in a counter pick going Tristana versus the Gnar, and we see Caps being like, okay, I'm gonna lock in the Twisted Fate and play the damn map. Every time he sees an angle on Zoyan, he goes and locks it in. The constant literally zeroing in on him on the side lane, I think is what won them this game.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, right? And it is really, really tough. You're in this super high pressure situation, and Caps played this out beautifully, by the way. Hits a gold guard, chunks him low, waits for the TP, then Zoyan knows, okay, only way I can go is back in, but Caps waits till after the reset, holds the activation of the ult, goes in, finishes him off, gets the solo kill in the side lane that really ended up winning the game. And this is Caps in wins. Caps in the first 2 games was invisible on the LeBlanc, on the Ahri. The last 2 games, it has been Caps magic. There is a reason that every time Europe is doing well, this guy is at the forefront, whether it was on Fnatic back in the day or whether it has been with G2 for all these years.
From Craps to Craps,
got it.
In the end, he still got it. And it's funny because you have the veteran on one side and you have the super rookie on the other, on the side of TS. Zoyan showing what he's made of here on his first step at MSI.
And I don't think he should step away from these carry options. You should just learn in these situations, because this is the first time you're on a big stage like this internationally. And I felt like within this game, once you fall behind on a Tristana counterpick like this, it is so hard, nigh impossible to claw back into this game. And TES gave me some hope. They gave me opportunities where I'm like, are you really going to come back in moments like these? And I think Tien was able to find moments and angles on sides to kind of find a pick or two, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the first game was by far the most impressive, you know, from Zoyan. It was looking amazing on this Ambessa, but he has got to really rise to the occasion here. We've seen these brilliant games from him, but I feel like for a player, you know, first international series here, going into a game 5, the pressure is just going to be ramped up that much more. So we need him locked in. We need him playing at his best, because I feel like it's even scarier in a situation like this, having had a game where you just had counterpick and it didn't go the way you wanted, you know, if that's going to play on him or not.
Completely agree. Just imagine top sides losing, bot lane, Hansama's firing off. The whole momentum's on the side of G2.
Ladies and gentlemen, MSI is on 5 games is what we're gonna get today. 5 games between G2 and TES. Can G2 overcome what happened at Worlds against TES, or is the LPL second seed gonna take it in the end? Turn up Silver Scrapes, we'll be back.
Bring it.
It's time for the very first Game 5 here in Daejeon between G2 Esports and TES. Things didn't look like this if you looked at the beginning of the series, but G2 made it here in the end. And what is the most surprising thing for me is that they have the whole support of the crowd here.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd...
Except for Raz.
Except for me. I'm
Except
worried,
for you.
though. I'm worried. I thought this was going to end 3-0. I thought it was going to end 3-1. G2's just getting stronger and stronger every part of the series.
I know. It's they got the protagonist energy right now. They're leveling up. They're leveling it up. They have the momentum. And yeah, it is crazy. You know, we're in Korea, but you're hearing Let's Go G2, and you're hearing all kinds of cheers for them. The reactions when they're getting a kill are wild. So definitely they have the home crowd advantage, it feels like, here in Daejeon.
Yeah, and it's an early series in the competition, but it's the moment that makes or breaks a team here in a Game 5. I mean, the fact that you have the crowd cheering for you, the momentum after coming back after 2 difficult games on the side of G2 versus a lineup on TS that is playing for the very first time together on the international stage.
And it is only the first round, but let's be honest, T1 and BLG are playing each other. One of those teams is going to be in the loser bracket. You do not want to be in the losers bracket against one of the best teams in the world down there, so you would like to win this Game 5. Let's talk about what they have left for their champions here. We got to go think about Fearless a little bit, because it is Game 5. It's Fearless. This is where things can get pretty crazy. TES have gone for last pick, G2 going blue side. I do think last pick makes a lot of sense, especially in a Game 5 Fearless, because you have no idea what they're going to be bringing out, so maybe they really want to be able to kind of see
and
what
so
G2
for
has.
me, the most obvious one has been the pick that's been played by Zoyan the most, and I don't even think it's going to be something afforded to him, is going to be that Jace. And the Lee Sin from Tien, I think, is one of his best picks, but obviously, like, Tien is either going to go towards the Lee Sin or the Pantheon for Globals. Either of those picks, I think, can really send it home for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still thinking about, like, Caitlyn being up, about Ziggs being up, Bard being up, Jace, the Annie, the Lee Sin. There are a lot of these actual power picks up that have been getting banned or just kind of ignored quite a lot.
Yes.
So it will be interesting to see what the ban strategy is going to be. Are teams going to just try to leave a bunch of OPs up and trade them? Are they going to be going a different angle? I would love to look at G2s as well if we do have it.
Yeah, and for me, I think of G2, I think of the LEC finals that they played against KC, and I'm looking at Skewmon here, and one of the last picks we see on the jungle row, because Skewmon, he had that dog in him when he played that finals, playing the Nasus, a champion that no one saw coming. I'm looking to see if you want to give a bit of space to Skewmon in a situation like this, because you know that he's going to make the best of it.
I think so. I think for me, it's always going to be about comfort. If you're on a stage like this, especially if you're Zoyan and like Feng Yue, like wanting to be
as have even more champions, by the way. We just scrolled over.
There's
more. Kept going.
I can't believe it.
This is G2's comfort zone. That Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, they get crazy. When I think of wild picks, BB is someone that I love to watch. He's one of my favorite players for that reason, because he's always down to cook. And I mean, your question, do you give that faith to Skewmon? Do you give him the space to cook? I think absolutely. He is that rising star in Europe. He was part of the back-to-back 3-0s over the LCK teams. You've got to give the faith that this player can pull it off. If any of your players see that angle, you got to go for it, I feel like. You have to trust.
I agree, which makes it all the more important that Top Esports chose last pick so they don't give him the opportunity to counterpick, and hopefully Zoyan isn't going to be able to get a counterpick himself.
Well, and the other thing that becomes really powerful in games like this is, okay, if they're going to go for last pick, they want to know where everything's going.
Yes.
Flex picks can deny that. If you can draft for something that has the ability to actually flex even after you've gone for all 5 and you're not sure exactly where they're going, counter picks become much harder, Raz, and G2 is a team crazy enough to do it.
That's true, that's true. I looked at the Top Esports side, and there's a Lee Sin both in the jungle and top lane. But most of the time when I see a top lane Lee Sin, I want to puke. So I'm not asking for that one.
Final thoughts here, guys. Champion, of course, is going to be really important, especially in that fearless draft format, but what is it going to come down to between these two teams?
I think it comes down to momentum. I had G2 a 3-2 prediction at the beginning of the day. I'm believing in them to get it done. Caps has been on fire. We've seen him do it so many times before, and they have won back-to-back games. I feel like the pressure is going to be getting to top.
When people ask me if momentum exists, most of the time I say hell no. And then I see moments like these, and I'm like, you know what? You have a damn good point. G2 is finding answers. They're confident in them, and they're going to repeat them. I feel like it's going to be Top Esports that needs to fight back in some way.
Better late than never on the side of G2. They found the answers so far against TS. Can they do it again? We're heading to Game 5. Casters, over to you.
Excited to see the draft, the counter picks, etc. And this champion select presented by HyperX.
E pa ajmo ljudi, finalni game, 2-2, vidimo da li G2 može se vrati.
The one, I think, true game of Fearless. This is where we get deep into the weird champion pools. Already, we're seeing Yorick banned, threatening. If you don't ban the Jace, we might slam it down.
Jace, I feel like, is not going to get through.
Nope,
okay, Jace not through. Okay, but Yone, Silas, these types of things gain a lot of weight, especially when you're talking about Cream. So let's see what we decide to go with early on here. So much has been taken out of the champion pool. And they go with Caps, I assume. Still flex pick.
Still technically a flex pick. Important to note.
Caps is freaking good at Anivia. So.
That he is.
Okay, still flex pick. And then Mel bot lane.
Keep in mind, Camille is also up, and the Camille-Mel bot lane pairing has been disgusting.
You're right, Camille is through. That is disgusting. All right.
Mel, the premier bot lane mage. Raz said it himself in plans earlier. Expected a bot lane mage infestation. Has not been the case. We've seen some Mel games. We've seen some Ziggs games, but that's about it. Instead, Pantheon going to be the pickup here. Semi-global pressure. Really powerful early game jungler. And remember, Tien was key in both of Top Esports wins in Game 1 and Game 2. He was active so early on, and this is a champion that can do that.
Ziggs, here we go. We've been waiting.
Anivia za Capsa, Ziggs I onda roam support za TES.
you mentioned the possible Camille floating around, and that is what is looming. They wanted to get the Pantheon first.
Akali Banomana za Krema, Jorik. Inače, jedan paket nisam izgubio ovdje. Mislim mi je bug novog streama. Pa ne znam šta.
Then you can pick it up afterwards on the next round of picks. Okay, what do we got here, Skewmons?
Poppy be excellent into the Pantheon dashes. They're going to opt for it now. Also good into a potential Camille if that's what Top Esports want to go for. We're going to get the Sivir. Late game scaling powerhouse. Also great alongside melee picks, something like the Olaf, but of course we did see that earlier in the series, so see what they want to do to make the most of this additional movement speed.
That's what we're talking about.
Well, that's the scary one. Cream's Yone. A terrifying pick.
Sivir popija Nivija, okej.
Opens this wide open for Cream. There we go. He gets to lock it in. The Yone here. And it's a good matchup into Anivia. People like to pick it into Anivia, both mid and even in the rare cases when it gets played in top side sometimes. So bot lanes, both going to be focused a lot on farm. I like the Ziggs Pantheon too, just as a combination. Even if the Pantheon is jungle,
Perks je trenutno u coaching timu, da.
You could also rotate it to support if you wanted to, but even coming from jungle, it helps to have the point and click stuns to set up Ziggs bombs and to keep people there for really the dream Yone ults. Helps to have a little bit of extra setup, but very big wombo combo potential. With those three champions that TES are wielding.
Yeah, we have also good side lane threat with the Pantheon on top of that, pairing with the Yone on the opposite side for G2. We're highlighting it. Look, the late game team fights. Very easy for a Sivir Anivia composition. They want you to waste a cooldown and then punish you. Fight as they back up, back away. But the Trundle going to be banned away. Maybe setting up for a top side tank. It didn't look great for Swayon in the Scion game, but maybe they feel like they have a better angle this time around.
Yeah, let's see what we go for. Aatrox as well hitting the ban. So they're trying to whittle down on his options
We've seen enough LPL Aatrox and G2's dreams specifically.
That's a trauma ban?
That's a trauma ban.
That's a trauma.
It's specific to Swayon, yeah, probably. But also, again, watching back the series from Worlds this morning, there was an Aatrox moment. There's always an Aatrox moment. So one way to guarantee there isn't is to ban it away. Yeah. Mundo also taken off the board, a potential top lane or jungle pick.
Yeah, I mean, and G2, I mean, they're looking at, like you said, a very good like front-to-back team fight setup for themselves here. So as long as they try and keep it controlled, is going to have a good option. The Mundo ban, interesting too. Okay, Leona. So they don't want, they don't want anything else to be able to set up. Already the combo damage that TS are showing. Do like that one. Mundo ban too.
There's a lot of tension in these last couple picks.
Yeah, I guess they're covering too. Like, you could easily flex Poppy support, so the Mundo ban is also kind of doubling as top lane and if you flex the round a lot. The Skimon was always...
Maokai je jako čudan pik. Ali, a da, ako je Pantheon jungle, Maokai support možda bude jako interesantan.
And it also brings a little bit more magic damage to help offset.
Gdje si glavni legendo? Šta ima šta se radi, vete moj? Boga mi nikako. Ali dobro, vidi još. Posle ovoga još 4 dana od 5 ujutru i onda sam lagan. Jer ovo buđenje u 10 je okej. Samo je buđenje u 5 malo kriminalno, ali dobro, nema veze, sve je to za ljude. Fan su gameovi, mislim, Tivan Liquid je bio giga dobar i ova serija je giga dobra. I mislim da kako traje, ali... Kako traje MSI da će biti sve bolje i bolje i Evaca će isto biti giga fan.
Might be easier, match some of the late game scaling power. A lot of magic damage though, because remember Yone isn't pure physical. Okay, instead we're just stacking up on tanks.
They say never mind, Cream.
How many tanks do you want?
Keep your hands on it.
Yes.
I mean, it's just more wombo with the combo, right? More big engage. You get a big old train with
Ovo je test draft.
and your Yone ult and your Ziggs ult.
Kad god vidite Zig za support će uvijek biti nešto što može da roma. Krem je poznat po njegovom Yasu i onda samo žele 2 tenka da preklope. Imaju Yasu ulti, Ziggs ulti, 2 tenka i Pantheona koji samo imaju HRCC. BB je igrao Aniviju top, pogotovo u tenkove. Relativno mu je free.
you highlighted it so well. TES, the most wombo with the combo here. They got the number 4. They're looking to put it together. Full meal right there. Opposite side for G2. They need to weather the storm. They need to use this poppy. They need to deny these angles for TES's setup.
Oh man, here we go. Game 5. I mean, feels like we've been starved of games here at MSI so far with all these 3-0s. And now we get a juicy Silver Scrapes final decider between TES and G2 here. Incredible, because the all-time game score between these two teams at Riot Internationals coming into today was tied at 4-4. Now it's just 6-6. This is the decider of deciders.
Who will end the day with 7? Who will get us to the 6-7 match score? Yes.
There you saw the angle. I see.
I cringe a little bit, but you know what? I think it's funny. I still love dabbing. I have no shame in it. We're getting ready for game 5. Time to see if the wombo combo from the side of TES will work out, or if G2 will be able to break it open. Find some angles in these early lanes. Anivia versus Ornn in the top lane. Mel mid versus the Yone of Cream. For Cream is a huge opportunity to carry. This is one of the picks that I at least know him best for. One of the things that you've seen him really take over games. Hansama on the Sivir is going to need a lot of time, right? And that's going to be a struggle for G2 because Ziggs is just so good at taking over the spot lane.
Sve doći sebi dok sam popalio sve. Ostanem bar pola sata pre programa.
So we'll see how much jungles can kind of upset some of these matchups. Because with the double AP solo lanes for G2, in isolation, those are great. You know, you get tons of Pokemons over and over and over. Try and get priority. Try and, you know, play with Skumon. But Skumon on the Poppy here, you have some extra synergies. Anivia can build walls in the top lane. You can
That's the Albus Nox Luna OG combo.
You can smash people into those top lane
Bitno je da znate o kom se heroj radi.
Or you can go
Ako ništa po krvnoj liniji.
inhibit the income of the Yone as much as possible.
And I do think it is important that they don't let TES get an early lead because Hansama needs so much time, and as you
Kapsula Mel igruje na first standu, ja mislim, ove godine. I mislim da je također bila poprilično dobra. Nije, što je fora? Bilo bi super da sam ja mogao zaspem u 12. A ja sam zaspao do fazom pola 3.
Technical pause. The anticipation for this match has just gone through the roof.
It's too great. It's too great. We need to add more anticipation.
Yeah. More? Okay.
Add more.
More is the solution.
The technology also knows. It's shut down. It's too stressed. The technology too stressed. The stakes too high. It is an upper bracket match, so the loser will not be eliminated. But again, we talked about it. There are 3 favorites for the tournament. None of these guys are it. But these are both the teams hovering right outside the top of the table expectations.
These are the believers. These are the believer teams.
Yes.
The we can do it. The dark horse possibilities of the tournament. The let's prove everyone else wrong. They're close. Dracos is so stressed. He's taking
Ništa, čekamo tehničku da se reši i onda bi trebali smo lagani.
Thank you. I look like a hobbit. It is.
Or if I need a really high volume call from you, maybe
just bam.
I've got my emergency Dracos pop
Really
off
getting
button.
into the spirit of call your shot. Got a little space, got a little time. And as good of a time as we're having, you have to feel for the players on stage because their coaches probably give them their little speech. They're like, all right, guys, we can do this, da-da-da. And then you sit.
I mean,
and you got to soak in it for a minute. You can't just, you know, jump right into the game. It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, it's already incredibly stressful situation, but then you add on to it, you know, especially on the side of TES with 2 players international debut today and going through the roller coaster of we looked so good and smashed and won games number 1 and number 2. But then you can't help but like feel the momentum just completely taken away from you as G2 starting to build up that reverse sweep possibility. They win the next 2 and take away the momentum in the series. Now you have to pause again, calm down, focus on what.
Ne znam šta je s pauzom. Ne smiju Loka još. Mislim da Loka neće moći do kraja MSI.
And I think that look,
Log do kraja MSI disabled.
in those first 2 games, but the last 2 games have been rough. And I think for Swayon specifically, who shined the most, right, individually just doing so much work, struggling there, kind of his story is so heavily affected by what this Game 5 looks like. If he finishes this series, Game 5, after losing 2 games consecutively, what an incredible story for a rookie on the international stage. It almost takes that story out of contention completely for the rest of the tournament. You're just never going to doubt this guy in these big clutch Game 5 moments, in these moments where really everything is on the line. But at the same time, you know, the boogeyman of top esports is waiting, is lingering. The oops, they fooled you again. The fans and haters waiting to descend on this team and this lineup. And those sins of the past aren't the sins of the rookies, aren't these new players. They weren't there for those moments. But if you drop this Game 5, if you don't perform in this Game 5, people are going to put you right into that category instantaneously.
Good mental is key here for the 5th and final game. Focusing up. We are investigating currently, and we'll update you as soon as we know.
In the meantime, we need to get in some more voices.
We're not going to go to the analyst desk. We're just going to bring them here. Raz, ring, ring. Banana phone, Raz, hello?
He's trying to answer the phone.
Let's get an answer. Isaac, are you
Oh, wait, I have to turn you guys up, too, because you might be talking and I can't hear you. Hold on. We're handling our own technical difficulties simultaneously, yeah.
Yeah, we decided to create our own issues here.
Over here, we figured we'd come say hello.
Dude, it's an actual banger. We were joking coming into today. We're like, all right, it's on us. We're going to put a stop to these 3-0s.
Quadcast?
And then we did.
Oh.
Honestly, now that you guys are here, just stay.
Just hang out.
That's a nice little couch.
Trebali smo pre minut da dobijemo update šta se dogodilo s pauzom, ali ajde.
I want rap ad-libs.
I gotta turn Raz up. I can't even hear Raz.
Whatever the last word is, just repeat it.
Exactly. Oh, I got you on that front.
Draco's just like, they stole the dragon. I'm just like, dragon. We got you.
So Raz, how was the science museum that you went to today?
Oh, it was fantastic. I went to the planetarium, first time I've been since like elementary school.
What did we learn? What did we learn?
Absolutely nothing. They spoke in Korean.
We learned that he can't speak Korean.
That is a valuable lesson. Sometimes I forget, honestly, that he doesn't have the ability.
I mean, he speaks pretty good Mandarin.
Yeah, we got, Also,
Don't put me on the spot
for all
now.
the LPL fans who are upset if we're mispronouncing a name, we're doing our best to follow the pronunciation guy, but it takes some adjusting. There's way-ons of the world. There's the
and
W
Raz
in
told
their
us
stuff.
way on, so...
He did. Raz is
Kaže, dobijemo update uskoro. Sad ćemo da vidimo šta se dogodilo.
That's true.
I mean, I'm just excited for Game 5 to start. This series was crazy. Raz and I were sitting on the couch during Game 3. At the start of Game 3, after Game 2 was like, okay, it's another pretty one-sided one. And we're like, is there going to be a single Game 4 in this tournament? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then
Čekaj, what?
Going back in Game 3. Game 4, I feel like they looked even better. They played the map so well.
Yeah.
It is really, really exciting to see G2 being able to bounce back. And that's one of the things that has always kind of impressed me about Caps and about, you know, this organization.
Ovo je huge.
Pressure and not just crumble in the moment, right? Because I think a lot of teams after those first 2 games would have been cooked.
Ovo je jako loše za TES. Prekasno su swapovali, ali šta je fora? Pošto su zaključili da su prekasno swapovali, ekipa TES-a je forsirana da igra pre-swap draft. Što znači da moraju da igraju Maokaja u džungli, jel tako?
When the tension is highest, sometimes simple is best, but there's a lot of strength in what G2 have drafted as well. You know, being able to go towards Anivia and have, you know, even though they did the flex, you know, put the Orin top against the Anivia, it's like you're still not going to win that lane. You just might not get bullied as hard, right? So I still think having Pryo is going to be really big. Tien and Skumon, to me, have been such like engines for their team, and so getting winning lanes can be a big part.
Yeah, and of course we have an update now from our league officials. They're checking to see if TES swapped champions after the 20-second cutoff. You're not allowed to swap after 20 seconds. After investigating, the official determined the swap came after the agreed time, and the draft will be remade with the order of Ornn, Maokai, Yone, Ziggs, and Pantheon. I believe that is what we saw on stream. team,
So
I'm not sure what
they
the swap
tried to swap
was.
the Yone top at the very end?
Yon top? Ne, Jungle Pantheon.
Too late?
Not sure. Well, no, it wouldn't be Orn jungle.
No,
Yeah,
I think that would have had to be it.
Yeah, because the last thing I saw was Orn top.
Yeah.
So
that's what I believe what we saw is the draft that is going to be confirmed.
I was
it
like,
was
are they about
after
to
that
have to play
point.
Orn mid for game 5? Because that would be crazy.
Yeah, because I think they were trying to follow the Yone to the Anivia.
Yeah, because that seems like a really difficult draft for TES. You have to play the Orn into the Anivia. That seems like hell. So, like, I'm a little concerned about that.
This is crazy. Okay,
I mean, I feel like Orn, it's just the same as you're playing against Rumble or any of these champions. You're just rushing Koenig Rooker and then you're AFK because it's double AP soul lanes and a Poppy. I don't really think Orn's going to be that worried. To me, you're just hunting for whatever matchup you think is better for Yone. So if you think Mel is harder, then maybe you want to move it around. But
I think
interestingly, it's actually the the Maokai and the Pantheon they were trying to swap. They wanted to give Tian a little bit more early agency. It does make sense. And it makes it a little bit more punishing, right? Because while Pantheon can be super oppressive early on, I think for Tian, who's been so active early, Maokai is not the most dominant jungler in those early fights.
It's also very different if you're expecting, okay, our 2v2 is going to be this. We're going to be playing, Maokai Ziggs, and now it does get changed. It's going to change the dynamics of the matchup. Maybe they were trying to play a bit more defensively, use Bramble Smash to, like, stop Rel crash downs and things like that. I'm not really sure. It's kind of interesting, but it does throw a wrinkle in. You hope that...
Znači sad moraju ovako da igraju. Sutra je Faker, ljudi, znači drugi meč je. Ne mogu da vam kažem od 10 jer možda ne bude od 10.
They've lost 2 games in a row. The momentum is clearly not on their side. This is just that one little thing they want.
Znači drugi best of 5.
They can't do that anymore. Especially if you have 2 new players to the international stage in Fengyue and of course you're looking towards Zoyan. It's tough. It's tough. You have to be able to dig yourself out of this.
Yeah. Because that's what we had assumed was Pantheon was going to be the jungle.
Yeah.
And Maokai was going to be the support. Interesting. If they cannot, though.
Especially with how big side lanes have been. You think about the last couple of games, it really has been a focus on side lanes, especially last game. So maybe, Tian wanting to be able to affect those side lanes a little bit more. Obviously, Pantheon can still alter the side lanes, but you have way less gold, way less money. You're not going to be that same level of power.
See, I like what you brought up, Raz, right? It's just, who knows if this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. Again, it's already so much pressure. The rookies really had excellent showings in those first 2 games, and even in some moments in Game 3 and Game 4. But it's a test of mental fortitude, no doubt, as we're getting ready to load into the game.
At the very least, I will say, it's not as though it's like a Ziggs jungle, and you know what I mean? Like something's first timing. I'm not saying they wouldn't be frustrated. Of course, I'm sure they would. That would be a difficult situation to deal with. But at the very least, these are 2 champions that play in these roles.
Yes.
Right? Tian has played many, many games of Maokai jungle, and Fengyue, you're assuming, has played quite a few games of Pantheon support. It's super popular in solo queue. So, you're hoping that at least it's not going to have them too frazzled.
Definitely the case. Counting down the
just
final
a medium
moments.
amount of frazzle.
Just a little bit of frazzle.
It's going to give you a little razzle. No frazzle.
Gentlemen, before you leave, although we'll get a quadcast at some point, I have no doubt.
What do you mean before they leave?
I have been queued. This is a production decision. No, I'm kidding.
Finale je u nedelju sljedeću. Imaš 10 dana do finala.
Final prediction, boys.
I'm sticking with my same prediction. 3-2 G2 is what I had at the start of the day.
This was the straw that broke my back. I'm flip-flopping, man. Like, you can't swap before the 22nd mark. Like, they have had so many difficult points within this series, and this is happening too. I'm sorry, I'm gone.
All right, gentlemen, thank you, helping us fill the time. Hearts out to TES. Hopefully they can recover despite a difficult situation as we load into the final game of the series here.
Okay, good. Now that they're gone, we can.
You can't. You make me the bad guy, and then the second they're gone, you're like, thanks. Yeah, great. All right, I see you, Kobe. I see you, bro. Don't be doing it like that.
Wait a second. We've got LeBron on top side.
Way on. He's getting chunked out here, stunned. They're walking him down. They get the flash at level 1. There's a lot of straws on this.
Tibi sad ima free top lane.
Something's gonna break soon.
Mada mislim da je TES malo tiltovan. Teli su da igraju Pantona, jungle, Maokai i support, sad moraju obrnuto.
This is painful. Orn already.
Nije ni igrao, ali nije ni optimalno, iskreno.
Brokenblade doing a good job staying away.
Yep, just trading autos. Orn base stats much higher though.
Range minions were on him though.
Yep. All right. Bot lane, we also have to keep our eye on. Pantheon, a much more explosive early game support, often in terms of individual damage. Opting for Conqueror, not something like the Hail of Blades. So We'll need to see how comfortable Fengyue is, but the difference with the lock-ins the way they are is that maybe Fengyue can find more 2v2 fights.
Okay, so this is going to be my real question. Caps picked the Mel, seeing the Yone, so I want to see how much harassment and punishment he can deliver there.
Nice stun. Bot wave unsurprisingly pushing in the favor of TES. It's a good call out, Kobe. Already a small gold lead as he crashes that wave in. Unsurprising. Of course, Mel in Riftbound. Next set, Vendetta coming on the 31st. It's going to be a sick one. Akali is also in it. Vedius is very excited. Shout out Vedius. Anyway, game 5. Broken Blade continuing to dominate topside. Midwave pushing in their favor. This is... It doesn't look like much, but this is a frustrating start for TES to be sure.
Yeah. Joyon, though, I mean... Wait, okay. Yeah, he's got his refillable from the teleport.
Zanima šta će Mako još da igra. Da li igra teglu ovdje samo da bi dobio clear speed i onda igra full tank? Ili će samo da idem protoplazom Harris i da ima najgori clear u istoriji League of Legendsa?
Anytime we see a potential
they're not
reverse
likely,
sweep.
or they're not.
They don't happen a lot. It's again the mental fortitude, ability to come back in those scenarios. Nice interrupt. Jackie Love and Fengyue emboldened. Access to the Pantheon, certainly a lot of power there.
Nice dodges. Now we also have junglers with some freedom. First clears are done. Maokai, can Maokai loop around here behind the Mel? Looks like it. So Skumon gang top, Maokai mid.
Flash forward. Not quite able to get the wall bang, but more than enough damage. Hopefully to finish up the orb.
Imaju kill, nice. A Skumon će da umre ovdje. Da.
Nice for Zweon. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, LeBron.
Maokai gubi u tempu, gubi. Maokai baš ne može ništa radi još.
Blood everywhere! And in the bottom side, LeBron is able to pick up that kill. 2 for G2. They've got the early gold lead.
Incredible start for this team overall. Zweon, though, happy to get some money back. Getting that early MR makes this lane a little bit easier to survive, but unfortunately, it looks like Broken Blade has frozen or is trying to freeze. So his life isn't getting that much easier anytime soon.
So, Caps had to burn his flash off of the gank mid, but Tien invested his in order to do that too. So while there are a lot of opportunities with all this action and everybody blowing their flashes, Fengyue is the one back on the rift first.
Caps backing off LeBron finally here. Fengyue going in, shattering strike a bit more damage. Aegis Assault to block the follow-up, but Fengyue is getting lower and lower. Skumon now on the way, and that is one dead Pantheon.
TES je baš pogubnic s Maokajem, iskreno.
Fengyue overestimating.
Well, he had no flash, and so I'm pretty sure he just was like, I cannot dodge the snare that's going to come from Caps, so I have to go back in and try and fight our way out. But because, yeah, everybody had used their flashes and all the skirmishes so early on, the Pantheon walking up was a vulnerable target, and they're able to turn on them. G2 snowballing here insanely quickly in game number 5.
5 minutes, almost a 1.5k gold lead. Truly the biggest lead we've had in this entire series so far. Tien moving into the top side, but matched by Skumon. Health advantage to the duo of TES, but the push in favor of G2. Level 6 now coming through as well as Jackie Love once again caught out here. Minefield, not quite enough damage yet, but Ensemble getting a lot done here. Caps nice initial route, level 6 there for Cream.
Evo, Cream igra heroja.
Soul Unbound about to fade, so it'll just be a positive trade in terms of HP.
3 winning lanes.
On će biti projen kada bude malo naskillovo.
In game number 5.
Da, znači oni su failovali, trebali su da igraju Maokai support Pantheon jungle, ali su previše čekali u champ selectu da swapuju. I onda kad su swapali bilo je kasno. I Riot je rekao ne može remake-ati draft, morate da igrate Maokai u džungli sad.
Dangerous. Cream though, on the Yone, always dangerous, and he has access to his ultimate, so have to worry about the whereabouts of Maokai as well. Once Tien gets his level 6, that's a lot of lockdown. Of course, you have to be wary of the Mel rebuttal and play around the timer, but they're coming early.
Lebrov spots out Tien. Doesn't really have the damage to force a kill there. Nice rebuttal on the Q3. Ulti coming across the wall. Immediate combo coming through. The Forge God has been called, but the kill is not done yet. Beautiful sidestep on the spear from Fengyue.
Can he get out now?
Strike. Lockdown. No flash still. Skewmon can't quite get the angle to knock him into the wall. Both sides back away, but that's so many resources, so many ultis burned on Caps just to not get the kill.
Yeah, mid lane is the battlefield. Even Jueon walking all the way down, using his Ornn ultimate. But Caps doesn't get hit by the spear, does not fall. Skewmon is
away. Nice advance coming in from Tian, dodging out on the ulti from Skewmon. Ulti from Jackie Love a bit wide, but the additional movement speed is just sending Skewmon into TES's jungle.
As long as Skewmon is able to get away from Cream, he does not want to give this kill to Cream. All right,
Jack into Jackie Love. Ooh, the bomb misses. If he goes under tower at this point, it'll be Fungyue who gets the kill. Cream on the way in too. I don't think he's going to get his choice.
Ostavio kremu, da. Pametno.
As you said, worst possible person to pick up that kill for G2.
All right. A little bit of hope back there for TS, but they're still in the hole pretty deep here in the early stages. Pretty good CS leads all across the board with these good matchups for G2.
Za 20 sekundi.
No, the punishment simulator here.
20 sekundi, nakon 20 sekundi više ne smije svapaju.
Sion just doing what he can to hold on. Was allowed, did make a bit of an impact in the mid lane. Unfortunately, not enough to get that kill.
Yeah. I mean, the impact
To važi za sve, tako je. Kogod kasno svapuje, ne može da... Ne računa se u suštini.
Again, just mid and jungle and support are always around mid, constantly on every timer.
Huge trade for Caps. The rebuttal again just makes it so hard for Cream. Long cooldown, but so is the Soul Unbound. And in the bot lane, the 1v1, Jackie Love, we expect to spike harder on that first item, but Hansama just free farming through this entire laning phase means G2 are going to feel very comfortable in the later stages.
Yeah, Hansama making good use of his spell shield down there, constantly looking for a push on the wave. Meanwhile, everybody's sending all these resources towards mid lane. And they're going to continue to be rewarded. Startup. The grubs there for Skewmon. He should be uncontested.
It's a nice early game for G2.
Sad da, to sam teo da kažem. Jako lepo izgleda G2 ovde.
Fungyue hasn't really had a chance to pick up XP, so delays that level 6 and the ability to threaten on side lanes.
Dracos, didn't they add quests into the game to avoid a lot of this stuff? I feel like the support quests are going to be pretty delayed in this one.
Yeah. It seems like neither support is particularly interested in all the additional benefits of that quest.
Yeah. I don't need a quest.
We're gonna need to get the Rito police in there. Warning, lane swap detected. Please return to your lane.
Mid lane. So goes mid lane, so goes the game though a lot of the times.
Very true.
Especially when Yone is in on the rift. So let's take a look. Will they be able to actually set up for this Drake? Mid lane did get pushed there for Jackie TS with them moving back down. They've got the ward in Tribush already. Both Maokai and Poppy have very big damage.
Tian 0-0-0.
And should be fine for Tian solo.
I mora da ode na AP zbog...
Again, we talked about the amount of team fighting ultimates that can come
zato što ne bi imao nikakav clear.
If they can force, if they're able to stack 2 Drakes, get a third, get a soul point, force G2 to fight into them, it's a lot easier to see their angle of comeback into the game where they're down 2k. And Azael brought it up here, right? This first item, Kanik Rook aren't expected from Zweon. This makes the laning phase a lot easier, at least in terms of surviving and not losing more than, well, he already has in terms of plate and CS.
Yeah, I mean, he got level 1 by the enemy support, had to blow his flash, all that stuff happened, but teleports back out here.
Sidestep.
Wasn't able to complete his item, but refill the potion. Lots of sustain there for him. Meanwhile, the battleground, the eternal battleground of mid lane, the fight over vision, Dracos. All these wards around.
Sending their supports deeper and deeper into enemy territory as Fungyue ready to cover in mid lane. That little bit of lifesteal coming in for Cream on top of an important keystone here is just meaning that he can relatively survive a lot of the harass that Caps is putting out.
Da, Tian je sigurno pretiltovan. A i mislim da je i Feng je također. Ma da, on je gotov, on je gotov, on je gotov, on je gotov.
Good response from the G2 top laner. Ulti, nice sidestep from Caps, flash in the solar snare, not going to be enough rebuttal, a little bit too late. Cream on the chase to grab the kill. A nearly flawless dive from TES, even into the Mel.
Yeah, good flashes there, invested from them. They get the kill. They got Caps' flash as well down. And TES fighting back in this one now with the Orn ult.
Horn blown. Broken Blade marked. That's the additional auto coming in. Fungyue blocked by the wall, getting chipped lower and lower. Egg about to come out from Broken Blade. Comet Spear at least gets the cooldown, but I don't think we're going to see a redive quite yet.
Yeah, it won't be the Broken Egg this time around. Just gets the refill, get back up.
Tien going for the Q back. Demon pretty powerful, has the Sunder Sky flash in, looking for the wall, knocked down. Tien instantly deleted. Fungyue likely next, no flash available. And Sion debating if he can even...
Ja mislim da test se ne vraća ovdje, iskreno. Tačno se vidi, ono, support i jungle im ne igraju uopšte.
And Skewmon goes beast mode on him with the flash, gets him into the wall, double here. Kill for each, and they get to continue pushing as well afterwards. Huge turn from Skewmon. He gets in there, stops their recalls. He gets right on top of Tien. E-flash.
Nije toliko strašno. Pa ne znam da li gledaš game sudi, ali jako je strašno. Maokai može da džungla, ali fora je što je forsiran da ide na item koji je daleko od optimalnog. I generalno kad igraš competitive game, nije ti... Znaš, nije toliko strašno, je užasno. Znaš, da završiš ti u soloki ne znam, ono, u goldu Maokai iz džungla, okej, kao nije toliko strašno, može nekako u competitive vidi. Nije Mumu strašan džungler. To jest nije toliko strašno sa Mumom u džungli, a opet ga niko živ ne pika. Postoji razlog što se ne igra. Jer ovo im je pokvarilo cijel plan igre. Maokai je trebao da kupi buci samo da Roma. A Pantheon bi ranije hito 6. level i kroz ulti bi imao raniji map pressure. Znači ovo im je bukvalno cijel gameplan im je uništilo ovo. Oni su pikali Zigza da bi support mogao early da Roma, a Pantheon nije toliko dobar u early Romu. Jer mimo Flash W nema nikakvu formu utility, a 6. dobija prekasno. Dok Pantheon u džungli ranije dobija 6, a Maokai je mnogo bolji za dive-ove jer može da diagruje kulu. Znači baš je, ovo ih je mnogo ubilo. Ne, oni su htjeli da pikaju Maokai supporta i Pantheon u džungli. I swapali su nakon što je isteklo 20 sekundi. I Riot je rekao, ne, remake-ate draft, sad morate igrate pre nego što je swapovali. A pri swap je bio Maokai jungle Pantheon support. Ovdje je G2 malo izgrifovao da proba da shutdownuje Iona.
Jacula finally here, blinking health bars across the board. Cream debating if he can get involved once again. Instantaneous snapback to deny the crash down. TP in from Zuyon. The horn has been blown. Orn is on the way in. Cream looking to finish
opet su prošli fine.
G2 taking a bit too much. Cream now on the chase. The mount up is there. Tien grabbing another kill. Jacula will fall as well, the 1-for-1. Cream starting to chase, crash down from Lebrov, but Cream getting faster and faster as the duration ticks. One more auto, hoping to close up with a sidestep. On the Mortal Steel, enough to keep Lebrov standing.
Oh, he barely lives, and during the time where TS invests everything, 5 players to the bottom side of the map. Broken Blade does finish the top tower, continues pushing, but TS fighting back into this one, getting some valuable kills for themselves and another dragon.
Take a look back at the play. Starts pretty disastrously for Cream, but he's able to make it out in the end.
Yeah, so he ults over here to the other side, but they lock him up. Ziggs ult from the top does give a big amount of peel from this Maokai ultimate, and then they're able to section them off. They get their kill, they're shut down onto the Poppy. Meanwhile, from the other side there, Jackie and Cream can return to the fight afterwards.
Generalno zašto se Maokai ne igra u džungli? Samo su mu loše brojke. Clear mu je prespor, nema optimalan build. Samo trenutno nije dobar heroj. Kombinacija brojeva i itema. Znaš da je jungler loš kad je forsiran da kupi prvi item da mu pomogne da klira džunglu. Či Maokai mora da startuje teglu ili Bami Cinder da bi imao iole kršten clear. I to ti samo govori da heroj nije viable u džungli, bukvalno. To je kao da svaki AD heroj mora da kupi Tiamat prvi item da bi mogao klirat džunglu.
Rob playing far forward, but he can pick anyone he wants to support on the map and know that they have more than enough damage to finish those kills.
All right, Tien's still on that bottom side.
Skewmont out of nowhere, flanking Jackie Love. Down he goes, but now it's Pantheon active on the bottom side. Feng Yue trying to get it done with Cream. It's going to be a kill donated over to him. The egg taken away. Cream grabbing this one. LeBron debating if he needs to run or if the
Samo što Krem dobija previše.
The answer is they are. Heal coming in onto LeBron. Additional movement speed. Skewmont on the chase. Flash. Solar snare. Caps the damage to finish up.
Dobija previše resursa i dobit će još jedan kill. Neće.
Back for the enemy team. Flash out to safety. Holding on for dear life, but G2 just keep winning the exchange.
It's bloody, and they get the tower afterwards as well. A couple of kills, though, still picked up on the exit from TES. They're scrambling. They're trying to keep themselves afloat here with a couple of extra kills, a little bit more gold. And every last drop of gold into Cream gives you a little bit of pause, a little bit of worry from the side of G2.
I mean, despite the disastrous gold difference, 3-1 and 2 is Cream's scoreline. He has been clean in these fights, saving the flashes for as long as possible, living in a lot of situations that seemed, just highly improbable. But now Caps has 2 items. So as fancy as the footwork has been, it's still just going to be so hard for him to survive. You can see a bit of MR coming in. Hex Drinker will help, but it's a tall task to live through everything G2 have at this point.
And Hans has just been farming up a storm there on that Sivir. Getting a very nice gold lead for himself. So yes. The Sivir gameplay. And in mid lane, they've got the extra tower. So much more safety for G2. With TS losing all of their outers, it is difficult now. It's fighting to keep control of your jungle camps. Fighting to keep your income equal for the rest of the game.
Really just holding on for dear life. We'll secure the blue buff.
Zamenili su rune, ne, rune su im fajn, rune su im normalne. Pantheon nikad ne igra first strike, Pantheon uvek igra Conqueror, Maoka i support i može da igra first strike zato što igra melee matchup i svako bi samo romovao. Tako da rune su im dobre.
Absolutely massive numbers, 850 from plates, another 850, 870 from kills. That number is only going to continue to grow.
Rune su im dobre. Hej, sam Maoka i 19. minut Maoka ima tačno 0 armora. Doduše Han sama nema toliko damage, ali ga Skewmont popričao čanka. Ovo je bukvalno, znači, za TES Krem igra sam. Za G2 svi igraju.
Being ready for this particular jungle support pairing, Tien's done a very good job finding ways into this game. Now also with the Abyssal Mask, going to make sure that Jackie Love and even a bit of Cream's damage is going to be amplified as well.
Yep, still focused on the next dragon fight. 45 seconds into the future here. Trying to get some vision with those saplings here for Tien. But G2, they have such a solid setup. 2 item power spikes on both Skewmont, Broken Blade, and Caps.
Onsama dangerously close to an Infinity Edge as well.
Cream teleport is going to come off cooldown in a couple of seconds. But they really want as much money on him as possible anyway.
U competitivu preferiraju survivability. Okay, fine, Bibia. Big ult force.
So we'll be able to retreat, but does just mean that this third Drake of the game, Hextech, will be conceded. Now there's potential for some portal plays here later in the game, always exciting to watch, but it just means that this soul is even more important for both sides. TES, maybe their little glimmer, little sliver of hope as a way to come back into this game.
Okay. G2 feeling so good right now. A lot of safety on the map. Game plan going according here with Hansama. Constantly good income. Just keep track of Baron here. Watch for some of these trick plays from TES. They have Tien over on the top side. They can lob the Jackie Love ultimate as well to add the extra burst.
I Jackie Love pointa Zigza je također disablovana. Ako support ne može da roma Zig, samo nije toliko dobar
You called it out before, but I think this is the person that we have our eyes on to be the difference maker for TES. The rookies did so
Nije toliko dobar kao heroj.
in game 2 and in game 5. It's not Jackie Love or TN, often the players that people think of when they think of top esports, but Cream, the man who, from that 2024 series where they were swept, I think has improved the most out of everyone on this lineup. Now on a comfortable champion, hoping he can be the one to turn the tide in TES's favor.
Hansama's got his Infinity Edge now, though. Man, that is juicy.
Yeah, it's a big tide. It's a hard tide to turn, Kobe. It's not impossible, but it's going to take a lot because that Sivir is not stopping for any of the farming items. She's going straight to the DPS items.
Especially because Hans is probably going to get like full value out of his bounces here with TES being such a, clump team here. They've got 4 melees.
Ulti onto Hansama, immediate TP. Cream coming over the wall, going to ult across into Hansama. Hansama just barely clipped. Cream ready to snap back. They can't quite finish it.
Nema, Cream nema dovoljno damage još. Šta je bio ovaj Orn ultvat? On je flashovo unutra, Cream je mrtav ovdje. A TES je samo malo boomed izla. Jako lep zid od BB-a. Kasteri, pohvalite BB zid, hvala puno. Nemaju damage do the egg farm.
Swayon wanted to find the kill, but he cannot get the job done. Both sides left bloodied. Both sides brawling, a bit more damage coming in for the Baron. Caps a solar snare. Jackie Love hoping to finish it. Swayon damn tanky. Broken Blades come back after the egg though, looking to lock up Jackie Love, who's managed to take down Lebrov, turning his attention instead to Skewmon. Caps trying to hold on, double AP carries will finally knock down the Ornn. Skewmon ready now to take out Jackie Love. G2 in the extended fight, making sure nobody on TES is left standing.
G2 with 4 kills. Baron got 1. Oh my goodness, that was such a scramble. Nobody had touched on something.
Dilema je zašto ne kastujem. Zašto ovo nije kastovanje. Kao što možeš da pročitaš u naslovu streama, piše da je WATCHPARTY. Znači, u suštini, chillamo zajedno i gledamo gameove.
Yeah, let's look from the very beginning. They're looking at Hans the entire time. Maokai ultimate, he does spell shield it and then flashes away.
Generalno većina relevantnih informacija bude u naslovu streama. Ako nešto nema, možete kupiti. Ne, plavi, apsolutno ne.
Making a fast play to punish. They didn't even have vision set up. They must have just spotted him and ran him down with the Sivir ultimate. 2.5 9-ups now, 14 pages in Caps' book.
They're running the Rift, Dracos. G2 are running Summoner's Rift here in the critical game 5.
Kada Krem dođe do Infinitija, imaće pressure da uradi bilo šta. Da, ne. Ne može da igra, zašto je jedina pretnja. To je fora. Jako je znači nije ni koliko Krem može da uradi, koliko G2 zna da Krem jedini igra. I onda samo fokusiraš Krema svaki put, bukvalno. Jer niko drugi ne može da iznese ovaj game za TES. Jackie ima ok damage, ali kao neće izneti game. No, ovaj swap ih je mnogo zakup ovaj game.
Trying to escort the tanks out, but Skewmon just doesn't care. Caps, nice rocket belt backwards. Skewmon using the ulti to knock away the remaining members.
Vuče, pa nije samo EBL, brat. Nije samo EBL, generalno sve.
Skewmon now on a rampage. Ulti in from Jackie Love, just shielded by Hansama. No hope of securing.
Mislim, kao što se tiče gledanosti EBL-a, opala ti je gledanost svega vezanog za LoL. I LEDs, i streamovi, i sve ti je... gledanost svega opala. Content ima sve manje oko LoL-a, imaš, brate, 2,5 LoL streamera, manje više. Svi su prešli da streamuju kocku, tako da... Neće ni Krem, neće, ali kao kažem jedino on može. Ne kažem da hoće, samo kažem da može. Jer on je takav heroj da kao i uzme Infinity imaće carry potencijal. Pa dobro, ovo je decent u stvari na Ornn, ali nema on damage i dalje, vidiš. Infinity mu treba. Ko ostaje bolji utisak? Mislim, obe ekipe su vinale 3-0 sve, tako da... Sutra će biti pravi test. Sutra nije u 10. Sutra drugi game, ne znam u koje vreme, igra T1 BLG. I tu ćemo vidjeti u stvari koliko je T1 dobar. Zašto Apollo nikad življi nije bio? U kom smislu nikad življi nije bio?
Good news is only an ultimate. They get the TP out of Broken Blade as well. Skumon set up now to take second Drake of the game for G2. Denying soul point once again from the side of TES, who really cannot afford to leave their own base.
Yeah, and G2 with such a massive gold lead here, and especially Hans in such a strong position. They should be able to win this team fight. I mean, Caps has 20 stacks on his Medjais here with the Mel from mid. So it is looking very good for the European hope. Game number 5, Dracos. They showed the stats at the very beginning. We've only had 5 previous
10k za G2. Isto način Sivir koja je bila koja je, mislim, kinda beskorisna i dalje postaje sve jača i jača. I polako će Han sama biti u mogućnosti da nosi game također. Znam, Luka, zato i pitam. Ma jok. Što se tiče igrača, LoL je daleko iza pika. Eventualno ako sabereš Wild Rift i League of Legends i TFT, onda možda. Bi radi posao.
Skumon looking for a solo kill here, just continuing to fist fight Jackie Love, and Jackie Love really has nowhere to go. Take a miracle for him to escape.
Pasivna.
Just taking his sweet time. Will knock down Jackie Love. Ulti though, perhaps one final team fight. Skumon isn't there. Fungi Way manages to get to the back line. Hansama running for his life.
Krem i dalje nema damage, vidiš. Ego je Bibija i nemaš gubije. Pogledaj, Pantheon i Maoka, beskorisni. Legit beskorisni. Labrov, Labrov malo grifal, nema veze. Sve je okej. Bibi još jednom, kako ih maltretira s ovom animijom. Kreme, svaki put kad mu pogledam iteme, ništa se nije promenilo.
In G2's favor, they're scrambling, they're trying as hard as they can to keep themselves afloat in this series. But the G2 onslaught continues.
Sigurno ima dosta golda. Samo ne znam šta kupuje, jer ima MR, to mu je vjerojatno za ne, za Vicent vjerojatno, ne? Se Vicent builda sad na imanu.
Caps flash is actually closer to the tower to try and gain range to get the burst damage, but he still goes down. And then they're turning their eyes towards Hansama, but here's where it really turns when they try and make a little
Cosmetic roll, sviđa mi se.
So LeBron does miss do his flash.
Lepo je odigrao Bibi.
But he gets walled off. So he also goes down and that bottom.
Ne mogu, Anivija ih previše klepo, iskreno. Jako je teško, što kaže brat, igrati toliko milih heroja u Aniviju.
And it's such a similar story to Game 3 when G2 were able to find their first win with the power of that Kled, but now it's Hansama with his ult on the hunt. The second anyone missed positions, the movement speed steroid just allows all of G2 to appear. TES's face is cream. G2 have so clearly identified this is the guy they need to shut down. 3 items, i.e. 100% crit chance. He can shred.
Dobio je Infinity sad. Od Agility Cloaka je otišao naj... Ja sam poslove doomed. Apsolutno. Ja sam doomed već 2 sata, ali kao... A moraju, mislim... Bilo bi samo giga unlucky da ovdje sad trojaju, zato što TES dobija free farm kroz bot, Ziggs je okej da klira sve dok ovi nemaju barna, možda radi šta hoće. Ne mi se velja njima fan. Dobro, pa njima je fan, mislim sigurno njima fan. Ali brojke su definitivno daleko od toga. Nisam Rivan igrao, ne znam da postoji online verzija, pošto kao da kupujem karte mi baš nema smisla. Zašto više nema lanova ZBL playoff ili finale? Zato što nema interesa. Mislim, ne znači ti ništa napraviš lan i da dođe 50 ljudi. Samo je ogromno bacanje para. Sponzora nema, publike ima dosta manje i jednostavno samo ne postoji ugo da se prave lanovi. Nažalost. Šteta, ali, znaš, samo je tako.
Still TES, an admirable job to hold the line, but the leads just keep compounding, and with this Baron backing up G2, it feels like these are the final moments.
They are handing out the Ornn upgrades. Jackie has his.
I to poprilično veliki minus, tako da samo nije ugo.
Cream spotted, all of G2 descending, forcing the ult. Good awareness from Cream. Anything other than an ulti in that situation likely would have meant his death.
But now no ultimate for the.
Znam pobesnili. Pratim sve. Injev se respawnovo dole. Kraj mora nađe neki godlike ult. Ali ne znam kako, jer to je jedina stvar za koju moraju se paze. Ne znam, a da nemam pojma. Mislim, znao sam nekada biti su brojke, ali ne pratim to toliko.
Here they come, G2 knocking at the gates, looking to complete the reverse sweep.
Sinkrem radi ogroman damage, samo što mora da pogodi da radi damage. A pošto on, da bi pogodio, mora da bude u protivnicima, to je malo nezgodnija situacija. Da, znam. Svakako, moraju da čekaju ult i bez njegovog ulta ne igraju igricu. On mora da nađe dobar ult. Ja znam da on sad nema ult, ali bez njegovog ulta oni ne igraju. Ima 7 sekundi. On je opet ulto. Ali dobro, fajn je, mislim, gle, našli su Kapsa i on je živ. Krem je živ. Ovo je fajn. Izgubili su 2 inhiba i nije Soul. Volio bi da vidim replay kako je Kaps umro. Ne znam šta mu je bilo sa reboundom. Neće valjda da ih ovdje navataju. Neće valjda... Ok, če. Žive Q. Han sam ima pola healtha također. Labrov je mrtav. Krem je živ. Krem ima kupusa. Ima sarmi. Ali ovo možda bude end za G2. Gledajte TP od Mela. Sad samo cancelaju, bravo Kasteri, samo cancelaju recole, on može završi game. Kap stopi kule. Dobar Ziggs ult. Nije Soul, tako da ovo nije toliko bitno za TES.
TES fighting tooth and nail here to stay in this game. They do defend their base, they lose the dragon, but it's only number 3.
TES dobija mnogo farma, zašto imaju 2 inhiba down i ovi kripuju pušaju kad njima u bazi.
I can't believe TES have held on this long. It was almost 10,000 gold. They've been steadily whittling away. Hextech Soul feels like it should be the final nail in the coffin, but so did the Baron, so did so many of the fights before. A lot of shutdowns available. Jackie Love getting stronger. You can see the burst damage really adds up if you can find that CC target. But Hans and Caps both have more than enough damage to single-handedly carry these team fights.
The long-range nuke that the quickness with which they
ne znam, Baron je za minut 50.
And the Ziggs ultimate from Jackie. Now he's got 4 items with that death cut completed.
Ako Anime dobije Soul huge, ali huge za Ziggsa. A ovo je decent engage možda? Krem gleda ult. Jel on ostavlja Ornna da umre? Ovo je huge. Ja sam mislio da će Krem da proba da engage s ultom dok je Ornn živ. Jekyll mrtav! Fail, ovo je život, to je GG. To je kraj. Nema šta. Krem može nađe Q, vidi. Ne može ništa nađe. Da, GG. I onda moj internet treba pukne zadnji fight. Pa ne ovako internet, a nije, ovo je... Ryuto feed je pukao. Moj internet je fajn. Ja rekao moj internet je pukao. Rekao, nemoj sad da mi pukne, čujem do kraja. Onda svako je game, nema šta, ne mogu reći ništa. Nice, cool. Reverse sweep, G2 uzima game, uzima seriju i pada moćni TES. Što znači da ekipa G2-a ide na Hanvu, a za loser ne znam kako će raditi.
And we finally got the full 5. Analysts take it away.
They do it! They do it in the end. Oh my god, G2, I love you guys when you play like this. They had us in the first half, man, but the second and the...
Dobro, i s ovim što sam upravo čuo programu, dosta za danas, ljudi moji. Idem se komiram ko niko. Sutra od 5 sati nastavljamo. Furija i Lion će biti prvi game, a T1 i BLG će biti drugi, tako da apsolutni banger meč broj 2. Mi se vidimo ili kasnije ili sutra. Tako da, ljudi moji, budite mi dobri, vidimo se kasnije. Ja odo malkice da odmorim.
They can't even swap before 20 seconds. I'm flipping.